Hey everyone. Let me see. I'm trying to work out if I look really big or if I'm normally this big. I think I'm this big normally. Hope everyone's well. Hi Shredder. Hello Space Nath. Hello DJ Nunninho. Space Nath, are you doing chart readings tonight? Lovely. Yes, I am. I'm going to have a quick chat about the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction and what it means for us. And then I'm going to go through each sign individually, rising signs, so Aries through to Pisces. We'll look at where the Saturn and Capricorn energy has been and what you have been probably going through the last 2 years, and now where it will be moving into for that sign, the rising sign, what house. So we'll do that, and then we'll go into individual charts after that. Hello, the Asian Maven, how are you? Thanks for being here, everyone. Welcome. Yes, so we'll get started pretty fast so that we don't take too long to get to personal readings like we always do, I guess. Okay, I'm just going to ground us first. I've just saged. I'm just going to ground us first with the singing bowl. Hello, just a bit nerdy. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we'll just do a quick singing bowl to ground us, and then we'll start chatting about the energy, and then we'll try and get to personal readings as fast as possible today so we can get as many done, because I want to help as many people as we can today with this Saturn-Jupiter conjunction and energy and what's going to be for us for the next 2 years, because we can get so much out of it and manifest so much, especially if we do something on the 21st. So that would be good. Thanks, Space Nath. I'm doing well. I hope you're well. Thanks for being here. I'm good, thank you, today. I had such a good stream last night. I'm buzzing from that still. It was so much fun. I want to manifest the fall of the shadow government. Oh, we'll talk about that, Shredder. Well, we can talk about that, but yes, that's coming. That's part of the Aquarian energy, that's for sure. Okay, let's ground the energy and then we can get into it. Just going to move back a bit so that I don't peek you out too much. Okay, that should do it. We should be a bit more grounded after that. And that's definitely something like with this Aquarian energy we're moving into that we're going to have to focus on is grounding, because it's an air sign, so it can be very much up in the clouds. It's intellectual, it's not very emotional and grounded. So we're going to need to be able to do those things to ground so that we can still do the practical, basically. So let me bring up the chart so we can have a look at the chart. Where are we, OBS? Okay, so I hope you can all hear me well. I do have my portable AC on, which is, it's really hot, so I don't know how long this hat's going to last either, because it's getting hot. But anyway, so alright, let's get into it pretty much straight away. Let me bring my notes up so I don't get too off track as well. Okay. Still see chat. Okay, so alright, so we've got the big Jupiter and Saturn conjunction coming together on the 21st of December. So that's tomorrow, I guess, for most people. Monday for most people in the world. For me, it's Tuesday because I'm in Australia. So it's happening quite early, I think Tuesday morning for me. I think it was like 3 a.m. or something. But if we look at this chart is for where the time of the conjunction. It's for New York time, and it is, I'll tell you what that time zone says. I mean, you can look it up easily enough and find out what time it is for you by Googling. There's just so much information out there. Let me just look at this. So it was like 5 something UT. I don't know. Just look it up. That was New York time, whatever. But basically, what I thought was really cool. That's the default when you go to Astro Theme, and if you just pull up like the daily chart, the default is always New York. Well, it does that for me anyway. And I'm in Australia. But when I did it and I moved the chart, basically the planets around until we got to that conjunction. It was at 12, I think it was PM. Hello, Told Forevermore, how are you? Thanks for being here. Yeah, it was exactly like 12, I think it was PM. It has to be, yeah. Which is like kind of crazy, that alignment of those minutes, like that time that I found the conjunction there. So yeah, it's going to be really powerful. And it's actually going to be 2 times. I'm not going to tell you them today. I'm going to make you join Discord if you haven't already. I'll put the link there for Discord. And I'm going to put the 2 times that are really auspicious, I guess, in Discord when I do my post about this in there later tonight or whenever. I'll do it later tonight for you guys since I'm on earlier. And yes, and then I'll put the 2 sort of times that you want to basically create or start something new, set some new intentions, whatever it is. You need to either start something new, put something out there, launch something. Launching something is like the best thing you could do. Hello, Kami brother, how are you? Thanks for being here. I hope you're well. So yeah, it's a good time to launch something new if you can. It could be like a new eating habit or a new like exercise routine or something like that, or it could be a new business idea or a new study that you want to do or something, because what is going to happen is it's going to grow over this next 2 years during this Jupiter Saturn energy in Aquarius. So it's actually going to grow over the next 20 years during this air sign energy with the alignment. So whatever we're building now is going to grow over the next 20 years, and if we can launch something or do something new on these times, or just even on the 21st in general, then it's going to be really beneficial to us. We're going to see growth. We're going to be able to build something that's going to be able to bring us monetary value and wealth and things like that too. And it can bring us wealth and abundance in many ways. Like to some wealth and abundance is not money. To some wealth and abundance is like having lots of people and friends and family around and be surrounded. So it's whatever sort of means abundance to you. So all right, let me bring up my notes and we'll get into it again. Okay, so yes, why is this day lucky? So Saturn and Jupiter will both be the closest to Earth than they have been since 1623. So that's pretty powerful. Anytime a planet, is at its closest to Earth or quite close, it is really powerful for us. Call me brother, I'm doing all right. All things considered, I got sick randomly, but I'm fine now. Oh, I hope you're well. I'm glad you're better, and I hope you get even better and get back to optimal health. Sometimes we have to go through some sickness to reflect and go within, because it makes us sort of stop and slow down and see what we've been doing, and sometimes appreciate what we've some things too, because especially if we get really sick and we're unable to do certain things, it can sort of help us to reflect and all that on those sorts of things. And so anyway, let's go back to that. As I said, I'm glad you're well. I'm getting better. Okay, so yes, now Saturn and Jupiter haven't met together in Aquarius for 800 years. So it was like since like sometime in the 1300s, and they've only been meeting in Earth signs since then. Hello, Omnali. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thank you. The last time that these two signs conjuncted in Aquarius was in 1980, and so what it is, it's just like a little taste. So they've been going through Earth signs for the last 20 years, but they have a little taste where they go into the next sign, the next element that they're going to go into just for a little bit during that sign. So we get a little bit of a taste of it, and it was in 1980, I think it was. And now what these two signs also, so it's a 20-year cycle too, that it's going through these elements. And so we've got the next 20 years of growth, which is like why we need to either start or launch something new for this growth and initiate something. It can be long-lasting and beneficial, and also really karmic, because Saturn represents karma too. So this can be super karmic, whatever we do from this point forward. And that's what we're going to talk about too. So like for the last 2 years, we've been basically seeing a lot of karma come up and a lot of karmic situations in our own lives, and working through a lot of karma so that we can like release and clear and like start to build really good new foundations and structures, so that we have something that we can like lean on and support us, so that when we move into this Aquarius energy, into this air signs, and into the new age we're going into, and everything that's going to be basically changing for us as a collective and individually over these coming years, then we can like get the most out of it and have this prosperity and everything that we want, and this growth, and be able to leave some kind of legacy behind and create and build and all this, because we've done that hard Capricornian work, which we've been doing over the last 2 years while Saturn and Jupiter have been in Capricorn. Like always, it was a lovely stream. Oh, thank you. Yes, the singing bowls. I was doing them. I had a great week, thank you. And if you didn't catch my stream last night, it was so fun last night. We had a good night doing some singing bowls and stuff then too, and a little unboxing of the cards I'm going to use today. And that was fun. Yeah, so so the last 2 years has like made things more restrictive. It's made it harder. It's made it unable for us to have that freedom that we crave, basically. Yes, and there was some ASMR. Yes, there was Shredder. It's so fun. It's really fun doing the ASMR stuff and the singing bowls and all that. So yeah. This is all going to be affecting us somewhere in our chart, where we've got this Capricorn energy over the last 2 years, and now moving into this Aquarius energy. And we'll look at that later on too, or soon, into each, as I said, rising sign, and then each individual chart we can look at. The Saturnian energy is like about planned risk, challenges, recognition, fame. It can be harsh as well, cold, and like about like tough love basically, and doing the hard work. It's doing what's necessary. It's real focused on goals and achieving and building, being serious, taking responsibility, making commitments, and sticking to things and showing up. One of the biggest things too with it is showing up. It also, the Saturnian energy also rules like government and political based things. So we have seen like a lot of like restriction there, and a lot of like authority when it comes to that energy of government, and trying to rule over us and control us and all that stuff as well. That's been at its peak, especially, when we get towards the end of a sign, things peak and the most of the energy, and it becomes really intense. And that's what we've just had. You can see that this year with the government and everything that's happened, and the lockdowns and just all that stuff. So, and with Jupiter, they're two in this Capricorn energy over this time. Jupiter changes signs every 13 months. And with Jupiter there, it's helped us like help achieve our goals and to like accumulate wealth in some way, or to help us like with those Capricorn-y things of building or something, or like building that support too, and that we need. When I hear those singing bells, especially the bigger ones, I can feel the vibrations. It feels very nice. Yeah, it is. It's so nice. They're really grounding. They really just, they just change your energy, basically. They're so amazing, singing bowls. Especially when you can play them yourself. It's definitely something I'd always recommend getting as a singing bowl. When you can play them yourself, they're like so healing, and you're getting like, you're feeling that vibration, especially when you hold them, and you can play them on the ground now, but when you hold them and you can feel that vibration going through your body, like that's really powerful. Like they're really powerful to use in energy healings in it too. So yeah. Okay. Alright, so yeah, this year should have like helped us to get clear about our responsibilities and our goals and what we want to achieve, what we want to create, what we want to build, all that stuff, and getting in the serious, and also getting serious about the relationships around us that support us to do that as well. So there could have been a lot of changes this year in relationships. We had all this Venus energy changing things as well in Scorpio, but and just a lot of other things going on. So and that solar eclipse energy too, there's definitely like that brought that shake-ups, and there's a lot of truth with the Sag energy with Mercury and Venus there, of relationships coming up to what people really feel and what people really want. So that's quite intense at the moment. But yes, so all about like, yes, having those strong foundations and relationships that support that and support your goals and what you want to achieve and what you want to do and where you want to go. Okay, so yes, I said Saturn also represents that karma as well. So, you know, the karma can be this life, it can be past life stuff as well, and it can also be like generational, many like ancestry as well, like many different ancestors and their karma and all that coming through. So this is a really powerful time to like heal that too. Now, the Jupiter energy. So let's talk about Jupiter and what that represents. So Jupiter represents expansion, good fortune, luck, ease, basically. So when there's like a Jupiter transit, it's really positive opposed to a Saturn one, and it makes things like easy for us. So it like can bring rewards and like win the lottery and things like that, like really easy stuff, luck, really lucky things. With the Saturn energy, Saturn's more about doing the hard work to get the rewards. So working hard, sticking to it, taking responsibility, grinding basically, and then you get the rewards at the end of that hard work and that grinding and all that, not during it so much. So the change here, what we're going to have at the moment is that we're going to, with these two signs going together and moving through, is we're going to be doing the hard work. We still need to keep doing that hard work, what we've been building this year, but we're going to get the little rewards along the way, instead of waiting right to the end, because Jupiter's going to give us those in Aquarius. So that's going to be really good for us, and it's going to help us to like stay on track and to like want to keep working towards something, because you know it's like when you work out, for example, and you don't see the results, it's disheartening and you get put off and you don't want to do it. But when you see the results, it keeps you on track and keeps you, pumped and excited and wanting to keep doing it, because you're seeing the little results, and that's what it's going to feel like. So that's pretty exciting there. And that's, it's because they're getting out of that heavy Capricorn energy, which is not like that. So we're moving into that Aquarius energy, which is more expansive in a way, but it's we'll talk about that in a second. We'll just finish with this. So so it's also like Jupiter also represents like generosity as well, and like with it being in the sign of the water bearer, it can like things are going to change, especially when like we're talking about government structures and all that stuff, and generosity, and like we're talking about wealth and money, and it's going to be like a better distribution of wealth between everyone. Like it's not going to be that 1% as much, and the poor people and you know, the rich people, and there's no in between. It's going to be more balanced, and it's going to come together more with that Jupiter energy. That's what's going to bring for us. Change is there. It's going to bring big changes to travel and socializing. One thing I didn't mention is that when we had Saturn dip into in May, we had some energy there in Aquarius, and that's when like we had the riots come in and the lockdowns. Also, first it was the lockdowns and then riots and things like that, and that's something that we could move towards too when we're talking about big changes in like the Jupiter sense, like expansive big changes to the world. So Aquarius energy is all about like being connected, but it's more in an intellectual way. So the air signs, there's an air sign. The air signs are very social, and they're very like mind orientated and stimulated, not about the emotions and things like that, or the practical things. They're more in the mind and the head, I guess. And it's Aquarius is an intellectual sign too. So when we speak about expansion through like connecting in ways, we're not going to have the same ways of connecting with people, like, and we've seen that, like we're doing it more through Zoom and online and things like that, and through Twitch. We're not going to have those as much like those social connections where we're physical and can touch and feel each other because of that Aquarian energy. It's very detached. It's very social and like connected, but it's more detached emotionally, and it's about the bigger picture and the bigger things. It can represent in our chart the Aquarius energy, 11th house energy, friendships and connections and social organizations and communities that we're a part of, all that sort of thing. Hello Moxie Flair, how are you? Thanks for coming. I hope you're well. Oh, you have no idea what I said. Oh, okay, that's all right. You'll be able to watch it back anyway, and I'll cut all these up as I do each week, and into highlights into each sign, and then also put them on YouTube as well. So yeah. Okay, so so the Aquarius energy, it's also like a very individual energy. It's not about like the selfish energy of being the self. It's about doing things like a humanitarian or collective or the environment. It's community. It's innovative as well. It's ruled by Uranus. So it's our wishes as well, what we want to see out in the world. It's the common man, it's empathy of man as well, so that's where that humanitarian comes in. It's also that Uranus energy, so it's wanting us to break free, it's rebellion, it's change, it's innovation, it's unpredictability, it's erratic energy at times as well. And this is the thing, like, and you'll hear a lot of astrologers saying this too, is that we actually don't know what's going to happen, like, because it's such an unpredictable energy. There's just so much that can change, and can change fast as well, and we really don't know what's ahead, and that can be exciting too, because it can mean like different things and change and new things we haven't done before, which is what we want, because we can't keep doing things the same way, because it wasn't working and it's not working. Okay, so thank you. The seventh house is relationships. Basically it's all about relationships and partnerships. Okay, so seventh house is like our relationships, partnerships. 11th house is friendships and connections and social groups and things like that. What else do we want to talk about? So the other side of Aquarius is that it represents like that individuality in that, but it also represents being unique and different. You're hilarious, Shredder. Yes, I love this playlist too. Funny. I won't tell you what it is though, Shredder. So the Aquarius sign is very unique and different, and like when someone has Aquarian energy there, it's like the black sheep. They're someone that's different or feels different, or they feel alien-like. It represents like aliens and stuff like that. So this is where like we could have information about aliens coming out, or a lot more like AI stuff as well, and technology and like innovative stuff, and we're going to see big changes there, and like new exciting things coming out in those areas as well. So and the truth coming out about things that maybe have been hidden in those areas. My natal Jupiter's in the 7th. First half of the 20 years you're talking about will be in the 7th. Second half in the 8th, both in Aqua. Oh, okay, cool. Yep. Yeah, so sometimes, that's right. Sometimes when we're looking at our chart, and that's what we can look at later in personal readings, is that, and the individual charts, is that sometimes these signs are going halfway through different houses for you. So like for me, I've had the Saturn energy go through my 4th and my 5th house, and mostly 4th, but a bit of my 5th house too. So yeah, that can happen as well. Okay, so oh my gosh, call me brother, that's hilarious. I was just drinking and read that as I was taking a sip. Thank you for redeeming the hydrate. I appreciate it. That is hilarious. I needed it. I get so dehydrated talking. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yeah, Uranus. Oh yes, Aileen, we can do a reading for you when we get to the individual ones later, definitely. But I'm sorry, you have to wait till we get through the individual signs. But thanks for being here, Aileen. I appreciate it. Oh, you saw it coming. Are you psychic? Call me brother. Okay, so yeah, Uranus also represents freedom and like, yeah, that breaking free and doing things differently and all that. So that's really exciting, because that's what we're gonna like have, like real exciting changes and freedom. We all want freedom at the end of the day, but what that's gonna look like, we don't know. So, and what we like predict and think will happen won't happen. That's the other side of all this energy going on. So we have to be open-minded and flexible to what's going to happen and what's going on. And it's hard to do that during a fixed Aquarius energy too, but we have to. My throat felt unreasonably dry, so I knew it wasn't me that was feeling it. Oh, that's very intuitive. Call me brother. That's awesome. Thank you. I pulled a tarot card for myself with a conjunction. The card meaning was freedom. Oh my gosh, that's awesome, Shredder. Spot on. That's so funny. The cards never lie. I say that. Cards just are always spot on. They blow you away. They're amazing cards. Oh. Just a little intuitive. Funny. Remind me of your rising sign again, or whatever your Mercury is in, even. Or I can just probably look it up later. Okay, so yeah, so it's those freedom things too, but that's going to bring like the revolutions and the riots and all that sort of stuff up too. So we won't talk about too much about that, but over the next 2.5 years. But you know, we have to go through some of the gnarly stuff to get to like the good stuff. Basically, it doesn't just move straight to the good stuff. So that's where all that truth is going to come out about stuff and all this technology that's being held back from us and whatever else as well. If you want, I can send you my information again. I already have your information. I'll open the queue towards the end of the individual sign, the rising signs. But I have your chart anyway, but we will look at it after this. Okay, so we won't spend too long. It's really powerful too if we can tap into our connection with our ancestors to heal and grow as well, because that's like that karma and it comes through from generations. And if we can heal that and like know what we're like working with, and when it all comes down to like this Saturn energy too and where it is, then that can help us to break free, basically. They have the RTX 999 developed, but they're selling us the 3080. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Shredder. Yeah, RTZ. Everyone. Yeah. That's right, I'm gnarly. It'd be like, we don't even be called that. We called something else. We won't even be on computers. They'll be like, be a part of us or something. I don't know. Anyway, that's going to be like 20 years down the track, who knows. But hey, this is a 20-year thing in this air sign. So I was saying about Saturn in Aquarius and the lockdowns and riots earlier. So this can also like bring flashes of insight and like wake people up. There's going to be a huge awakening as well. Like this is what we want. We want people to wake up and stop being asleep and stop being sheep and just like get out there and like live their true purpose of who they are and like change the world. And we're all going to do that individually by doing it, being in our truth basically, and coming together. And doing things for a higher purpose, which is the Aquarius energy, doing something for something bigger. And I spoke about the reward, so that's good. We also will have Juno aspecting Jupiter in a sextile. When the planets are in a sextile, it means they're having sex, which is like good for us. So good, and it's going to be good for relationships and partnerships, and like maybe finding new relationships and partnerships as well that are going to help us again be able to build and create all this thing and get out there and support us during this like time of breaking free, basically. Who's going to be there with us, you know, rebelling or, you know, following our dreams and whatever, and chasing our goals. And we'll be able to align with people who are lucky and help us to expand as well. So that's exciting. Be able to connect and find like new groups and social connections to new people to connect with and new groups to connect with. People that are on the same path, which is really exciting. New communities will be built. Also we're in the solstice energy too. With this conjunction, the 21st. I'm not going to go too much into the solstice energy now because we could just talk forever then and we won't get through to personal readings as well. But solstice is always different for each side of the hemisphere as well. So for me, I'm in Australia, so it's the summer time, you know, so it's not about going within and deep and internal like the winter solstice for the northern hemisphere. Going within and observing and getting deep and into yourself, and like the winter time, you know, for us it's the summertime. It's about going out and creating and doing all that, so it's the opposite, but that's basically what the solstice represents. And you can easily find information about that around anyway, and we're not going to look too much into that, but it is a really powerful time for creating and manifesting as well, and setting intentions and all that. And like, when it's when you're in that winter, you're going through that reflecting time, so that when the summertime comes, you can go out and create what you reflected on in the winter time. So yes. Integrated graphics to a whole new level. Yeah, so I mean, we'll like be, the PCs will be like a part of us or in us or something in some way. I don't know. So told her forevermore. I did a chart comparison with my best friends, like one of the loved ones, but I don't understand astrology enough to fully understand our connections. One person said we only have 3 square aspects. I don't know what it means. Well, squares in astrology are intense aspects. So squares represent difficulties, tension. It's where we can have the most growth, basically, grow the most and expand and whatnot, because it's more challenging, and from challenge comes reward, basically, and we can get through something. But when we have like the easier aspects, like this Jupiter-Juno one, it's like easier and luckier, and we can just like sit back and it just comes to us, you know. When it's you know, these squares and oppositions, it's harder and more intense, and basically intense. But when we have trines and sextiles, it's like easy and whatnot. So that's where they can say, like, you know, if someone in their personal chart has a lot of red lines, which is these squares and oppositions, then their life can be more difficult, but they have the most growth and can possibly like achieve more in the long run as well, or feel like they've achieved more, basically, because they've had to do the hard work to get there. Whereas someone who has a lot of the blue lines in their chart, which is your sextiles and your trines, life's a bit easier, and they don't have to go through all those hard difficulties as much to get to where they want, so it might not feel as rewarding. It all depends on everyone's individual chart and, you know, everything else too. I'm going to get rid of this for a bit too because it's getting hot. Sorry guys. Yeah, so yeah, so it just depends, like, on people's individual charts too. But yeah, that's sort of the basic to it as to, you know, whether your chart life will be difficult or not too. But, you know, there's so much more to astrology too. Like you said, there's the comparison charts with people, there's all the relationship stuff, but there's also all the you know, you can look at progress charts, and progress charts really are a huge thing to look at when we're looking at, like, predicting things in people's lives and stuff like that as well. The progress chart is, like, super important. It's our growth, how we're growing in life, how we're progressing through life, basically. So yeah. Okay, let's get into individual signs, and then we can get into the personal readings, so we're not everyone's not waiting around for too long for us to look at your charts, or for me to look at your charts. So we're going to do a card for each sign too. I'm just going to do a quick one. So we're going to... Okay, I'm drawn to these ones. Sorry, I'm just choosing what cards. I'm going to turn... I'll have to flip between the camera. Just let me set that up a bit better. Alright, I've got cards on deck. Okay, so don't need that. Alright, so let's bring up Aries first so we can get into the individual signs quickly. We'll go through the rising signs. Okay, so, alright, so what we're looking at is, like, this is the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction. The two planets are aligning in Aquarius. They've been in Capricorn for the last 2.5 years. Now they're going into Aquarius for the next 2.5 years. So we're going to be looking at where these two signs are in each individual rising sign chart. So you want to be looking for your rising sign. You can look at your moon sign, because that's like our emotional, our internal self. So it can be give us a little bit more information about how these things have been affecting us too. And then looking at our sun to another degree, because the sun's like what's highlighted in our chart, where the sun's shining basically. So the three of them, you can get like a story sometimes, but sometimes just a rising is enough. You get enough from it, especially if it's hitting something in particular in your chart or whatnot, which we don't get exactly from this. We'll have to look into personal charts for that later. But yeah, so you can just understand where the energy is hitting and where in your life it would have been affecting you if you know you're rising. And yeah. And again, you can just get a little bit more of the story with the moon and sun. They won't sort of be spot on necessarily. They might be for some if that's where a lot of the energy in the planets are. It's all personal. This is just sort of like a general basic. But we'll get into that after. The more I keep saying that, the less we get there. Okay, so let's bring up Aries. Think. Oh, that is humongous. Whoopsies. Well, still too big. Hey, come here. I'm so sorry. I'm not the best at this technology stuff. You've got to get better at technology with all this Aquarius stuff coming, everybody. No excuses. That includes me. Okay. I am so thirsty today. Okay. Alright, so let's start with Aries. Okay. Alright, I've got cards. Alright. I think that music's okay, it's not too loud or anything. Okay, there we go. Alright, I need to be able to see chat, that's all. And this chart, so I know which house we're talking about. So I do all of this just by intuitively. I don't write notes for this part of it. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but I just have to think about it basically as we go along. So yeah. Anyway, so let's go through the signs. So let's start with Aries. Okay, so for Aries rising people, all right, so we're looking at the Capricorn energy to start with, because we want to look at where the energy has been for the last 2.5 years and what you should have built and, you know, created and have a really strong foundation around now. And that's the 10th house for you. So that's career, that's our goals and what we want to create and the legacy we want to leave behind, and what we're doing for, you know, for our work basically to build and create. It's also where we can achieve things and create that legacy or something there. It's also the public and outer world too, so it's like those things we're chasing after outside ourselves. So that 10th house, so that's where you would have been that energy focused on for the last 2.5 years for Aries rising. Now you're moving into the planets are moving into that 11th house energy, and the 11th house is all about it's more about the outer world and the way of connecting with other people and like organizations and communities and getting out there basically. And it's a social sign and it's inventive and creative, and the 11th house is you know, represents all those things too. And it's you know, you can come into like new friendship groups and new circles that you connect with, and new socials or new communities that you join, and new groups that you become a part of basically. You could be more, your energy's focused on maybe you've built that good structure around the career and all that now that you can like start to do more humanitarian things to help other people, because you've got the foundation or the wealth or whatever you've built and created in some way, that now you can use that to help others in some way by doing those external things, or humanitarian things to help others, or inventive things, or to come up with like new just new ways basically. Oh, bye, just a bit nerdy. Take care. Thanks for being here. Oh, you're still here. Sorry. Oh, you're going. Oh my god. Oh, gnarly. Oh, 3 a.m. Whoa. Okay, that's alright. I'll split it up into individual signs later anyway, and you'll be able to watch back or check it out on YouTube or whatever. But it'll be here, highlighted and split up. So take care. See ya. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. So I know you were saying goodbye, I realised. Sorry, just a bit nerdy. I'm a bit blind sometimes. And I was reading backward, up from down, and reading from bottom up. Not from top down. Okay, so for Aries people, that's what it is now. It's like finding those new connections and new ways of connecting with people. It's very much, when you were talking about Aries, because Aries is the very first sign, so they align with like all these topics that we always talk about, because their chart aligns, because it's the first house and they are the first house, and it's very individual and whatnot, and that 11th house is that energy of their 11th house, so that's what they're moving towards. So that's it for Aries. We'll move on to Taurus, so we don't spend too much time in each sign. Alright, so let's get up Taurus rising, and then we can get to personal readings. Taurus. Is there a site you recommend to find your rising, or would any site be reliable? Just use astro.com. Astro.com is like one of the most reliable and best sites, definitely. And if you're here when we do the individual readings, I can bring up your chart and we can have a look. And I also can keep people's details private if they prefer to whisper them to me or something. If that's something that people don't want to share, that's always fine too. That's something that I can help you with and explain to you as well later on, just a bit nerdy. Okay, so I think we should move through these pretty fast. Taurus rising. So for Taurus rising people, this is happening in, the last 2 years, the energy of the Saturn, which is making us build and create and take responsibility and get serious and all that stuff we talked about, has been happening in the 9th house. And the 9th house represents like our beliefs. It can be like our higher learning, the education we do in a way of like long-term education, like universities and studies and stuff like that. And it's been making us get serious around that. And it could be like, it also represents like long distance travel as well, and like other cultures and philosophy as well, and being like open-minded and like wanting to grow and like expand and all that stuff as well. That's the 9th house there. So that's like been the focus there for the last 2.5 years, taking responsibility, getting serious, committing to things in that area. And now you're moving away, you've built that and you've done all that now, so that it can help you move to that 10th house and move forward into that Aquarius energy, which now for the next 2.5 years is all going to be about, and where you can, set these new intentions and launch this new thing too, that we're, this is all about this new thing we're going to launch in this energy too, in this Aquarius time. And the 10th house is our career, our goals, our legacy, what we're doing to create in the world. It's our reputation, our public image. So it's all that stuff, our success and what we achieve and what we're going to build and create. So that's where the focus is of this Aquarius energy for Taurus rising people. So that's really exciting. It's like helping you to like move into that energy of like coming up with like new expansive ideas of like creating and new inventive ways of like building things and working in your career. And it could be like new changes in jobs and what you're doing out in the world, new goals and all that are around these like exciting Aquarius things. So yeah, that is pretty exciting for Taurus rising people, having that career area of your goals and all that, the success, the energy moving into there and helping you to like start building something in that and like really create something there. And it's in those Aquarius energies and themes, something innovative too, or something humanitarian or different or unique. It's exciting. Okay, let's move into Gemini rising. Maybe I'm thirstier because I'm talking more today. I'm talking faster because I want to get through them faster so we can get to personal readings. Okay, Gemini. Okay, so what is this for? Oh, hey, Big Oz Tink. Or Big AU Stink. I'm not sure how I say your name. Big Oz Tink. How are you? I haven't seen you for a while. Hope you're well. This is, we're talking about the... Austin, I think you've said that before. That sounds familiar. I'm sorry, Austin. I'm good, thank you, Austin. I'm glad you've been good as well. We're talking about Saturn Jupiter Conjunction and what it means for each rising sign, and then we're going to look at individual charts and see where it's happening for you in your chart, and if it's hitting any like particular planets or anything in your chart. And as I've always say, we'll do that for the regulars or for anyone who's had their chart read before. I'm always happy to bring it up again. We don't have to go through the sun, moon and rising process. If we've been through that before, we can just go straight to where the energy is. And I still keep everyone's charts as well. So I can easily bring up your chart and we can go through and see where it's hitting in your chart for you. So yeah. Okay. Rush Hour was a good movie. Why do you say that? Are you saying I should rush and hurry up? Is that a joke? Okay, stop talking. Let's go on this. So, Gemini rising people. So for Gemini rising, what we're moving away from, what you've built and taken responsibility for and all that stuff over the last 2.5 years is the 8th house. And the 8th house is all about like our shared money and resources and taxes, and it can be like our deep healing and transformation that needs to happen too. So that could have been happening over this last 2 years, going deep and like into the truth of like yourself and what you like real desires and goals and that are basically, and some healing around that too, and any like kind of trauma from like either child or just through life, basically healing around that as well, and anything around like sex and death and transformation. That's huge with that 8th house, and that's where that Capricorn energy is being so making you get serious and take responsibility and build something and it might have been like the need to not rely on other people's resources so much, or like building that trust and that foundation to be able to build and rely on other people, and to you know, maybe borrow money and being in a good position so that you can be able to borrow money or something as well. And it can also be about like laws and institutions and stuff like that too. So, you know, taking responsibility for any like legal stuff as well. And also it's that there's a movie with Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan called Rush Hour. I'm not rushing, I'm sorry. Yes, I know, I have seen that. Isn't there like 3 movies? 3 Rush Hour movies? Oh, what is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Oh, I didn't even realize what you said. I know the little quote now. What it isn't good for? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. I told you I'm blonde. Okay, it takes me a little while to get things sometimes. Okay, sorry. So, yeah, so Gemini. See, this is like what we're moving into, this air and Aquarius energy. It's like so up in the air, and it's you have to keep grounding yourself. I need to probably hold a crystal. Wow, let's get a crystal. Let's hold this big baby, this big black tourmaline. So yeah, it's really important to ground, because it's like going to be so up in the air energy and like so fast paced and connecting and just like whoa. And we're going to need to remember to ground, and like that's what we've been building over the last 2.5 years, the ability to ground and create structure and build and all that stuff that's going to support us to get us through this like Aquarian energy. So having these practical things that help us to do these airy things, intellectual things or whatever. Okay, so yeah, so Gemini, so moving away from that 8th house where you've done all that now and into that 9th house. So 9th house is like you're going to be like building and coming into like with new goals and like new legacies and stuff like that, and creating and getting serious and taking responsibility now, and starting to see the little rewards come through when you do these things too in that 9th house stuff. So it's like the higher learning and education, and it might be committing to like new studies and ways that you can grow yourself and like expand basically, or new ways of like traveling and connecting and like being able to get out there or connect with other cultures in some way as well, or other religions as well, and like learning other beliefs and like changing your beliefs and having like, yeah, learning, basically coming into like new beliefs and stuff. That's very much that 9th house energy, and it's also that guru energy, so finding new gurus or teachers as well. So yes, so finding a new like spiritual part of yourself and a new philosophy, and that could be an interest for you over this next 2.5 years for Gemini rising people. Okay, so let's move on to Cancer rising. Okay. That's right, yay, Shredder. The water signs. Okay, so for Cancer rising, people, we're looking at the Capricorn energy first. So where you've been building and creating some kind of structures or taking responsibility and growing up and getting serious and showing up, all those sorts of things too. It is very much this Saturnian energy. And that 7th house stuff is relationships. I know you're smiling like a child right now. I know, Shredder, you're funny. Yeah, so the 7th house is relationships. It's like, that's what it is for you. It's like the last 2.5 years has been all about building like strong relationships and finding those people that you can be with that are going to support you and be there for you and help you to like grow and to like step into this Aquarian energy of the 8th house, which is like going to be like deep and transformative and like really like life-changing, especially when we go through 8th house stuff. 8th house stuff is like so deep and so transformative if we like really step into it and do the work. There's a lot of healing, but it's also that occult stuff too. So it's like getting into the deep healing by like opening up to the occultism and like the dark stuff, and like really like you know, maybe having some gaining some skills and abilities in those areas that can like help you to heal and like really step into the truth of who you are and what you desire, because that's that 8th house. So yes, so those that last 2.5 years has all been about the relationships and building those good ones and finding new connections, you know, with people that are going to help support you. And it means also getting serious and taking responsibility and showing up and all that stuff, and helping you to see where you weren't, so that you can let go of the relationships or see the ones that you don't need anymore, that aren't supporting you, that aren't providing that structure and helping you to build and grow, and aren't going on the same path of where you are and where you're heading. Yeah. And so yes, that 8th house is also, you know, going to help you to get more serious about, you know, taxes and money, other people's resources, the money that you receive from other people. It could be from other relationships or whatever it is, the way that you receive money. It can also be around shared resources with people as well. And it can also be any kind of like law and legal stuff, as I was saying earlier, the 8th house. So getting serious and taking responsibility around something like that as well. And maybe like starting to follow the law a bit more, or rules and regulations maybe. But although that's like the Aquarius energy, maybe there's going to be like a rebellion there against laws and regulations more or something, maybe, because it's Aquarius. It's not so much Capricorn now. That's where it could be, I guess, with laws, and that is that rebellion against laws. And maybe that's somewhere you need to be careful with over the next 2 years, is maybe not overdoing it. With that 8th house, we can sort of like, there can be enemies as well. So being careful around like, governments and all that, and laws and all that stuff, because it's our hidden enemies. So you could get yourself into trouble if you don't follow the laws and that. As much as your Aquarius energy, you want to break free and do things, you just need to be careful there with that 8th house. Yeah. Hello, Grant. How are you? Oh, by the way, I thought you had elf ears. I do have elf ears. I took off my, maybe I should put my ears back on. Here, let me get my ears. Oh, I took off my, I don't know which way they go. I took off my Santa hat because it's too hot. Oh my god, I'm in Queensland. I've got this portable aircon on and it's still hot. It's ridiculous. So yes, here we go. It's back on. Oh, you mean because of this? Oh, that's what Comedy Brother said last week. Oh, the elf ears because of this. But then I had these on, and then someone said it made it worse or something because of this. Oh gosh. Okay, yeah, I'm with you now. Funny. I guess I'll be doing readings as soon as I get through the signs. We're just looking through rising signs and how the Saturnian energy is going to be affecting, and the Jupiter energy over the next 2.5 years, and where it's been and what you should have built over the last 2.5 years. And then we're going to go into personal readings straight after that. So I'll open up I might open the queue now so everyone can sort of start to jump in, because we shouldn't take too long. And then people can jump in the queue and start queuing up. Is that how I open the queue? Or is it queue open? Oh, I'm so bad. Oh, I just lost it. I'm so bad with these commands. Queue open. There we go, the queue's open, so anyone can join now. The queue. So thank you everyone for waiting around. I appreciate it. And we just had a follow. Oh, Wonder Girl. Hello, Wonder Girl. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Okay. All right. So yes, everyone can join the queue now. We'll quickly try and get through these as fast as possible. We moved on from talking about my silly ears. Ah, thanks so much for the follow, Grant. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, join the queue if you would like me to look at your chart shortly, and we can look at all this Saturn energy. We do like a mini chart reading where we look at your sun, moon, and rising, and just sort of a brief overview of what that means for you and who you are. And then today we'll be looking at this Saturn Jupiter energy conjunction and what it means for you the next 2 years, and where you can like launch and build something that's going to like create something for you for the next 20 years and going to be really powerful. So that's exciting. You don't have to redeem stream points at all for these ones today. You can just join the queue. That's all you need to do. Thank you. I need more water actually, Tommy brother. I'm so thirsty today. I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh, thank you, Wonder Girl, for your contribution to the ASMR stream. So exciting. Because I have something really exciting for the stream too. I have a new tool that I want to use. I'm not going to say what it is because it's so exciting and no one else has got it that I've seen, and I haven't seen it anywhere, and a lot of people aren't even going to know what it is because, yeah, it's not something that's like fully out there, I guess. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Like, yeah, I've only seen it certain places, so yes, that's exciting. Yeah, thank you, Connie, you're so good. Thanks so much for the reminders. I need them. I actually need more water, so I'll take a break after this before we get to the personal readings for like 2 minutes to go bathroom and drink, but we'll quickly finish this. Okay, so I don't know where, so we're with Cancer rising now. I can't even remember if we've started now. So, oh yes, we're talking about Shredder's sign. Okay, yeah, so that was it. So that's it pretty much for Aquarius people. Just stay out of trouble, and I think hang on. And not following the law. That was just a bit nerdy. You said that. Yes. Yes, that's right. You might want to follow the law, but you might need to sometimes to stay out of trouble. Okay, let's move on to Leo rising now. So we can get through these. All right, Leo rising. Okay. Okay. Oh, water is important, especially if it's hot outside. Yeah, it's probably like 30 something degrees outside, I would say. Because I have this aircon thing on and it's like not even that cool in here, so yeah. Okay, alright, so for Leo rising people, the where you've been building and taking responsibility and getting serious and all this stuff has this Capricorn Saturnian stuff for you has been in the 6th house, and the 6th house is like our work, our career, it's our daily routines, it can be our health and our fitness. So pardon me. Sorry. So it's been like making you get serious around those things. So like maybe like having new fitness and routines, fitness and like eating patterns or structures or something like that, like coming into getting serious about that and getting really healthy there, and maybe even like going to bed and getting up early and like doing those things, and like even like your local environments, like keeping like your local environment clean as well, and like can represent our career and work. So getting serious around our work and career and what we're doing in our everyday stuff and taking responsibility there as well. Forget the rest of the world doesn't use Fahrenheit. Oh yeah, 30. So Fahrenheit, 30 degrees. Okay, so 30 degrees. So it's more than 30 degrees here for sure, but 30 degrees to Fahrenheit. Okay. 86 Fahrenheit. That's like the minimum what it would be today, 30. It could be like 33 or something or more, I don't know. It gets hot. It's like 90. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's funny. This is what like the Aquarian, this is what all the Aquarian energy is going to be like. It's going to be like going off topic, like, of course, but and connecting and socializing, chatting like this through online and communities, and like connecting with people all over the world, and like just being like having those amazing connections and be like, holy crap, like how can I be so connected with someone that's like I've never even possibly seen before, you know, or met before or whatever. Like it's going to be connections like that. So it's like that's really cool and exciting, especially if you've got any kind of Uranus or Aquarius energy in your chart. That's going to be like awesome for you if you're like, you know, it's going to be harder for people that are like more earthy and grounded and like stubborn and don't like change, like Tauruses maybe, or I don't know, we always say that, but yeah, it's just, yeah. So anyway, okay, so let's Leo rising. Okay, let's get back to it. Okay, and again, this is like when we're talking about the Aquarius energy and in the charts here, it's where you can like launch something or build something or create something new on this 21st of December, and then it will like go crazy and manifest over the next 2 years and build, or next 20 years, sorry. It's quite exciting. 48. Oh, 48 Fahrenheit? 28 Fahrenheit. Whoa, that's cold, isn't it then? Well, a lot colder than me, I guess. Okay, so for Leo rising people, this is happening in the 6th house where you've been building and oh, sorry, I just said that. Oh my gosh, I just said the 6th house, the work and all the career and all that. Oh my gosh, I'm getting lost. Okay, so health and fitness, all that stuff. Now we're moving into the 7th house where you'll be launching all that stuff, be able to launch stuff and start to build things there and start to see, you'll be able to take responsibility and do all these Saturnian things now is the 7th house. So it's like getting serious with relationships and finding new relationships maybe that support you and that you can like go into the world and create with people that are going to like help you on your path or that are on the same path as you as well. And it could be like, a relationship, and it could be you could find like relationships are no longer in alignment with you because of this energy too, because all your relationships are going to change dramatically, like the way that you do it. Like this is where, you could be someone who is quite, usually it's like, what's the word? Monogamous. Is that right? Monogamous? And it could be someone going to polyamory, that sort of thing. So it's like, that's very like, it can be Leo-like with that Aquarius 7th house energy. It's like unique and different ways of doing relationships. That's very much the energy. So you could have unique and different relationships with different people that you've never been with before, people that are like different, or black sheeps, or that are like full, want to like change the world in some way, or like really humanitarian in some way. You could find yourself in relationships like that, basically. Or relationships that are really like inventive and like new and like different to any kind of way you've had before and any way that anyone else has had before too. Yeah, so that's pretty much it for Leo rising. All right, let's go into Virgo rising. Okay, so for Virgo rising. Okay, so for Virgo rising people, oh, you wish you had ocean near you, Grant. Oh, I'm very lucky. I have ocean near me, but an hour away, but still pretty close. Chicago. Okay, so yes. Virgo rising. So for Virgo rising people, so you've been building and creating that structure and that foundation and getting serious and all that stuff in the 5th house. And the 5th house is like our play and our fun and our love and our heart and our happiness and really our joy. So, getting serious about that stuff and like our hobbies as well. So it could be like, starting to like get serious and like even create some kind of wealth around that, or build some kind of foundations around that, the hobbies that like support us in some way, or do something for us that help us like achieve goals, or put something out into the world, or build some kind of, leave some, that create some kind of legacy. It could be like creative things and creative projects as well that help to create some kind of legacy or help you to achieve goals or whatnot. That's that 5th house, and like getting more playful and in touch with your childlike self and your what really brings you joy and makes you happy, and getting really serious about that stuff there. And romance and passion and all those things too it represents. So taking responsibility, getting serious about that. Maybe someone who was promiscuous and like, someone that wasn't like serious about relationships and like love and romance and all that, and someone that, even someone that doesn't look after their kids properly, for example, someone that doesn't look after the relation, like, doesn't care for long-term relationships and just wants little things. It could like have made you get more serious in that area and start to like build more foundations and structure around that, and not being so flippy-floppy and like taking responsibility around that instead, that sort of thing, So yes, that's where it's been helping you build for the last 2.5 years. Now moving into that 6th house, which is where you can launch something new or create something new, or what's going to be for you the next 2.5 years, that energy, and then for the next 20 years be able to like manifest basically. So for you, Virgo rising, that's the 6th house, which is our work, our career, our daily routines, our health and fitness. So helping you to basically step into, new ways of like eating and stuff like that. It could be someone that goes vegan, because they want to do something for the environment and humanitarian purposes, and it's going to be better for the environment. It's someone that wants to go vegan, or they're just someone that wants to eat whole foods and eat better for their health and to feel better and for the environment as well. It's not always like based on, when we're talking about Aquarius energy, the selfishness is more for like a higher purpose, for a bigger purpose, or for humanitarian sorts of things. But yeah, to help the environment or something like that as well. It could be like new ways of like looking after your health and coming up with like new inventive, or using technology in some way to help you with your health and exercising and stuff like that as well. The 6th house can represent like our daily routines and all that as well. So like anything that we do on a daily basis, any of the like of our co-workers that we see on a daily basis too, and like our career, where we go to our workplace every day. So there could be, you could be coming into new ways of working or doing your work as well, and new inventive ways, or using more technology and different technology in the workplace or in your work and what you do. All of those things, and new ways of connecting with people in the workplace or through your career, new groups and connections that you make through all this, through career and all that as well. Yeah. So that's it for Virgo rising. Let's move on to Libra rising. We're trying to go through these as fast as possible to get to the personal readings. So for Libra rising people, Virgo rising gang, yay, Space Nath, that's me too, Virgo rising. And I forget when I'm doing these readings too, like I just go through them, and then afterwards I'm like, oh, what was it for my sign again? And then when I'm listening back, I'm like, oh, that's my sign, and I get to listen to what I said for me for my sign and take the advice and message. Especially because it's like I said, I don't have notes for this, so I'm just sort of intuiting what I know about these signs and reading to you what each house is and what the house represents and what it will mean for that house. So it's just sort of flowing and coming out, and I'm not really, I guess, analytically thinking about it as much. I don't know. You think you are too. Call me brother. Oh, we'll have another look. And hello, Mad Galaxy. How are you? Capricorn rising. Oh, we're almost getting to Capricorn. Cancer here. I'm sad. Oh, Cancer rising. That's okay. We'll look at your individual chart anyway, Grant. So all good. And as you're not alone, as being a Cancer rising, Grant, Shredder's a Cancer rising too. He's here somewhere. He might have run off for a bit, but Shredder is a Cancer rising too. Okay, so for Libra rising people. We've been building and creating that foundation and getting serious and taking responsibility and all that stuff, is that Capricorn energy for the last 2.5 years is the 4th house. That's the home, that's the family, that's like, it can be like our local environment in a way of not where we go in our day-to-day travel, like the 6th house, but our 4th house is our home, so like our bedroom or our immediate home and space as well. The 4th house is like our home, our family, our where we nurture ourselves, where we care for ourselves, our immediate environment. So it's making you like take responsibility in that area, get serious. It could even be like brought changes in the home, and where you like maybe you want to move houses now, or you don't want to live with certain people you were living with before, a certain family, or it could have been making you take more responsibility in those areas when it comes to home and family, and nurturing the self as well, nurturing the family, all those things. And now you're moving towards, now you've built those structures and those foundations around that stuff. You're moving into that 5th house now, and the 5th house is all about our love and play and fun and joy and passions and our heart. What makes us happy? That's the 5th house. And so moving into, new ways of like doing that, new ways of connecting with people that bring out that happiness and love and playfulness inside you, new creative ways of like doing your hobbies and those creative and expansive things that you do, the things that you love and enjoy, new inventive ways, new technology coming into those sorts of things and how you can do those things as well. And also, it can make you get serious in that area too. So when like that Saturn energy moves in, it could be someone that makes a career out of it, not a career, but make some kind of goals or create something or build something around some hobbies as well. And yeah, you know, this is where you could build something or launch something new around like hobbies or children. It could be like someone that wants to like have children, and this could be like the time when you want to like fall pregnant and do it, or really get serious over the next 2 years about having children and starting a family and doing all that stuff, because now you've set the foundation of like you've got the home and the family, and now you want to bring the kids into it, you know, and bring the kids into and have kids and create that, finish that picture, you know, well, not finish but continue that story basically around the chart. So that can be exciting too for Libra rising people if that's in your radar of children. Otherwise, it's that creative stuff, that love and that playing, getting in touch with that inner child and really connecting and getting to like know ourselves again in a way of fun and playfulness and what makes us truly happy. So yes, that's it for Libra rising people. Let's move into Scorpio rising. Hello Kingworth, how are you? Thanks for being here. You want me to find out my cat's rising? Your cat's rising sign? Is that what you mean? That's cool. I don't know mine, but I was thinking the other day, Yosh, the black cat that's down the bottom right, he's got to be a Taurus rising. Like, he's so stubborn and so sensual and just all these Taurus things. I'm like, I wonder if he's a Taurus rising. I haven't looked into it because you don't know the time with animals and pets usually, you know, unless you had them when they were born there. But when you get them from elsewhere, you know, you don't have their time of birth, so it's hard to know their rising sign. Unless you do, you know, chart rectification and all that stuff. But you can do it by like guessing their, if you know someone, you can like guess their rising sign basically. And yeah, I think my Yosh is a Taurus rising. So yes. Hello Relic TV! I watched you earlier. How are you? So good to see you. Your energy is so amazing. I love watching you. I'm good, thank you, Kingworth. I'm glad you're well. I was wondering what you were doing with birth charting. Yeah, so we're just going through the rising signs. As soon as we get through these, we're on to Scorpio now. We're going to go into the individual personal readings. Oops. For anyone who wants to join the queue, I opened the queue just before, so anyone who would like to join the queue and have me look at their chart, we go through just a mini chart reading of Sun, Moon and Rising, just to give a brief description. And then we're going to have a look at where this Aquarius energy is happening for you and what you can create over this next 20 years and next 2.5 years, how it will be affecting you. And anyone who's had their chart read before, we can bring up your chart too and have a look and just see where this energy is affecting you, or how it's going to affect you and how you can make the most of it as well. Alright, so we're up to Scorpio rising. Scorpio rising. Okay. Oops, wrong one. Scorpio rising. Okay. So, for Scorpio, doing good. I have totally thought about getting pets from a breeder to ask for a birth time. Yeah, that would be cool, Relic. That would be cool. How was the rest of your stream? I didn't see the end part, or then when you went to play games, I think you said you were going to go play games? Don't get a breeder. Yeah. Yes, I won't go into cats and breeders, and just don't get a Himalayan or a Persian cat or anything that's like a specific breed. Just get a normal animal or dog in that case too. It's stressful. Okay. Shredder, when the moon is in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, and peace will guide the planets and love will steer the stars. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Yes, it's a song. Yes. Lyrics from the song 1969 movie. Oh, okay. It's just, there's a song, The Age of Aquarius. Oh, I need to know Aquarius stuff. I don't think I would actually go to a breeder. Yeah. Oh, that Phasmophobia. Oh, I have seen that game, but I will not download it and play it. It looks too scary. I can't do ghost stuff. I hate mediumship. I hate ghost stuff. I hate scary stuff. I hate horror movies. I hate all that stuff. I'm a sook. I can't handle it. And I thought of like ghosts and having my headphones on and it being scary. Oh my god, no thank you. I like comedy and light-hearted stuff and high vibe stuff, and I'm not saying that that game isn't, but I'm just saying that I don't like ghosts. I don't like scary stuff, no, I'm a sook. I'm a scaredy cat. That's why I have 4 cats around me to protect me from them, obviously. What's scary about a scary movie? I don't know. There's unknown, I guess, and the jumping out and the scary stuff. I don't know. Okay, let's go. Let's get moving so we can get on to personal signs. Okay. Personal readings. Okay. So for Scorpio rising, so the Saturn energy for you has been in the third house the last 2.5 years. And the third house, where you've been needing to take responsibility, get serious, build things, is all about like our communication and our thoughts and how we interact with others. So really getting serious about that. And, you know, over the last 2.5 years, there could have been a lot of second guessing yourself, especially when it comes to communicating with others and the things you write in emails and the way you communicate and the conversations you have with people. It could have made you, second guess it, and like, you know, when you've walked away from a conversation with someone, like rethink it and say, I should have said that, or maybe I should have said that, or be like quite hard and harsh on yourself too about the way you've been communicating and speaking. Or again, just making you take responsibility, getting serious about it. And like maybe you haven't been doing these things that you need to do when it comes to communicating, or the mind as well, and like processing of information and stuff. Like maybe you should be journaling and you haven't been journaling to get your thoughts out and to balance that as well. There could be something there, but you know, taking responsibility there and starting to journal or maybe like start a blog or something like that. Like, you know, that could be something you've done over the last 2.5 years as well. There could also have been changes with like and making you get serious around like anything to do with technology and even like our cars and travel and stuff like that as well. And maybe there's been more responsibility when it comes to like the short distance travel you do in the local places and communities that you sort of go to in your local area. There could be more responsibility there with like any kind of like community groups that you're a part of with that third house that involve like connecting with others and like your neighborhoods and community connections, that sort of thing. It could have felt more heavy and whatnot there, but it's again making you take responsibility and get serious so that you can build those good foundations around that, so you can move into that new Aquarius energy around that fourth house now. And that fourth house is like creating a really good foundation and like home and structure and somewhere that we can like look after ourselves and nurture ourselves. And you know, you could find that you over the next 2.5 years you move somewhere completely different. Or you live somewhere different, or you change your home in some way, or the people you live with are different, or they change, or you go through huge, breakthroughs there, basically. Or, you know, it could be someone that even, like, goes from living in, like, a high-rise apartment that wants to go live in, like, the earth and, like, on a farm and be away from everything as well. There could be some, you know, changes like that with that fourth house energy. Again, it could be just the people in your home and the people you live with, changing that. You know, you could have lived in like could have lived by yourself and you're like quite lonely, and you decide that you want to live with people and have more people and connection in your life, so you go into share accommodation, or vice versa, you know. It could even be like bringing more people into your home and that that nurturing space in some way through the internet and stuff like that as well. So yeah, hello Tully Dog, how are you? Thanks for coming by. I hope you've had a good day so far. Alright, let's go on to Sagittarius rising. Okay, so for Sagittarius rising people, so the Saturn energy where you need to take responsibility, get serious, build something, all that stuff for you for Sagittarius rising people is where are we looking? Capricorn, second house. So second house is like our self-worth, our confidence, it's our skills and abilities. So it could be like, getting serious about that and building something there. It could have been like learning something new when it comes to our skills and abilities, so that you could like improve on that and have those abilities and skills to be able to create some kind of material wealth, or some kind of like practical things there, doing something practical in an area of self-worth and being more confident and like being able to like step into that real feeling really valuable, you know. But it's like, maybe it's like helps you get serious about that and like take responsibility around that stuff as well, so that you do feel more valuable. You're able to support yourself and look after yourself, and you don't need to rely on anyone else. You've got that own stability that you've created for yourself over the last 2.5 years that supports you. And now you're moving into this third house, this Aquarius energy, which is very much, the third house is about, those local like communities that we're part of, those like connections that we make locally. It can be the way we connect and communicate, like it can be emails and journals and blogs and writing and all those things, or it could be talking and speaking and finding new ways to do that and connect with people in those ways. That's very much what that third house is. And even new ways of connecting with siblings as well. I need some more water in a moment, guys. Okay, we're nearly there. So that's very much that third house is like, your neighborhoods and local communities and that, and finding new ways to connect with people and to get out there and like speak or communicate or write or any of those sorts of things within those arenas of connecting, basically. Okay, so that's it for Sagittarius rising. So let's move on to Capricorn rising. Okay, so for Capricorn rising people. Okay, so for Capricorn rising, the Saturn energy where you've been building, creating structure, taking more responsibility, getting serious, all that stuff that we've been speaking about for you is the first house. So Capricorn has probably been one of the most intense 2.5 years for you. For earth signs, in general, but definitely for Capricorn, it's been super intense having this Saturn Jupiter energy in the first house. The first house is all about ourselves and who we are and what we're sort of putting out into the world in the way we're presenting ourselves, can be our appearance. So it's making you get serious and take responsibility in those areas, and also, about our independence and being an individual as well, and also our attitude and our attitude to life, like what we're putting out there, how people are seeing us for our attitude and the way we are. So getting serious in those areas and taking responsibility and building something there, and like could have been like, building a new you, something like that, that's pretty cool for Capricorn. It would have been tense and like really difficult and hard and felt like really heavy, but at the end of it you've come out with like really strong support system of yourself. Like you've built something around your identity and who you are, or change and come to like a better vision of like the way you want to present yourself or your appearance and stuff like that as well. So now you want to wait to look in the VOD for Virgo. Oh yes, and I split them up into each sign too. I'll highlight them into each sign, so then you can just read your specific sign once I do that. Usually I do that tomorrow night, so after these. So but otherwise you can always watch the VOD back to just flick through it if you want your specific sign. And I upload it to YouTube too. That's okay. It's I like doing that. Sometimes people want to just read the start and just their sign. They don't want to listen to it all, so it makes it easier. I know I'm like that. I like to listen to my sun, moon and rising of course first, and then sometimes I like to listen to other people's signs too, so then you don't have to listen to all of them. I want to listen to my partner's rising sign, or you want to listen to your mum's rising sign, or your brother's rising sign, or whatever it is, So, Okay. Alright, so so now we're moving into the second house this next 2.5 years, and then what you can build and start something new, or launch into in those second house things now for the next 20 years that are going to keep building for you, and you'll be able to create, is that second house stuff of like self-worth and confidence, and having the values and possession and money basically, and all that stuff to support yourself and create all that. So it's like having the skills and abilities to support your own stability and your own financial wealth, and that's pretty exciting. So you'll be coming into new inventive ways of doing that, and new ways of connecting with people that help you with that as well, and new ways of like feeling confident about yourself and stepping into your unique self of like who you are, and feeling good about that, and being able to use those skills and abilities that may be unique and different to others, but something that are going to be able to help you create financial wealth or some kind of stability. So yes, that's it for Capricorn rising. Let's get to Aquarius rising, second last sign, and then we can move on to personal readings. So So if you haven't joined the queue yet, join the queue so that we can look at your chart if you're interested, and we can see where all this energy is hitting your specific chart, and look at your sun, moon, and rising. Okay, so Aquarius. Okay. Yeah, exclamation mark, join, that's it. Okay, so, alright, so let's look at, where are we? Yeah, Aquarius rising. So for Aquarius rising people, this could be more difficult for you over the next 2.5 years now these planets are moving into your sign. But it's going to just make you get really serious about who you are and what you're about and your identity and what you're putting out there and your appearance and how you present yourself, all that stuff. But for the last 2.5 years, it's been in your 12th house, and the 12th house is like all about like healing, and it's also like our higher connection out with like either God or our higher self or something like that, or our spirituality. It's also our intuition, that deep connection, that higher self, all that. And it could have also brought like endings and closures, because that 12th house is like completion. So, you know, you could have seen endings and completion and closures in your life that you've had to do it and get serious about anything that's needed to end as well. It's also like our mental state too, that 12th house, so getting serious around those things. So it's like, yeah, the mind and the intuition and the higher self and that mental, psychological state, and getting serious and taking responsibility around that, and being able to build a really healthy place around that and be strong and have a good foundation so that you can move into that first house energy now of being able to put yourself out there and what your identity is and who you are and your appearance and what it is that. And then over the next 2.5 years, you might find changes there. You might want to change your appearance in a drastic way that's completely different to what you even thought you would ever look like, or present yourself, or the way you would show yourself, or whatever it is. There could be like huge changes over the next 2.5 years in that area, and it's new inventive ways. Like you could reinvent yourself. You could fully reinvent yourself basically over the next 2.5 years, which will have a leading on effect for the next 20 years, and we'll be able to create and build something amazing. So this could be like putting yourself out there as well, and you know, building something around the identity of who you are and a brand around you. So yes, that's Aquarius rising. Let's move on to Capricorn Pisces rising. What am I doing backwards? Pisces rising, the last sign, and then we can move on to personal readings. Okay. So yes, join the queue if you'd like me to look at your chart, and we can see where all this energy is going to hit you for the next 2.5 years, and where you can launch something new that's going to be able to create some kind of something huge that's going to be for the next 20 years. Like, that is amazing. I have a huge brain, don't worry. Me too. Yes, question, Grant. Ask away. My sister would like one and she's with me. How would that work? That's fine. Have you already joined the queue, Grant? If you've already joined the queue, what I'll do is I'll join myself in the queue and then I can be for your sister. And then when it comes to my name, then I will read for your sister. You can give me the details then. So we'll do that. I don't know how to add to lists and stuff like that yet. I'll have to talk to admin and people and stuff. I don't know. Yes. Call me brother. I don't have any water left. I'm just going to get through Pisces. Then I'm going to have a quick toilet break, get some more water, and come back and do personal readings. So I will get my water then, and I'm going to give you some points back so that you can use them for something else, because you keep giving me points. But I appreciate it. Hello, Pity USA. Hello, thanks for being here. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Please join the queue, !join, if you would like me to look at your chart today, and we can see where all this energy is going to be hitting you for the next 2.5 years. Oh, I just realized too, my title is wrong. Well, it was. I don't know if it's changed, if it updated. But yeah, we're looking at Saturn Jupiter conjunction today. Going through rising signs. We're at Pisces, the last sign, and then we're moving on to personal readings and looking at where that's hitting in each individual chart. And if I haven't read for you before, then we'll look at your sun, moon, and rising and just see how that plays out as you as a person, basically. So yeah, so hello, thank you for being here. Oh, title's okay. All right, I've still got mine from the start, and I can see last night's title. But anyway, okay, Pisces rising, we're almost there, and then I can have a drink and toilet break, and then come back and we can get into it. Thank you, Space Nath. That's very kind of you. I appreciate your thanks. That's really nice. Thanks for being here, and thanks for your patience. I really appreciate that. Okay, so for Pisces rising people, all right, so for Pisces rising, so the Capricorn energy for the last 2.5 years, where you've had to build and create structure and foundation and get serious and take responsibility, has been the 11th house. And the 11th house is our outer world connections and our friendships and the organizations and groups that we're a part of. It's the communities that we're a part of too. So yeah, maybe it's for you, could be really based around like those friendships and friendship groups and friendship circles, and creating some kind of like structure and healthy foundation and something there that can support you as you move into this Aquarius energy over the next 2.5 years. So really good friends and friendship groups or circles or people that you've come into in like community or organizations that you've become a part of that really are on the same path as you, in the same alignment, that are here for the bigger picture and same as you, and are gonna help you, and like you can help each other, and it really like help you to like expand and grow in some way. So that's where it's been for you, and that's going to help you move into this 12th house energy now. So having that good foundation and structure there, those things, is going to help you with those 12th house things now, which is all about the mental state and the mind, and being able to have a good connection to your intuition and your higher self, and really tune into yourself and know what's good for you as well. And also that connection with like God or spiritual things. And you know, you might come into a new spiritual belief or reality that you start to like live in, basically, or you might start to like find an interest in like spiritual things or religion or God or something like that as well over the next 2.5 years. Find something new you can build and create structure and take responsibility in with there, and something where you can launch into in these areas over the next 20 years too, and 2.5 years will be in that energy, but 20 years to create something that will be good for you for the next 20 years, basically. And that 12th house stuff is also can be like quite healing too when it comes to like the psychological side of things, and having a really good healthy mental state and balance and harmony there, and also yeah, that deep connection with like the higher self, basically. So it's coming into new ways of doing those things as well, and being able to connect into those things and have those things and have that really good mental psychological state, and new ways of doing that stuff, new ideas, new inspirations. You know, it could also, you know, the next 2.5 years making you take responsibility in those things that are super like creative as well, and like the stuff where you can like sort of have that like escape and like get away, and it could be like art or creativity, or you know, you could find it, there's like a new way that you can bring out that side of yourself too, that more compassionate side. Yeah, so that's it for each individual rising signs. Thank you everyone for your patience. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for being here. So we're going to go into the personal readings now for each sign. We're going to bring up charts as per the queue. So make sure you join the queue if you haven't already. And I'm going to take a quick 2-3 minute break quickly. I'll be as fast as possible. I'm going to get some more water, go to the bathroom. It'll probably be 2 minutes. It won't be long at all. And then I'm going to go through individual charts and see what you can launch into and build for the next 20 years. Like, that will be exciting. So we'll see who is first. Space Nath is first. So Space Nath, let me Okay, I need to fix my overlay too, so you have to give me 3 minutes. But Space Nath, you just need to post your. You can wait till I get back, but it'll just be your date, date of birth, location of birth, and time of birth, and then we can bring up your chart. Okay, so I'm going to. There we go. No, we'll just put it there. That'll be enough. Okay, so yes, you can type them here, you can whisper them, or you can send them through Discord, whatever you prefer. Here in chat is fine, whatever you're more comfortable with, and then we'll bring up your chart and we'll have a look. So I'll be back in 3 minutes, and I won't be long, and join the queue if you haven't already, and we can look at your chart and see what you can manifest over the next 20 years and the next 2.5 years, where the focus will be with this great conjunction. So very exciting. Okay, be back in a moment. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Okay, I'm back. Thank you everyone for your patience. I appreciate it. Thank you again for being here. Okay, so I'm going to get up the other camera in between after the chart too for the Oracle cards, because I'll pull Oracle card 2 to see what message we get. I'll let you choose one out of my new deck to see what message can help you with whatever you need to be basically building over this next 2.5 years, what you need to be working on. So what I might do, this might be a good way to do it. Sorry, I'm just getting the cards ready. It's always hard on a desk, you've got like limited space. And I will see if the camera can pick that up. That might make it better. Okay, so let's bring up the first chart. Space Nath, you've been very patient, thank you. And what did I miss? All right, I've got your details. Okay, so I've got your details here, Space Nath. Okay. Okay. It's okay, Tali. I'm probably a grandma with you, so it's all good. Funny. Born in the 70s, yeah. I'm an 80s girl. Okay. Alright, so let's bring up Space Nath's chart. Now, let me get it up. There we go. All right. Might help if I could spell. Okay, so what is going on? Why can I not type properly today? Okay. Now. Alright, Space Nath. Oh, I'm terrible at typing. It's probably because I'm trying to type around my microphone. Okay, Space Nath. See, this desk thing is hard. Okay, alright, so Space Nath, we've got 8th of November, and we've got 2000 and London, and we've got 1:34 a.m. Okay, 1:34. Alright, so let's bring up your chart. Let me check I've got the details right first. So I've got the, sorry, I'm not reading your comments yet. I'm stuck up here just from the birth details. I'll have a look in a sec. So we've got 8th of November 2000. We've got London, and we've got 1:34 a.m. Yay, okay, we've got them right. So let's save that. And no, I know, right? No matter how hard I try, I cannot forget my age. Yes, call me brother. I love listening to astrology talk too, Space Nath. That's all I listen to sometimes. It's like, yeah, I'm just an astrology fiend. It's just the best. Thanks for joining, Mad Galaxy. Okay, so let's get into it. I haven't missed anything important. All right, let's bring up your chart, Space Nath. Oh, no wonder the name, Space Nap, when you love astrology. And space, I guess? Okay, maybe astronomy? Alright, so charts. Let's save your chart, and then let's bring it up in OBS. I haven't done charts for readings for a week, so this is exciting. I've been doing sound healings and other things, so yeah, kind of feel like I haven't done it in ages. It's only been a week, but okay. Whoa, that's tiny. Let's fix that up. Okay, there we go. So there is your chart. Okay, so these are Day. We'll do your tip next. We'll do the feng shui tip in between the next reading. Thanks for being here, Day. I hope you're well. So I'm going to pull a card for each one too, an oracle card, but we'll get to that at the end. Okay, so I like to start with Sun, Moon, and Rising. These are just mini readings that I give you a brief overview of what your Sun, Moon. Let me move this over a bit. I think I need to go this way. So I'm in the camera more. I feel like I'm cut out. No? Did that even do anything? I don't know. There we go. That's better. Okay, sorry. Okay, so yeah, Sun, Moon, and Rising, and then I will go through just a little bit about them, and it's about who you are, and then we'll go through where the Saturn energy is hitting in your chart, basically. Okay, so you are I should probably get that crystal back. I think it was helping me ground before. I'm trying to keep on track this Aquarius energy, as I said it's going to be like. Okay, so Virgo rising. So lovely Virgo rising. So a Virgo rising person is usually someone that is quite analytical. They are someone that can pay attention to the details. They can be quite organized or like organization. They can like lists and ticking things off them. They're someone that is usually either like quite interested in health, or someone that really needs to be cautious and careful about their health, because otherwise they can have stomach issues, because Virgo very much is a sign that can have stomach issues especially because of anxiety. It can be an overthinker, and it can be an anxious sign, someone that overthinks and is in their head and analyzing and overanalyzing everything. Virgo rising fog. Yes! I'm a Virgo rising too. And it can be someone that is interested in like money and finances, and not so much money, but finances and numbers and like accounting and stuff like that as well, because they are analytical and they like numbers. It can be someone who, Virgo is a sign of service, so they're here to be of service. They're here to serve in some ways. They usually get pleasure out of like helping people or being of service or something like that. And the reason that Virgos can get a bad rap for being harsh or critical or any of these things that you hear is because they are very analytical and they're the overthinkers, so they're always thinking about things, and they're fixers. They like to fix things. They're here to be of service and to help, and they're here to fix. They're fixers, so they can see the problems and see what's wrong, and they can like to point those out sometimes, and people find them critical for that reason. But they're really just trying to be of service and to be helpful, basically, by pointing out the things that are wrong and showing the ways that they can be fixed. Guilty overthinker here too. I've always suffered from stomach issues too. Yeah, that's very much a Virgo rising thing. So it's so important with Virgo rising people to balance out the Virgo rising. The other side of the scale is Pisces. And that Pisces energy in the 6th house is someone that really needs to listen to their intuition, and that's like your gut instincts and how you feel. Hello, Emily C. Taylor. How are you? Thank you for the follow. Thanks for being here. So true about Virgo sun here. Oh, yes, it is. It is so true. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, so, that 6th house, they're someone that really has to balance out that psychological mind in a way. Like, they have to have really healthy routines and practices, like healthy routines, and eat well and stuff like that, They need to also be someone who like has some kind of way to balance out that mental state, that overthinking. And I know that you know, not everyone can meditate and all that rah, and some signs can't because of that, you know, really intense overactive energy. But Virgo's one that really should learn to meditate, although they've got that, because they've got that overthinking mind. Basically, there's someone that needs to learn to like either meditate or do yoga or do some kind of mindfulness practice, basically, to really like balance out their health, to like have really good mental health and to have really good physical health, and to avoid those stomach issues. They've got to be able to like balance their emotions out and all that, and it's just having a good physical body, basically being really healthy, being mindful of the way they eat and all that stuff is like so important. And that is the Virgo thing. Like they can be someone that is really picky as well, and you know, picky about the way they eat and what they eat as well, which is like important. It is part of the Virgo thing. You know, some people see some of these things as negative in certain charts, but they're a part of that sign for a reason, to help them. So yeah. Try floating in a deprivation tank. It cured my anxiety. Yeah. So there's like so many things we can do to like help with anxiety, and I'm going to be able to help give you so many more tips with that over the next few months, which I'll be talking about in a few days. But yes, there is a lot we can do with anxiety and our mental state and all that. So make sure you join Discord if you haven't already, because I'll be sharing more of that over the next few days and all sorts of stuff. And I'm going to share the times, 2 lucky times on the 21st that you want to launch into something new or start something new as well. I'm going to share that in Discord later tonight, so make sure you join Discord for that. But yes, so what was I going to say again? Saying about deprivation tank, and there was something else I thought of as well. The other thing for anxiety, there's like heaps of really cool things we can do for anxiety, like Tully said, like the deprivation tank and all that. And then there's things like you know, even just like journaling and all that, you know, can help with anxiety, or things that like tapping, which are like breaking through the psychological mind in a way and into like the meridians of the body, and also breath work and things like that, you know, things that change our energy, basically. So yes, I'm going to share more of all that, about how we can do all that sort of stuff in a few days. Super excited for this shift. Yes, so am I. I think anyone that is like awoken to it or in tune to it or anything like that is going to really feel it and see it, and it's going to be like super exciting. If you're like stuck in the old and you haven't grown, and you're, as much as I don't like to say it, if you're not here to be a part of the shift and you're going to be left behind because you're not here to awaken in this lifetime, then it's going to be difficult for you, and it's going to be hard, and it's not going to be fun. That's the thing. You need to be open to change, ready for change, and ready for the unexpected as well. And not stuck in the old ways and wanting the old systems and old structures or any of that stuff, because anyone who's stuck in that is going to really have a hard time over this next few years. It's going to be difficult. That's why it's so important to have these good, strong foundations around us that we've been creating over the last 2.5 years, so that we can have stability and people to rely on. I'm more scared than excited. I know my mind is not prepared. That's the thing, Grant, we can't prepare because it's unknown. And nobody knows what's going to happen. No astrologers really know. No psychics really know. No one really knows, because Uranus, Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, which is unpredictable energy. And we don't know. We just have to make sure we're always in our hearts and following our guts instinct and doing what we love, and we'll be on the right path. That's the main thing. Not following what anyone else wants and anyone else's beliefs or anyone else's stories. Charlie, don't try listening to your gut feeling instead of your head sometimes. Our higher self tries to contact us through there, most because that's our center. If you hear yourself in your head too much, try to feel that your gut is telling you. sometimes your mind can overshadow that feeling and it can be detrimental to our health. I've even been holding tourmaline through the day as well. Yeah, because that's what we're moving into now. The energy, Emily, of like Aquarius, which is like up in the air. It's buzzy. It's like fast moving, and like it's air energy, and we need to ground, and we need to like use what we've learned in that Capricorn energy, that practical stuff we've learned, and bring it into this Aquarius age so that we can have foundations and things that like support us and keep us strong and grounded and all that stuff as well. So yeah. I lost my tourmaline necklace the day I made it. Was so upset. I have more, but I just made it. Sometimes when we lose things or don't have things or crystals and that, it's because they've served their purpose, or they're not meant for us, or we don't need them, or yeah, there's always a reason why a crystal or whatnot leaves our side. It's finished its purpose, it's going to move on to someone else, or we don't need it anymore, or our energy's changed for some reason and it's not in line with us anymore, or there's always some reason. So yes. Okay, so let's get back to your chart, Space Nath. I hope you're still here. I'm so sorry. I've just been chatting and talking about things, but there's just so much. This is what I wanted to do, talk about all this stuff, because there's just so much going to be changing over the next 2.5 years. And we all need to be able to like come together and support each other and be able to talk about it all and like, yeah, do this sort of thing. This is like so important. Things like Twitch are just going to like blow up and be huge because everyone's going to be like looking for more and wanting to connect and like wanting to know more and like wanting to grow and learn and just everything. So it's like really exciting. Oh, thanks, Emily. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Oh, I resonate with that too. That's really cool. You seem like you're on the same path. Virgo rising. Hey, we're here to be of service and to help others. Oh, you're a Virgo sun, sorry. Virgo sun. So yes, definitely here to be of service and help others. That's where the sun is shining for you. I meant for that long paragraph. Space Nath. Okay, so Space Nath, let's get back to you. So that's the rising sign energy of a Virgo, and there's nothing sort of else, you know, too much in that sort of area that would affect that rising sign as much. You do have Mars in the first house, so it just makes you more driven in that area. But it's in the sign of Libra, so it's not as aggressive and attack-worthy. It's a bit more balanced there. It's not its favourite place to be for sure. That's the thing with a Mars Libra energy. But it definitely makes it not as much in that attack mode or that warrior mode or that fighting mode. Sorry, my tourmaline's got some mica or mica, whatever it is, bits coming off it, I think. It's like falling into my hands. Let's put it on the bottom of the mic. We'll ground the mic. Okay, so... yeah, so let's move into your sun. So sun is down there in the third house in Scorpio. So Scorpio sun is usually someone that is like quite deep and intense. They don't like small talk. It can be someone that has like interest also in like the occult stuff, or even like with that third house could be someone that like writes about occult things or writes about like transformation and healing, or like speaks and communicates it about it in some way in their life, about transformation and healing and death and birth and all those things that are like sort of mysterious and dark as well, or like occult things as well. It could be also someone that has like some kind of interest intellectually too in like learning about like finances and like taxes and insurances and laws and stuff like that too, and all that sort of stuff. There could be quite an interest, or somewhere, you know, that in your life that part shines as well. Hello, Rocker Adea. Hello, Rocker. Thanks for being here again. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. I'm doing well, thank you. About to smoke. Okay, so yeah, so sun in the third house is usually someone that's like quite. So a Scorpio sun person is usually someone that's like likes to keep their friends close but their enemies closer. That sort of thing can be the Scorpio energy sometimes. But they can also be someone who is only loyal to those close to them, and only talks and keeps like opens up to their secrets and lets those that are really close to them, like their family or like their besties, and that's it, let them know any of their like dark, deepest secrets. They can be someone who's like a bit more sort of private in a way, but when it's in that third house, it's a bit more expressive and communicative. So they can be more expressive and communicative in in the way of like who they are and what they're putting out there as well. That sun is like highlighting in that area of that third house. So it could be someone that communicates or is expressive or like journals or writes in some way too, and like shares that in some way. And shares it with others so that it can like transform and grow and heal in some way. Emily, thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that. That is so kind of you. I have some emotes coming. I had one lot made. I wasn't happy with them, so now I'm having someone else do a second lot. They're just doing some revisions, so yes, I'll have some new emotes soon. But yes, thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate it. And I'll be having some new stuff coming in a few days and new perks and stuff for subs as well. So that will be exciting. So thank you very much. I look forward to being able to look at your chart. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay, so all right, so let's get into your moon now. So actually, we need to look at the ruler of your rising. I didn't even look at the ruler. I'm getting so distracted today with this Aquarius energy. Oh, awesome. I'd love to look at your chart. Well, if you join Discord too, I have a sub-reading only channel in there, which I haven't been able to get in there regularly, but I'm going to get in there regularly and sort of open it up for the subs to get in and have a little chat sometimes when there's intense transits happening like this, basically. A more private space in there. But yeah, so let's look at where Mercury is, because Mercury is going to play a big part of like who you are and your identity and all that stuff as well. So Mercury is down there in the second house. And it's in like a late degree there in Libra. So a Mercury Libra person is usually someone that is, Space Nath, thank you again for the subscription. Oh, that is so kind of you. I appreciate it. Oh, thank you. This is like just a quick overview of your chart. When, one day we'll in the next, anytime in the next sort of like, I finish work and have 11 days off over Christmas, so it'll be exciting. I'll be able to jump in Discord more and we'll be able to like bring up more charts, so any of my subs will be able to go really deep into your charts, which will be exciting because I'll have all this time to do it, and I'll be able to be on for many different time zones as well, not just what suits me for working my normal day job. So that'll be exciting. So thank you for your subscription. I look forward to being able to help you even deeper than what we get into today. So that's exciting. Thank you. Okay, yes, so let's look at Mercury. So Mercury's in Libra. So Mercury Libra person's usually someone that is like quite balanced when it comes to like their communication and the way they like connect and interact with others. And again, like someone, if they are doing that kind of like writing or like journaling or like blogs or anything in that way, because of that third house sun energy, then they're really going to be able to communicate it in like a really like loving, beautiful way, or something that like gets people like interested because it's like healing and soothing and like or it's like in a beautiful way that like makes people like feel like loving towards it, or it's like quite creative and beautiful and like brings beauty in some way. Again, it's someone that can be like quite sensual and loving with their communication because it's ruled by Venus, that Libra energy. So it can also be someone that when it comes to like their mind and like the way they process information as well, they're quite balanced. And there could be someone that also is quite intellectual when it comes to like processing information and the mind and like learning as well. Someone that's quite intellectual when it comes to learning. And it could also be someone that is like quite harmonious when it comes to like interacting in relationships because of that Mercury Libra energy. It's someone that like can communicate with like maybe many different people, or is able to understand many different perspectives. With that Libra mind, you can like see many different perspectives or understand many different perspectives of things. You can see sort of, and when I'm saying see, we're not talking about seeing, but we're seeing like in the way that you intellect and the way that you process information and all that. And you can do it in a way that is like able to see like different points of view, and from a balanced point of view, so you can like see all points of view instead of just being stuck on one position or one situation and thinking that's the only way. So that's really quite nice having that placement there too. I seen that screen name in a server. Oh, okay. In a Discord server? Okay. Yeah, so that will like be more a part of like the part of your personality, who you are. You're going to have that more soft communication style, that more loving communication style that's not so harsh as well, and the way that you process information as well. And it's going to be intellectual, so someone that isn't necessarily overly emotional with their communication and the way they're quite balanced. They can see the different perspectives and different sides of the scale, basically. So let's go into moon. So moon is our emotions, how we feel. It can be our internal self. It can also represent the mother and, the women that are close to us and in our life as well. And having a 7th house moon can be someone that is like either quite close with their mother, or their mother plays the relationship with the mother plays a big role in their life and their relationships and influences them a lot. Maybe they either have that really close connection, or there's like something with the mother there and women in their life where maybe they're surrounded by a lot of women. They could have had lots of sisters and they've got lots of female friends, and they live with lots of females or something. There just could be that feminine energy where they're just, a lot of their relationships are with women. Or it could even be someone that has an interest in women if they were a female as well. There could be that something there with that feminine moon energy there in the 7th house as well. I'm not saying you are, but that is something there with that energy too. That 7th house moon is there in Pisces, so it's going to make someone really compassionate when it comes to relationships too. And it could even be someone that sort of gets lost in relationships, or sort of sees people with like rose tinted glasses, or doesn't see people for who they are, or sort of like idolizes people a bit in that, those relationships, or like thinks that they're like super amazing, and they may not necessarily always be, but it's like just seeing things like not as they are, not in their reality, seeing things like a dreams sort of state, and someone that could get lost in relationships too, and lost. And it could be their escape. They escape through relationships and through people. If I marry a Christian girl, I'm going to make her listen to that Kanye gospel album on Sundays. I don't know the one, Shredder. I'll have to suss that out. You and Kanye. Oh, you don't know what server? Well, I'm in a couple of other people's servers, so I must have seen me in there, maybe. In a few different like tarot readers servers I've jumped into, so so that moon there in that 7th house is going to also make someone who not relies on relationships, but having relationships could be quite important to them, because it's going to like satisfy and nurture those like emotional needs. Basically, it's going to nurture them, having those relationships, or having those close relationships with women is going to be super nurturing to them and like really fulfill their emotional cup, basically. And again, someone that's like can be really compassionate in relationships and really loving and all that as well. And also someone that is with that like Pisces moon person, quite sensitive and quite intuitive, and maybe even psychic as well. That moon placement in Pisces is definitely someone that can like tune into other people's feelings and like feel other people's emotions and stuff like that. And that's probably why they can get lost in relationships too, because they lose themselves because they're tuning and feeling into everyone else so much, because they just feel so much. Very true, resonated so much. Okay, so all right, so just see if there's sort of anything else that stands out in your chart, and then if not, we'll just quickly jump into, we'll jump into this Aquarius energy for you, but I'll just have a quick look. Okay, so we've just had I'll just mention too. No, we gonna worship the Lord, bruh. I'm not a fan of religion, so I'm gonna stay out of the religion talk. Okay. Oh, what's the sin? Oh, you're saying that's a sin. Maybe Kanye's the sin. Sorry, I'm just joking, Jordan. I didn't mean that. Okay, so we just had all that solar and eclipse energy for you, in that Gemini energy, which is up there in for you, going to be the 10th house basically. So for you, the focus over this like next year and a half is like on your goals and what you're creating and what you're building and what you're putting out into the world, and like finding new ways to connect with people that help you with that, and that basically that new ways of like learning information as well that help you like with your career or like the goals or whatever you're trying to achieve, or new beliefs as well, letting go of like old beliefs and old stories around like the home and the family, or that you're like stuck or anything like that, and that you can't go out into the world and achieve and like create some kind of legacy and some kind of structure. There could have been something there with that solar eclipse coming up where you need to release and let go of some kind of like family stuff, or some kind of like something old rooted beliefs or something from like when you grew up in childhood, or something there that you need to like release and let go of that's like was holding you back from like moving forward into like the world and creating and like building something and climbing that mountain. So that's a big thing there when you've got that North Node in the 10th house. Like that's exciting. That's like our direction and our destiny and where we're headed and all that. And that 10th house is like, yeah, our goals and our aspirations and what we're creating, what we're building out in the world. All right, so let's look at this Saturn energy for you and see where it's for you for the last 2.5 years. It's been around the home and the family, and then it sort of moved towards into the 5th house. So first it would have been making you get serious and build structures and foundations around the family and where you live and the home and who you live with as well, and like whether those people are going to be able to support you, and also taking responsibility around these things, the home and where you live and the way you nurture yourself and care for yourself in your immediate environment. And like, you know, maybe you've had to like clean up your act in some way or get serious in some way of like having that like really good nurturing space that you come home to and that supports you and looks after you. And again, it could be the people there have needed to change, or you've needed to move houses or move locations in some way that helps you to be able to have a new support system or new home that you are supported in and can build and create and go out into the world and do all those amazing things that you want to do. Yeah, so the so towards this sort of like more towards the end of probably like even the last like year, that Saturn building structure energy then would have went into your 5th house. And the 5th house is like our love, our romance, our fun, our passion, our hobbies, where our heart is and our joy and where we have fun and are happy basically. So building those structures and doing all that 4th house stuff was to help you move into be able to create and build something in those 5th house things. And it could even be like children as well, whether, you know, you're born in year 2000, 20 years old, maybe it's, you know, looking into like getting serious about your future and starting a family, or thinking about starting a family, or the, you know, the next 2.5 years, that could be the focus of like, yeah, starting to create that family, or how, you know, building that wealth and that structure and that foundation and support so that you can have children basically and bring children into your life. If not children, then it's that hobbies and that playful stuff and that fun and finding new ways to like be able to like enjoy yourself and play and connect with your inner self and your inner child and really be like living from your heart. So, you know, because it ties in like that 5th house can tie in too. If we're living from our heart and we're getting serious and taking responsibility and building a really good foundation of having those like practices where we're like doing fun things that are enjoyable and fun and light us up and light our soul, where we can like shine basically, then it can help us to create out in the world and like have that balance of like being able to chase after our goals and do all these amazing things, but still have that fun and playtime that like keeps us in our heart and keeps us fun and flourishing. And you know, it could even be like bringing in like serious and taking responsibility in fifth house things of like hobbies, like creating, making something, building some kind of foundation from a hobby. So something, you know, it could be, you know, someone like who does tarot cards for fun and deciding that they want to make a business out of that and build some kind of foundation and wealth and stability and structure around like tarot reading. And so that's what they want to focus on for the next 2.5 years. Yeah, because that's where Saturn is like making you take responsibility and get serious. And then over that, you know, that even like that 2.5 year period, towards the end of it, like the last year of it, it's going to be moving into that 6th house for you, which is about career and your daily routines and what you're doing and all that stuff. And the energy then, Saturn moving into that, is all going to be about building structure and healthy routines in those areas of life. And if you've done that 5th house stuff, and if you've, you know, brought a hobby or put some kind of taken responsibility and gotten serious to build something around a hobby, then that 6th house can really manifest there, and you can get rewards there and see it come through in that career area and really make a career out of it. I like the way you read the Placidus house system. I do the same way. Yeah, I don't like equal house, to be honest. I mean, sometimes it can connect, but usually I find that there's a reason why it connects. It's usually because you're connecting a lot with like your sidereal chart, which can put people back a sign, or it can be because of other placements in the chart that are really enhancing that energy. Yeah, so yeah, so like for me, I listen to Libra because I'm a late degree Virgo rising, and I connect more with the Libra energy, and that's where the planets are. But I am a Virgo rising heart, but it's just that that's where the energy's hitting. But yeah, the progression. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly, the progress chart. If you're looking at progress charts too, it's like there's so many things like that can be affecting people and their energy and why they are their signs. So yes, thanks Space Nath. So that's where it's like, yeah, going to be for you for the next 2.5 years. And again, so this is where you can launch something or create something new or step into something. So something in a hobby, you know, if you want to like build something there and like launch something there, or start a new hobby or something fun or something from the heart or something that makes you happy or play. It could be like going and starting a new dance class, something that you have fun with and you're playful with, and it's, you know, it could be starting a new art class, or like just getting into like painting or creating in some way and being creative as well. That's that 5th house, is like creativity, our love and our passions and what like we have fun with. Again, or it could be, yeah, having children. That's an option too with that 5th house energy. But yes, thank you so much, Space Nath, for letting me look at your chart. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your subscription. I look forward to diving in more to your chart. If you'd like a card, just say yes, and I'll let you choose from the deck. Because you've subbed, you can choose 2 cards from the deck. Let me bring my camera up and turn the chart off. There we go. My light isn't the best today. I'm sorry. I got this air thing going and all the PowerPoints. I need to get better light going. Actually, I'll put the main light on. That will probably help a bit. There we go. That's a bit better. So I've just put them like this to make it easier, but I've got 3 decks to choose from. These are my 3 new decks that we've got going. So yes, you've got, I've got them my way. I'm so silly. Gosh. Okay. So there's the Moonology deck, the Soul's Journey, and Work Your Light. These are my favorite new ones. They're so pretty. So yes, you can choose 2 out of those 3, and I'd love to pull a card and see what we can help you with that 5th house energy and Saturn and Aquarius and Jupiter there, and what it can help you create over the next 2.5 years. The Journey deck. Okay, the Soul's Journey. Oh, I had that one out. How funny is that? I was just shuffling that. Maybe I knew. Yes, Tully! The Soul's Journey one. I can't wait to read for you on this deck, Tully. Okay, that's your card. And a second deck too, Space Nath, if you'd like to choose a second card. And the light deck, yes. It's so pretty, this one. Oh my god, I love it. It's so pretty. Okay. I just thought the books are smaller, they're easier to show on the camera. Actually, I could probably move it up a bit. We'll leave it like this for now. Okay. So, what do we have for Space Nath for the next 2.5 years? Oh, sorry, I'm hiding from the camera over here. Getting towards the other one. You like Space Nath even more now. Cute Tully dog. Okay. So, what do we have for you? Ooh. So I feel like this is what you're moving away from now. And this is like what you're moving it towards now. I feel like, because no, we're not moving away from where Saturn's been, but we're moving away from there because we've built those structures, we've done the work there, we don't need to focus on it anymore. Now we need to move into where that Aquarius energy is. So fear, I realize that I am testing my resolve to live in the energy of love. This is my first time reading these cards too, so yeah, and I don't really generally look into books and I just sort of like to see what comes out from them. Yeah, I might have a read through the books at some point. Yeah, do you like sacred geometry, Space Nath? So yeah, so this to me is like, yeah, you're stepping away from like that fear as well. Any fear around like being able to, well, let's look at the next card. Don't dim to fit in. How are you dimming your light in order to fit in? Oh my gosh, this is so Aquarian energy too. So it's like, don't fear stepping into your true power of who you are and what you want to do and what you want to create and what you want to build. Don't let anyone's old stories or anything else hold you back. You need to be yourself and don't dim your light to fit in. And that's such Aquarius thing. Aquarians are the black sheep. They're unique. They're different. That Aquarian energy wants to do things different and like be the different one and feel different. And that's the way that energy is. Not that they feel it, just it is. And be unique and innovative and not the same as everyone else, you know. So it's, yeah, not being fearful of that and stepping into that and doing things your way. So yes, that is such good Aquarian energy and Aquarian message for you. Thank you so much, Space Nath, for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for letting me look at your chart. Thank you for your patience and thank you for the sub. And I look forward to chatting with you more. Actually, we'll leave that one down. Okay, let's get on to the next chart. Thank you everyone for your patience. So, I can move my mouse back over here a little bit. Okay, so let's see who is next in the queue. So yes, thank you very much for letting me look at your chart. I don't know if I just said that enough, but I really appreciate it. I really love looking at charts. So yeah, I'm really grateful that you shared your energy with me, and yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you, Space Nath. I always hope that it resonates with you or someone or anyone in any way and that they get something out of it at least. Yeah. Oh, we have the same numerology, Space Nath. You got this. Oh, that's cool. Yes, numerology is very interesting, that's for sure. Okay. Next is Just a Bit Nerdy. Yay! Thanks for your patience, Just a Bit Nerdy. I really appreciate it. Oh, Emily, see you later. It was lovely to see you. I am very grateful for the sub. I really appreciate it, and I look forward to reading your chart and getting to know you more. So thank you, and take care, and I'll chat to you next time. And you enjoy the weekend too, and enjoy the energy over the next few days. And I look forward to, hopefully I can maybe even connect with you before then in Discord so we can see what you're going to be launching over or I can help you to see, you know, we can look into that chart and see what you want to launch or start new in the next few days. So yes, take care. Thank you very much. Okay, just a bit nerdy. Let's bring up your chart. All right, so back to the charts. Oh, there was a feng shui tip. Let me go back and see if I can find that. Hang on. If I open up my stream manager, then I think it tells me in there. Let's go to my this. Oh, Day Day, are you still there? If you're still there, Day Day, we will do the Feng Shui health tip. If not, then I'll do it next time for you and give you your points back, or you might come back and we can do it soon. But of course, I'd like to do it with you here so you don't have to watch it back. But of course, it will benefit everyone. But we'll go on to the next chart and maybe Day Day will come back. Day Day makes really cool music. Dance music, techno, beats, good beats, stuff that I like. Okay, so let's get on to the next chart. All right. Okay, just a bit nerdy. Let's bring up your chart. Thank you for your patience. Now we have 16th of Jan. Oh, Capricorn. Oh. So Capricorns have had it the toughest the last 2.5 years. That's for sure. So I'm sending you lots of love, just a bit nerdy. But it's probably helped you to really create some kind of like strength about who you are in some way. Okay, but we'll see where your rising is to find out more. All right, so we've got 4:33 a.m. Oh, what a powerful time to be born! 4:33 a.m. That's cool. Okay, and we've got Henderson, Nevada. There we go. I love it when I can find locations easily. Thank you. That was good. Okay. It's been rough. Oh, I'm sending you lots of love and healing for that. But it's going to get good now, and you're going to get lots of rewards, and it's going to be amazing. Okay. So let's check the details, and then we'll bring up the chart. So we've got 16th of January 2000, and we've got 4:33 a.m. and we've got Henderson. Yep, awesome. Okay, so let's bring it up. Okay, so just a bit nerdy, let's look at your chart. So now I'm resonating with these readings so far, and it's scary. That's a good thing. Knowledge is power. When we know what's coming and what's up ahead, or what's going on in our life, or whatever it is, or anything, just like it helps us to be able to take things on and like understand what's going on. So it's like, you know, it's more empowering because we can handle things better, basically. I already feel like the times are becoming lighter. Yes, definitely. Especially if you've got lots of Capricorn energy, that's for sure. Okay, so let's have a look at your rising sign. So rising sign is who we are, what we're about. It can be our identity, our appearance, the way we present ourselves. So a Sag rising person is usually someone that like needs freedom. They usually need someone that like needs some kind of like not escape so much like that Pisces energy, but if they don't have that freedom and that ability to like do what they want. Oh, thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. Just a bit nerdy. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. It's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. I look forward to even digging in more to you with your chart than what we get to the surface of today. So that's exciting. Thank you. So make sure you join Discord if you haven't already. So I'm going to be making some changes over in a few days, I should say, when this big Saturn energy conjunction happens, and launching some new things and stuff like that. So yes, will be some more stuff for subs too. Okay, so alrighty, so yes, let's go back to your chart. So Sag rising person is usually someone that needs that need for freedom or space in some way. They need to expand and they need to be able to grow, and they're usually someone that wants to learn and like they want to know more, and they want to get out there and like they want to know how things work, or they want to like see maybe even like the other side of things sometimes. It's a philosophical sign. And it can be also someone who's like can be quite social and someone that people like to be around, and someone that's like really optimistic and positive and goes with the flow and can see the brighter side of life. And if there's someone that is like, they also, because it's a fiery sign, they can be quite passionate as well, and they need to be using that fieriness in a positive way. And if that's through the way of like philosophical things and like that growth and that expansion and those positive things, then they're really gonna like shine in that and like really like see abundance. But if they are and like, you know, that energy, like really like connect with that energy of going with the flow and just like see life flow really easily. But if they're like not in that part of it and they get sort of stuck in that more depressive state and those dark nights of the souls, and you know, where they sort of you know, they know that there's more to the world, but they're sort of stuck in that darker side of it, then they can, you know, that's where they can go to like being that party animal and like want to like the life, like they can be the life of the party and everyone wants to be around and have fun. But if they go to that other side of it, then they can be someone who like, yeah, drinks a lot and goes out and parties a lot, or does drugs or something like that too. They take that party animal a bit too much to the extreme, that socializing and that, if they're not sort of you know, in that growth and expansive part and really like doing all that stuff to like helps them, like feeds that part of their soul that wants to grow and expand and like be optimistic and know more and all that stuff, that philosophical stuff too. And it can be someone that like likes to travel as well, a Sag rising person, someone that likes to travel or likes other cultures, or there's Venus there too. Venus is there in that Sag energy, so it could be someone that makes their money through from overseas, or through other cultures, or through religion, or through philosophical things. Or it could be someone that has a relationship and falls in love with someone that is of another culture or lives far away or overseas or something like that too, with that Venus energy there. Drugs, yeah. That Sag energy could be someone that drinks or does drugs to escape, basically, because of that intense fiery energy that they have. Oh, I'm an international business major. Oh, international, there you go. So yeah, someone that's got an interest in like, yeah, other cultures or international things. That's my next thing I usually say. Yes, exactly that sort of stuff. Or someone that, yeah, likes to travel, or likes to expand in some way. That's what it is. It's ruled by Jupiter, which is very much an expansive sign. So Venus in there, in that on that rising sign too. It's not in that first house, so it's more hidden there in that 12th house. But it can be someone that maybe doesn't like hides their money and doesn't like to show everyone their skills and abilities, maybe, or hides their their love and their relationship and stuff like that as well, or something, or who they're with, or there's something hidden there with that Venus there in that 12th house of like love and money, where they hide it in some way, or they don't show it clearly, or it's not everyone sees it basically, or something like that there as well. And having a Venus 12th house in Sag could be someone that maybe isn't the best with their money. If you're an international business major, I mean, it doesn't mean to say that you're good with your money, but they could be a bit careless with their money, having a Venus Sag placement. Can be someone that needs like more freedom and space, so they need freedom with their money, and like they want to be able to buy the things that they want and all that, and have the space and freedom to do that. So yeah, that could be somewhere where you like maybe sabotage yourself when it comes to money and finances or something like that as well. It can also, with that Venus there in the 12th house, Venus Sag energy, in general, could be someone that needs space and freedom within like their relationships, and can't be like tied down and have like someone that's just like really heavy and on their case and stuff like that. They need that freedom in relationships basically. I'm pretty careless with my money after I cover my bills. Yeah, that's it. That would definitely be it. Like you'll spend your money where you need to, but then the leftover stuff and all that is like, there's probably not like a lot saved and all that, but yeah, it's not necessarily a sign up to have a lot of savings, because they trust in the universe and the universal flow of money too, trusting that the universe will provide everything that they need and everything will work out, and they go with the flow and all that stuff. So, and it will happen, having that energy there and that Venus placement there, that's what will happen. And you've got Chiron there and Pluto there too in that 12th house, so that's where like your biggest wounds and transformation can come from. And you can really like step into some huge powerful healing there, and really help like others heal in that area of their life, in that 12th house, in that mental state, in that Sagittarius energy. So it's like being able to be free and optimistic and positive, and have a really good mindset around like money and going with the flow, and trusting in the universe that you'll be supported and looked after and all that. There's some really deep trust healing around that, and knowing that you have that connection with the universe and that it's going to support you and look after you. There's some really deep transformation and healing that can happen around there sometime in your life or throughout your life, that's going to really like help you to step into your power of that, and really like live your life that way, and fully just trust. I should really try to save. Budget. Writing it all down helps. Yeah. Thanks for the advice. Thanks, darling. Oh gosh, I'm spilling water everywhere. Okay, forgetting I have money is how I save money. I'm a bit like that. Call me brother. Doesn't always work though. Okay, so I just try not to look at my bank account. I look at it as minimal as possible. Oh, funny. Okay, so that's your sort of rising sign and what plays into it there. Let's look at Jupiter and see where Jupiter is, just to see a bit more about how that sort of would be interacting too. So you've got Jupiter down there in Aries, in the fourth house. So that's where you can like expand and grow and all that, like being like being that really Sag independent person, and like probably like not relying on other people for money and resources, in a sense, like it's not other people, but relying on the universe and all that is fine, but having that independence there, like of knowing you can rely on yourself, basically, like you'll be able to provide for yourself, and that fourth house too would make it probably someone that like that fourth house Jupiter, someone that probably needs to not needs to, but it probably enjoys being at home and like learning and expanding from the home. So doing studies and learning and studying and all that, they're comfortable in their home when they're alone, and they're doing it by themselves, and they can really like make the most of it when they're in that. It's probably someone that's like finds it harder maybe to grow and expand and all that in big groups of people and around lots of people and out in like universities and stuff. They might do better doing that from like a home environment rather than like at a university surrounded by a lot of people. And it could be because of that social aspect too. They could get too distracted when they're around a lot of people, whereas when they're by themselves in that independent energy, they can get more done. When you find $5 in your pocket. Oh my god, that's the best shredder, when you find money later on. Everyone thinks that probably though. So you can see also in your chart, there's a lot of like planets in the lower half of your chart, not as much in the top half, which, you know, which puts more focus on like the, you know, someone, the sun is down there too, so it's not someone that necessarily is like out in the public as much, or wants to necessarily be out in the public, or wants to like have all the attention on them or anything like that too. Yeah. Okay. Although I've said that, and now I sort of take that back a little bit too. So if we look at your sun, first, hey Spellwork, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're well. I love to look at your chart, Spellwork, and we can see what's going to happen for you for the next 2.5 years, and what you can manifest for the next build over the next 20 years. That will be exciting. So yes, I have 11 days off from work soon, so I'm going to try and be in Discord as much as possible to connect with the subs and connect with everyone and do more readings and help out, especially as we're coming into New Year energy too. I forget how much readings call me out on things. I know, and I'm sorry, I'm a Sag moon. I just say things how they are without thinking, and sometimes regret it, but that's Sag energy. So yeah, that's a Sag thing too. You're a Sag rising. You just speak truth sometimes, and you say things without thinking, and you can't help it, and people might look at you funny or whatever, but it's just the truth, or, you know. That's the Sag. Sages speak the truth. I'm going to do the dishes. I'll have some stream playing in the background. Okay. I don't have a like command yet. I need to get one. I said that yesterday. I'll work on that, Commy brother. Thank you. And enjoy washing the dishes. It can be a good meditation for us. I find it's good, really meditative washing the dishes. Okay, so so we're looking at your sun. So sun is down there in Capricorn. So a Capricorn sun person is usually someone that's like quite practical and like goal orientated and really wants to achieve and like create things and build something and create some kind of structure and wealth or legacy and leave something behind. There's like a focus there. It's highlighting in the chart, and it's in the first house, so it could be around your identity and who you are. And when I said about the outer world and inner world, like you being more maybe like internal and into like a more not sort of out in the public and limelight kind of person. Having the sun in the first house though can make someone very expressive, and their identity and who they are and their personality and their appearance and the way they present themselves be more in the limelight, and or be like quite expressive in some way with the sun there. It's like shining there in some way, or it's just really the sun's just like shining a part on like the light on like that first house, and like a part of who you really are is that Capricorn stuff of like hard work and commitment and taking responsibility and following the rules and doing the right thing, and like really like wanting to like create and build something in life. But you know, a Capricorn sun person would be someone that is practical with their money and takes more responsibility with that sort of thing. So I don't think that Capricorn energy comes through in that sense when it comes to like money and whatnot. It's probably more about those goals and creating and like you know, wanting to like put something out in the world or leave a legacy behind or something, achieve something in some way, I would say. That sounds amazing. A little recreation real quick and I'm ready to go. Awesome. Thank God I'm probably gonna marry a Capricorn sun. She'll manage our finances. Yep, that's good, Shredder. That's really good. Capricorn sun will manage finances. Unless they've got Sag energy. See, this is the thing. That's why you have to look at sun, moon, and rising. You've got to look at charts as a whole. You can't just look at someone's sun sign. Because you would think that a Capricorn sun would be really practical with money and have heaps of savings and like really all that stuff. But if you've got all this Sag energy, that's not going to be the case, because Sages are more go with the flow, more carefree, more optimistic and more positive, not as worried, you know, and yeah, Okay, so Sun, Capricorn 2 is, in that first house too. It could be like your father as well had a really big part of like who you are and your growing up and like the way you present yourself, and they could be someone that's like a part of, a big part of your life still or something like that, or is just, is a big part in who you are and like the way you are and what you do and your appearance, all that stuff. Or it could just be that you have really strict authority figures in your life, and they really influence like the way that you dress and the way that you present yourself and who you are, and it's something that's like you're very not cautious about, but just very practical about as well, and it could be someone that's quite resourceful as well. If they're not someone that's like, has lots of money or lots of savings, really good, could be someone that's quite resourceful when it comes to money as well with that Capricorn energy. Thank God, I'm probably going to marry... Oh, sorry, I read that already. Oh, you're so funny. So Capricorn Sun, Korean girl for you, Shredder. Okay, so let's have a look at your moon. So the moon is there in the 5th house. So 5th house moon can make someone like really and in Taurus too, could make someone like really creative, or really like beautiful sensual things, or beauty in some way, or artistic in some way. And like that's the way that you could like express your like emotions and your feelings and like your intuition and your like feminine sensitive self, could be through like arts and creative things, and like the things that you find joy and passion through as well. And that can be a big thing with a moon 5th house person, is that you really need to be able to connect with your inner child and do those things that make you feel playful and fun, and like things that you did when you were a child, or that you grew up doing, or something that brings you heaps of fun and play and joy. It's really important with a moon 5th house person to really step into that playful, fun energy and be happy and in their heart. Otherwise, they're going to be quite depressed. And especially a Taurus moon person, it's someone. Your chart almost like contradicts itself. We definitely need to look like more into your chart, look at your progress charts and other things, because Taurus moon people are usually quite practical when it comes to their money, because there's that emotional need there for stability. And if they don't have like lots of money in the bank, or some kind of like home to support them, or some kind of like finances or resources or possessions to like really support that emotional and be able to nurture themselves in some way, then they can have really not erratic emotions, but really be unstable and not grounded in their emotional self, because they really need to have something that's like supports them, or that they can rely on, or something like that. I apologize for the contradiction. No, I don't apologize. And it's not bad. It's just, it just makes people more complex, and it's when you can see these different things, you can sort of understand why people are the way they are too. And like again, it's why you can't just look at someone's sun, or just their moon, or just their rising, or just their Venus. Everything like talks to each other and interacts together and means certain things, Yeah, sorry. So that moon and Taurus in that 5th house, again, it could be someone that is also lazy, someone that, especially 5th house Taurus moon, it could be someone that's a bit lazy, or only does what they necessarily need to in some ways as well, or thank you, Spellwork, or just someone that likes to like relax and like indulge a bit more in some way, or could even overeat, could eat their emotions and feelings too. Could be someone that when they're feeling emotional and not feeling that stability and all that, could be someone that overeats or overindulges in some way. It might not even be food, it could be overindulging in some other like way that like fills the senses, or fills the cup in a way of senses. So like there's food, it could be like music and not getting lost, but like anything that stimulates the senses. There could be someone that needs to like listen to like music and things that stimulate their senses and all that, to feel that emotional balance as well, and to feel like really grounded, because that Taurus moon person is usually someone that's quite grounded and needs to feel grounded and be grounded basically, And that comes into like feeling stable. Usually they feel they're most grounded when they're stable and able to support themselves. Okay. And the moon likes to be in Taurus too. It's its favorite spot. It's exalted in Taurus. So a Taurus moon person is usually someone that can be quite balanced with their emotions. If they're nurturing themselves and taking care of themselves and doing all that, they can be someone that's really quite balanced and grounded with their emotions. And also someone that can connect with women and get along with women and probably, and like might even like they might like be someone that like really likes like makeup and beauty and like fashion and all that stuff too with that moon there, because that moon is like because it's feminine too and it connects to that Taurus energy. It could be someone that likes pretty things and that makes them happy, that fifth house. That's where their pleasures come from. Like again, so that overindulging could be someone that like buys heaps of clothes and fashion and makeup and overdoes it there to support their emotional self. If it's not overeating or something like that, there's those sort, or just like buys too much art or stuff for the home or something like that as well. Things like that as well. Makes sense. The girl I like is a Taurus moon and she used to model. Yeah, so they represent beauty in some way. So it can be someone that is quite beautiful or represents beauty. Okay, so let's let's have a look at where this Capricorn energy has been for you for the last 2.5 years. So for you, Capricorn, I said at the start too, you said it's been intense because you're a Sag rising, but you've got a lot of first house Capricorn energy. And that first house is our identity, who we are, our appearance, the way we present ourselves, but we're sort of like how we're putting ourselves into the world. It can be our attitude, all of that stuff as well. Oh, yay, we have a Lek command now. Oh my gosh, that's so good, Rocker. That's awesome. We can look at your chart so well if we know the birth time. That's so good. How did you find out? The Capricorn energy in that first house has been like probably trying to like help you like get serious and take responsibility about those things, about the way you dress, the way you present yourself, your appearance, who you are, the way you're presenting yourself and showing yourself. And also the getting serious about like being independent too and being able to like support yourself and look after yourself and be an individual and do things your way as well and be able to like create some kind of stability and foundation and like be able to build something around the identity and who you are. This could be the start of like your new life or something too. If you've like been doing that hard work and building something, you could be stepping into like a whole new life with this new energy. Because now you're moving into the second house, and this second house energy is all about like your skills and your abilities and like your ability to support yourself and you're like how valuable you feel based on like your self-worth and your confidence and what you're putting out there and basically being able to support yourself. Your new life. That's what it can be in that area. It's making you get serious so that you can create that. And now you can use your skills and abilities that you're going to be basically getting serious about and focusing on and building and getting serious about and growing and expanding in those areas of your skills and your abilities and your money and finances. All that is going to be growing and like being able to like really build some kind of support over the next 20 years that's huge and strong around that and really good self-worth and confidence. While watching the stream, I was looking at the letters on my father sent and since my teens and it slipped out. It slips out. Oh my god, how cool is that, Rocker? That is amazing. Wow. That's so crazy. That's like such like the energy we're in at the moment, like unexpected things and like shocking things, surprises, like things not going the way we expected. going the way that we want, but not turning out the way we expected, or going the way we expected, like, oh, all sorts of crazy stuff. That's so exciting, Rocker. That is so cool. And it's cool that you've got some letters to look back at. And this like Capricorn energy we're moving out, and this Saturn energy. The Saturn can represent like authority figures in our life too, and like the people that have like shown us the way, you know, and like given us like their knowledge to like create boundaries and foundations, and really support ourselves and build stuff and be able to go out and create goals and achieve things. I thought I lost forever. That's funny. That's nuts. That's so cool. Yeah, so okay, now let me just see. So that like, yeah, Uranus energy in your 5th house at the moment is really like pushing you to like break free and like do something different when it comes to like how you feel in regards to like those 5th house things of like love, romance, your fun, your pleasures, what makes you happy, what like makes you shine, and like what makes you feel emotionally like connected and supportive and all that. There's like new breakthroughs and new ways and new things you need to do in that area, and unexpected things that are going to come in as well in that area of your life. In that 5th house, like maybe unexpected romances or loves, or it could be long term, it could be flings or something like that too. There could be something unexpected there, or again just an unexpected hobby or passion or something that you step into, something new that you do that's unique and different that you've never done before. There's definitely something there with that Uranus energy, and it's going to like really like hit your emotional internal self and like really help you to like break free in some way, and like also sorry, sometimes I think of a word and then that's not quite the word I'm looking for, and I'm trying to think of something else. It's going to bring great change basically, and it's going to be like in a way of like fulfilling your cup emotionally. Okay, so alright, I think that's all I have for you today, just a bit nerdy. Thank you for being here, I really appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. I hope you've joined Discord. I look forward to connecting with you more, looking more into your chart, and learning more about you and helping you, so that's really good. Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate you letting me look at your chart, and for waiting so long and your patience. Thank you so much. And I hope that it's helped you and enlightened you in some way, and yeah, and benefits you. Hey Tommy brother, welcome back. Okay, let's see who is next in the queue. Grant, are you still here, Grant? You've been here a while. I'm not sure if you are still here. Oh, yay, Grant, you're here. Yay, that's awesome. You've been waiting a while, so we'll jump in straight away and do your chart. Grant with 2 R's, 2 A's, and 1 N and 1 T. Okay. And we've got the 1st of July, and we've got I just need the year, Grant. Just your year of birth. We've got 10:35 p.m. I'm going to change to p.m. Okay, 2002, thank you. And Of course, my music has stopped as usual. Alright, I got that going again. Alright, and location is Elmhurst. Hopefully the music isn't too loud. Elmhurst, IL. Is it Elmhurst in Australia? Alright, I've got it. Alright, not in Australia, I've got Illinois. Okay, so we've got, make sure I got the details right first. We've got July 1st, 2002, 10:35 p.m. in Elmhurst. Okay, awesome. Alright, now let's bring up your chart. I think I would like one now. How long is the queue? Oh, you've done list. Okay, I don't even know. Let me have a look. And some people might have dropped off too and not wanted to wait around. Oops. Just spilt water on my keyboard. It's not good. It's okay. Alright, so okay. So it'd probably be a little while to get through the queue. Weird for a European to see you sit at home with your aircon in December. Yeah, it's so hot. Oh my gosh. I've drunk so much water today because I've been talking so much and just it's so hot. Oh, my mouth is just constantly dry. Okay, let's bring up your chart, Grant. Thank you for your patience. Now, I won't be streaming during the week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or maybe Thursday, but I doubt, I'm not sure because of Christmas. But I'm going to jump in Discord to jump in with this. I'm going to make sure I make time for the subs this week so we can look at all this stuff in your charts personally, one-on-one as well. So, yes, we're going to do that. Look at these big Saturn transits. Saturn and Jupiter transit. Okay, so we're saving that in now. And let's bring up the chart. But yes, I'll have 11 days holidays, so I'll be able to jump on more from Thursday, which will be good. Okay, so down under, mate. Yep. That's Australia. It's so hot and humid. Oh gosh. Okay, let's have a look at your chart. So I like to look at rising sign first. Rising signs, who we are, our appearance, what we're about, can be the way we present ourselves. Okay, so an Aquarius rising person, someone that's here for a higher purpose in the way of they're here to do humanitarian things or to help others in some way on a bigger scale, and they feel drawn to that. They're usually someone that's like the black sheep of the family, or they feel different in some way. They might feel like they can't, that might necessarily not, sometimes they can be have heaps of friends and be really social and like connect with heaps of people, but they might not have like heaps of people that are really, really close to them and truly know them deep, unique, weird, alien-like self, because they can be a bit unique and different and feel different because they know that there's like something more out there and that there is something bigger and we're here to do more, or there is something more. They can be someone that's like really interested in like the environment too and helping the environment. If it's not like people, it's like something that's for a bigger purpose outside themselves, and they're not usually someone that's so much selfish and focused on the self, because there's something bigger for them, a bigger purpose. And they can also come across as like more cold too sometimes, because they're a bit more disconnected, because they're more intellectual and more in the mind and the head, and they're thinking all the time and processing things, and they can be quite really inventive as well and come up with like new ways of doing things. Yes, absolutely. And yeah, so again, that's why they can be like the black sheep of the family or something like that too, or they can feel like an alien, feel different, you know, and it's just because they've got something here to offer, something different, to help people in a different way and connect in a different way as well. Okay, so you have got Uranus there in the first house too, so it would definitely enhance that energy of someone very much feeling like that Uranian energy, wanting to do things differently, wanting to like maybe dress differently. Their appearance you might be willing to like not dress like everyone else, and you might dress a different way, a unique way, a different way, and you know, you could go through like, you know, changes of the way you change your, you know, you could change your appearance quite a bit too. That Uranus energy can be quite unpredictable, so it could be someone that's like unpredictable, and you're not a predictable person. People can't always predict what you're going to do, or what you're going to say, or what you're going to dress, or what what you're going to look like, or just who you are. Like, you're just not a predictable person with that Uranus energy there in the first house. But it can be someone that is rebellious too, someone that wants to rebel against things or people or society maybe, or wants to break free and do things their way, and revolutionize in some way, or revolutionize something or some part of their life or who they are, or revolutionize themselves, or be a part of some kind of big revolution or start a revolution. There's definitely something there with that Uranus in that Aquarius energy in the first house there. So let's have a look at your sun and just see how that's playing out. So the sun is down there in Cancer. So the sun in Cancer person is usually someone that is quite psychic and intuitive, and like can pick up on things, and are quite sensitive, and can feel other people's energies as well. They can be someone that needs to get away and like hide in that shell sometimes, and just have that like hermit space, basically, like that Virgo energy, almost like they need to get away and like have that quiet time, and be in their like, be in their home basically, where they feel nurtured, be wherever it is that they feel nurtured and safe. It can be someone that like has a hard shell too. It can be like hard on the outside, comes across hard to sort of like the outside world, but they're like quite soft and gooey and like loving on the inside as well. Hello Shady, hey Shady lady, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, welcome. Yeah, so they can be someone that is really intuitive and sensitive, and can tune into other people and people's feelings and how they feel and their emotions, and that with that sensitive Cancer energy. And psychic, they can be someone that just knows things as well. And when it's in the fifth house too, it can be someone that like wears their heart on their sleeve. A sun fifth house person is, it could be someone that wears their heart on their sleeve, that is really loving and nurturing and really caring, and wants to like look after other people, and just like care and nurture for others, and make sure everyone's okay as well. And that's where like they find their happiness and love, and like being that intuitive Cancer loving nurturing person. So let's see where the moon is, to see what sign your moon is in, because that will affect that Cancer sun person, because the moon rules Cancer. So a moon in Aries, by the looks of it, a moon in Aries, okay, and it's in the second house. So a moon Aries person is going to be someone that's a bit more reactive and a bit more emotional. So that's sensitive. So when we talk about a Aquarius person being a bit more detached, that's going to sort of not be as relative in regards to your emotions and your feelings and all that, because they're in that sensitive Cancer sign, and you've got that the Aries sensitive Cancer sun, and you've got that Aries moon. And Aries moon person is more reactive, and having that first house Uranus placement there, it's going to make someone more reactive about their emotions and their feelings as well. Someone that can maybe like get their buttons pushed easily, or is really sensitive and just, it's reactive basically. Someone that reacts. It can also be someone that gets really depressed and emotional and like stuck in their emotions and their feelings, and maybe it's hard to get out of them as well because they feel so intense. especially with that fiery moon energy there. There's just so much fire going on inside with your feelings and emotions. You need some kind of outlet to be able to express them. So that moon Aries person really needs to be able to do something physical to get those feelings and emotions out of the body. And that can be like exercising frequently. It could be like doing some kind of fighting or boxing or something like that that can really get out that Aries energy. Or it could just be, again, like something physical or something where you can burn that energy off in some way. Because that Aries moon person, they can't be stagnant and stuck. They've got to keep the energy flowing. Otherwise they'll get tension headaches and depression and all that sort of stuff if they're not burning that energy and getting it out, basically. And that's going to play into that sun energy and who you are and all that too, very much, because the moon rules that sun, and that sun is in Aries, and it's in the first house, so it can make you make you a bit more selfish and a bit more maybe independent when it comes to maybe your choices and the way you feel and what nurtures you and what supports you. Maybe you like to do things alone and be alone, and maybe it's you could be someone that is a bit it's my way or the highway, especially with that Uranus energy and wanting to break free and do things your own rebellious way. It could be someone that is very much it's my way or the highway, that kind of energy. It's just not a bad thing. It can be someone who's like sure of what they want and knows what they want and what they need, basically. They're not indecisive. Very accurate, like. Extremely. Yeah. But again, so an Aries moon person can be really passionate and fiery and intense, and they can be fun and childlike too, and like playful, and like they can be really immature as well though with their feelings and emotions. That reactiveness, that's where it comes from. The ability that energy around being immature and risk taking and wanting to try new things as well. And it's very much energy when it's reactive too, and they get fired up and they all that, it can be shortcoming, so they can like have those emotional outbursts, but then they can feel bad afterwards, and they can like come down from it quite fast and not stay stuck in it too much. Although that's that Cancer energies there, Cancers can be a little bit more they don't forget things. I don't know what the word I'm trying to say for that is, but yeah, they can hold grudges a bit, that Cancer energy. So yeah, I don't know if I'd want to mess with a Sun, Cancer, Moon, Aries person. Get on their bad side. Ooh. But again, a Cancer Sun person can be someone that's so nurturing and caring and like really supportive to those around them as well. And they need to be like that with themselves. They can become resentful and burn out because they're too busy trying to take care of everyone else and look after everyone else's feelings and emotions. But hopefully you don't have that as much with that Aries moon, because it makes it more the internal, more focused on the self and the individual. Okay, so let's have a look at this Capricorn energy and where it's been affecting you for the last 2.5 years. Okay, so for Capricorn energy, for you, that's your 11th and 12th house. So the last 2.5 years, like say the first year and a half, it was probably more 11th house for you, and the last year it's more been 12th house stuff. So the 11th house stuff, and because you've got Chiron there too, would have brought up some really big, deep wounds, even maybe around like the father, and healing some kind of father wounds or wounds around authority, and being able to like step out into the world and who you are and what you want to put out there and create and manifest on a bigger scale, and those humanitarian things that are for a higher purpose. There could be something around that you've had to heal over this last 2.5 years around that authority or that father energy of, holding you back and not being able to step into that, basically, or old beliefs and stories around around that too, that there's something there with that Chiron energy that you really have needed to like take responsibility for some kind of like deep healing around being able to step out into the world and to be able to connect with others and to fulfill your purpose, basically. So that 11th house too, there could be old friendships and old social groups that you've moved away from that no longer align with you, or that just aren't helping you to like build a good foundation and support you and be strong for you and like be there for you, basically. There could have been like, yeah, it's Saturn making you get serious and get responsible and take action there to like build a good foundation around people that are in your like, you know, environment that you interact with that can help you. Yeah, about like a year or two ago, I started remembering things and was basically like, fuck you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so people that aren't on your path, that don't support you, that aren't there for you, basically to help you achieve your goals and to do those humanitarian things that you're here for, to step out into the world and either come up with like an amazing idea or do something inventive in the world. Actually, I like thinking about things. Yeah. Yeah, so now you're, you know, and then the last year that focus has been moving away from the people that drain you as well, the relationships and people that drain you and hold you back from doing all that, and social groups or whatever it is, and moving into new ones and new ways of connecting with people. That's what you're going to be basically moving into over the next the next 2.5 years for you is going to be focused on like that internal and that mental state now, and really finding like a connection now, instead of focusing on the connection like in that outer world now and with friendships and with other people, because you don't necessarily need to focus on that anymore if you've cut off those bad ones that no longer needed, and you've done the work and you've got those really good friendships now, people around you that only support you and only look after you. If you've done that work, now you're going to be able to move into that balancing of that mental state and being able to like connect in with your intuition and like maybe find some kind of like solitude within yourself where you have like a connection with like God, the universe, or your higher self and your intuition and something bigger and something higher, something that's like helping you connect in a bigger way with the world, that's like bigger than you, that's like a deep connection in some way with like the outer stuff. And that's going to help your inner world when you can connect more with that intuition and be compassionate with yourself and like learn to like be more compassionate and take serious and responsibility around compassion and healing as well. That 12th house is very much about healing as well, and like having like a strong mental state so that we can be balanced basically, and like not be a psychological mess basically. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lolanth. Lol. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you're well. Oh, it's not lol. It's Iolanthe. Iolanthe. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Yeah. So that. So that's Capricorn energy is going to make you really, and Jupiter is going to make you get serious and responsible around those things, and you're going to probably see the benefits as Jupiter moves along too in those areas. So having a really good psychological state and really good psychological practices too that help you keep a mental health state. So it could even be finding like a new yoga practice or something that like helps you to tune into your body and your mind and connect all those things as well over the next 2.5 years. And that's really going to help you then towards that end of that transit to step into like more of who you are and what you want to put out into the world about you and your identity and what you're here to create. I started this year seriously meditating and doing some healing work, or at least trying with a teacher. Yes, so that's very much, so that 12th house energy already started for you over this last year, and it's finding that connection with your higher self. That's like the biggest focus for you, and getting responsible and getting serious about that connection with God, source, the universe, whatever it is for you, finding that connection and tuning into that and making it like strong and supportive to you, and that really helps you to like go out in the world and be who you are, because that's what that first house is going to move into, to really step into who you are. I'm good, thank you. We will do your feng shui tip in a moment before the next reading. We'll jump into that since you've redeemed that. Thank you for redeeming that tip. So yes, that's what I have for you, Grant. Thank you very much for letting me look at your chart. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Thank you for being here and for your support. I really appreciate that as well. Okay. So now let me, I really hope that yeah, you're on the right path, Grant. So it's keep staying and keep building on all that, what you're building on now. That's the point of this, is to build, and we'll get the little rewards that come with it, the little from Jupiter. It's going to reward us and give us the benefits of it. Basically, we'll see the benefits. So when we have heavy Saturn transits like we have for the last 2.5 years, we don't see the benefits of it until the end of the transit. But with what we're going to see now moving into this new energy, it's not so heavy with that Capricorn energy, it's Aquarian. We're going to start to see the little rewards and benefits along the way instead of waiting right to the end of the transit to get, after the hard work's done to get it. We're going to start to see it now if we've done that hard work and built what we've needed to over the last 2.5 years, which is exciting. Okay, sweet. When we get to your sisters, we will put that in, definitely. All right, let's see who's next in the queue. Oops. Oopsies. Okay, next. Okay, Wonder Girl. I think you posted your details before. I'll see if I can scroll up and find them after we do this feng shui tip. So we'll just quickly do this tip before we move on to the next reading, because this can benefit everyone. So let me bring up the Bagua, which is the map basically of feng shui in the home. And feng shui is basically like the energy and chi and movement throughout the home. Basically how we can create a sacred space within our home, a really good space, really good energy spaces throughout the home, so that we can bring good energy into our lives and bring the things we want into our lives. Okay, so let me bring this up. Okay, so alrighty, so the quick feng shui tip we're going to do. So when we're looking at the house, you're looking at the front of your house. We're doing a love feng shui tip here. So looking at the front entrance of your house, sometimes the front door is in the wisdom section, sometimes it's in career, sometimes it's in the helpful people area. It doesn't matter. Basically, the layout just goes over the basics of your home. Some people have a square home, so some people might have two sections of their home, and one of the areas like wealth might be in your kitchen and your lounge, or you might have wealth and fame in your lounge room because it's a smaller house, you know. So it's basically just fitting this map in within your home. Some people have an L-shaped house, so there's a bit cut out, which means that that you just need to do some extra work in that area. So when we're looking at love and relationship, you can also apply this to a certain room in your house. So like when we're talking about love and relationships, if you wanted to do this in your bedroom, then you're going to focus on the far right corner of your bedroom, or if we're looking at the whole house, the far right room of your house. So you can apply these relationship tips I give anywhere in either the far right corner of your bedroom, if you live with a lot of other people and you can't alter the other parts of the house, or the far right corner of your home, which is the relationship area, as you can see on the little map. So it's always important to keep this area decluttered, where you want to work on the energy here. Any kind of clutter stops the energy and chi and from basically flowing through and moving. Now in this area, you want to put things that represent love and relationships. So if it was the bedroom, for example, you can't have one pillow in there. You need to have two. You can't have one candle. You need to have two. If you had candles, you don't need to put these things necessarily in there. You can have, if you had a lamp in there, you need to have, on one bedside, you need to have two. Whatever you have in there, one of, you need to have two to represent that duality and that second person coming into your life, that relationship energy, or having that balance of that second person in your life. You need to also, you can also have things in the room that represent that loving energy. So you can't have that part of the house or that part of the bedroom And if it is your bedroom too, you can't have it being really masculine. You've got to bring in those feminine energies. And you don't have to necessarily paint the walls paint, have pink bedspreads and all that sort of stuff. It's bringing in feminine quality. So you could bring in some rose quartz because that represents love and all that. Or you could bring in some fresh flowers, or a picture of flowers, or a picture of a couple, or a picture of love or romance. Anything that represents like love and romance and those sorts of things that you want to put in that area. It could be some lovebirds, little figurines, or a figurine of a couple hugging, or just like being together holding hands or something like that. A painting picture, any of these things, and bring in these like warm colors too. You can't have this dark masculine energy only in this area because you won't attract that love. Bring in some warm earthy pinky colors and some earth things. Anything that represents earth to you, that's the element in this area that you want to enhance. So anything that represents the earth in this room. And again, that could be things like flowers, because flowers are they're growing from the earth, they're a part of nature. Putting anything to do with nature in this room too. Earthy things that really bring in and enhance that love and relationship in that area. Things that you can do in this area too, if it was like your bedroom, for example, is you could have a mirror in there where you practice like positive affirmations about self-love and like attracting positive, loving people into your life and things like that, where you're like looking in the mirror and you're reflecting in this area and like saying beautiful things and speaking beautiful things and putting that really positive energy out there to attract that stuff as well. This stuff is so interesting. Hey Rollick and Iolanthe, I love this stuff. Yeah, I love it too. It's like can be so powerful when we really use it and do these things. Like the smallest action, like just putting 2 pieces of rose quartz in your bedroom, like on either side of the bed head, could like attract love straight away. Like just the intention of doing that. It's the intentions we put out. It's not even necessarily what we do necessarily. Like I could put 2 coloured pink rocks there, not even rose quartz, just rocks that are painted pink, and it's the intention of that pink and that loving energy I put into those rocks, and I put them there, and that manifests them. So yeah, so it's bringing in that loving energy into that space, and it's either that corner of the room or that corner of the house, that area of the house there. So yes, I hope that helps you. That is the love feng shui advice for today. Thank you for redeeming that. I appreciate it. It's always fun to shake it up a little bit and throw some other things in. So that can help us all. Okay, so let's bring the next chart up. Now, are you still here? I think I have your details. I swear you posted your date of birth earlier. Wonder Girl, are you here still? If you're still here, Wonder Girl, it's your turn. If not, I'm sorry that you missed out. There'll definitely be an opportunity another time anyway. And if you come back, we can always come back to you as well, Wonder Girl. Alright, we'll move on to the next person then, and if Wonder Girl comes back, we can do her next, that's for sure. Okay, Kami brother, you're next. Thank you for your patience and for being here. I really appreciate it. Let me bring up your chart. I already have it. And we can look straight into the Capricorn, Saturn energy, where it's been and where it's going, and the Aquarius energy and what's the deal for you. All right, now let me see. All right, here you are. Okay. Let's bring up your chart. It's exciting looking at a chart again. I love re-looking at charts. You always see new things. It's fun. Okay, so you see new stuff every time you look. I see new stuff on my birth chart all the time too. It's fun. Okay, so Kami brother, are you there? I hope you're here. You've been so patient. Oh, I'm sorry you have to go, Iolanthe. Hopefully I catch you next time. Take care. Call me, brother. Are you here? Oh, yes. Thank goodness. Okay, let's have a look for you. So, oh, that's right. So you are Virgo rising. Catch you next time. Take care. Thank you for being here and bringing your energy. I appreciate it. I'm glad I got to do the feng shui tip at least. Okay, so let's look at your chart. So the Capricorn energy, where Saturn has been for the last 2.5 years for you, has been in the 5th house. So for you, that's been making you get serious and take responsibility and grow up and show up in the 5th house theme. So the 5th house is like our love and our fun and our heart and our happiness, and can be children as well, and our childlike self, and what we do that's like playful and we have fun. So it's been making you like get serious there. So it could even like be around like you know, when Saturn is there, it could be like making you think about the future and the legacy you want to leave behind for like children, or what you're going to have in the future, or who you're going to leave behind. It could be like made you kind of like get serious in some way, or take responsibility around something there in that sense, so that you can build some kind of structure around like children in the future. Otherwise, it's in that 5th house love and passions and fun and the things that really make you, that you enjoy and you do and that like are fun, and your hobbies and stuff like that, getting serious around those. And it can even be like making a career out of a hobby, or getting serious about something that you do for fun and bringing it out into the world in some way, and making some goals around it. Hell yeah, I've been growing a lot these 2 years. Nobody can tell me anything for these past couple of years. Yeah, so and so when you're, so basically what Saturn has done there, so making you take responsibility and show up in those areas of your life, so that you can move in, when it moves into that 6th house, you've got that really strong foundation you've built around those 5th house things that help you to then be able to build and create and set new goals and all that in those 6th house areas of your life, which is around like your career and your work and your daily routines and your health and your well-being, and how you eat and look after yourself and your body and stuff like that. So having a really good like structure and foundation, and having built something in those 5th house things is going to help you be able to step into your career. So if it is like a hobby or something that you can like get serious about and make something out of, you can step into a career in these next 2 years in that area of a hobby, and like a hobby could become your career and what you do in your day-to-day daily stuff and your practices and all that. Or it could be like getting serious and making a commitment around the play and the fun and the love and the passion and the things that you love in your life and all that. They're going to help you be able to step into like your really healthy best self, and like be healthy and like eat well and play and exercise and do all those things that are like really good for your health and your well-being, and really have like really strong foundations that help you to step into that, because you're having that play and that fun in your life, and not just like so serious, and have really good like foundations in place that you do things that you love, and like you're either doing your passions or your hobbies that really enable you to step into your daily routines and do the grind basically, and get serious around those things, and do what you need to for your well-being and for your daily grind. Someone tried, can't tell me nothing, I'm Shredder. Yep, Shredder. Tali, dance Shredder. Yes, dance like Kanye. Someone tried to tell me that I need to grow up yesterday, and I was like, first of all, oh my gosh, funny. Yeah, so, and that's like stepping into the heart too, into the true heart of who you are, your true self as well. Yeah, so the next 2.5 years, you're going to be able to build really good, strong foundations, and like new, unique ways of doing it, new inventive ways of like, this is where, again, someone could change their health and the way they eat in a dramatic way, start eating a different way, or start exercising, and their fitness and health could take on a whole new spin. They could break free of old patterns of ways of doing things and do things in a complete new way, or come into new ideas and inspirations around ways that they can be healthier and have a really good well-being and eat better, or something like that as well. And again, come into like new ideas and new inventive things, or like break free in some way or rebel in some way around like career and work and the daily things that you do daily. It could be changes that come through and unexpected things in that sixth house of career as well over the next 2.5 years that really help you to step into your, you know, where you're going and building something there and like stability there and some kind of like being able to leave some kind of career legacy or health legacy behind, or just creating that legacy for yourself to have that basically that something that supports you through your life, really good health, so that you can have a legacy to create in the end, or a legacy to leave behind in the end, because you've been able to build on that because you're healthy. So yes, that's where it's all happening for you, Commie brother. So I hope that helps you in some way, or clears things up, or clarifies where the energy's been for you for the last 2.5 years. Thank you for letting me look at your chart again. I appreciate it. So Virgo rising, we'll remember that for next time, and a Virgo moon. So very critical towards yourself and overanalyze things a lot and are harsh on the self. But it's because you want to achieve the best as well. You want to be the best service as you can to be of service, basically, whatever the purpose is of being of service for you. Which is probably those North Node things. Something in the outer world. Nurturing the outer world in some way with the North Node in Cancer in the 11th house. You're here to nurture the world. Yep. So thank you for letting me look at your chart again, Commie brother. Thanks for all your support and being here. I appreciate it. Let's pull a card for you. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting about the cards, Commie brother. Which card would you like a deck from? I've been thinking about applying to Cannabis University here in California and start a dispensary that makes sense with the hobby and career. Oh my god, that is so cool. It's telling you to do it. Commie brother, let's see what the cards say. Pick a card from one of these decks. And then oh, hang on, I'm not even showing it on the camera. God, let me bring the camera up for the decks. I'm so sorry, I'm just like flapping in front of the camera. Let's pick a card to see what the card has to say about this, what you're moving into, where it's going for you. So we've got the Moonology, the Soul's Journey. Ooh, see, this is such a good one. Tully, you're so right. This is like the best deck for like now and forever. And the Soul's Journey, that's cool. Or Work Your Light. Which one would you like, Commie brother? The black one, Moonology. Okay, no worries. Oh, there it is. The Moonology is beautiful. Okay, so what do we have for Commie brother? What message, what guidance or help that will help him through the next 2.5 years? Oh, there we go. There's a card jumping out for you. All right, so time to breathe out. I always have trouble saying this. Disseminating moon. Take time to breathe out. So we talked about coming out with new, unique ways of doing things, and that's the Aquarius energy, and that 6th house is like take the time to breathe out. So meditation, you probably need to find a meditation or breath work practice that's going to help that Virgo rising energy of that anxiety and like stomach issues if they get too anxious and have those sorts of issues. If you can find some kind of breath work practice or meditation practice that really helps you to center yourself and balance and find that emotional balance and really tune into yourself and connect with yourself, that is going to be huge for you over the next 2.5 years, finding that practice that like helps your health and your well-being. That 6th health is our well-being. So that's pretty cool. Thank you for being here, Commie brother. I hope that helps you. All right, let's see whose chart is next. The guiding part of my chart is very true. I like to guide people because I live for others, you know. Yeah, your North Node is in Cancer. That's the nurturing energy. And your North Node's your destiny, where you're headed, what you're sort of, what you're heading towards. And that's the nurture, and it's in the 11th house, so it's external. So it's nurturing of other people or nurturing the world in some way. Providing a nurturing support for the world. Thank you, Call Me Brother. I appreciate your feedback. Terrible hair today, but anyway. Okay, who is next? Rollick, are you still here? Oh, Rollick. Yay! Okay, Rollick, let's bring up your chart. This is exciting. Okay. I already know the answer for you, Rollick. Yes, make sure you check out Rollick TV. She's amazing. She does tarot and she's really good at it. And she does astrology as well. She can read charts and look into them. So yes, make sure you follow Rollick because she has a beautiful energy and she's so fun to watch. And she plays games too. And yes, she's really great. So follow Rollick as well. I feel like I never understood Aquarius energy until recently. Also, you're very sweet. Thank you. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that's, everyone's going to be learning Aquarius energy now. And the reason that you might not understand it is it could be, let's have a look at your chart. Where is Aquarius in your chart? More foreign to you. And Saturn's there. So it makes it harder for you to understand Aquarius because you have Saturn there. Saturn makes things hard and more difficult. And it definitely makes those fifth house things like that. Also Aquarius is different. It's misunderstood. It's unique. It's different. It's alien-like. So it's hard. No one can understand it. We can never really fully understand Aquarius. That's just Aquarius energy. Okay, so, yeah, that's Aquarius. Unpredictable. So I mean, the next 2.5 years is unpredictable. No one can say what's going to happen. No astrologers will even predict anything, probably. And if they are, then it's very general because it's just, we're in unpredictable times now we're moving into all this Aquarian energy. And Uranus is just ruling it. And Uranus is unpredictable. Aquarian moon. Is that you, Tully Dog? See, I forget what everyone is. Yes, unique and different. A bit of the black sheep. Does things their own way. Or needs to do things their own way. Okay, so let's have a look for you. So it's going to be, as I thought, very much for you. Very similar. So the last 2.5 years is building those alien. I'll remember that. Yes. Aquarius are aliens. I'm sorry. It's true. Anyone that's got any kind of double Aquarius energy, well, maybe if you only have one Aquarian sign, you might be a little bit more like, hey, But anyone that's got double Aquarius in their chart, or just really also Uranus energy, is gonna agree with that basically. An alien just means unexplained, different, unexplainable, what we can't explain. That's the alien-like stuff, what can't be explained. And that's Aquarius energy. They're just unique and different. You can't, put them in a box. There's no putting Aquarius in a box. Okay. Hey, Khaleesi is closest. It's okay. Well, good. I'm glad, Tully. I'm glad that you probably feel safe and at home then if your galaxy is very close. Okay. So for you for the last 2.5 years, it's really been focused around creating those really good foundations and those stabilities around the home and where you nurture yourself and where you care for yourself and who you live with and the way you live and your environment as well, making you get serious about that. It could even be the last 2.5 years you've had to get up and make your bed and you felt like you need to do that. You need to get up every day and make your bed and put that good energy out there in the start of the day and get really good routines around the home maybe or something like that, or take the home seriously in some way. Maybe it's made you think about changing homes or moving homes or stepping into the power of creating and building your own home in some way, or where you want to live, or it can even be like renovations, can involve renovations in the home and moving, or people moving in and out of the home too, that change the home in some way and make it more like nurturing to you and more stable for you. And it's, you know, that Saturn and Aquarius will have Saturn and Capricorn will have passed over your Uranus and your Neptune over that time, which would have made you in some way have some kind of breakdown over the last 2 years in those areas of those things. There would have been some breakdown moment for you for sure, where Saturn's like come in hard on you, some kind of authorities come in your life, or some kind of father or something like that that's come in and just like really made you have some kind of breakdown in that home or family or nurturing area there in some way with that, when it's hit your Uranus over there in the last 2 years. And then that Neptune, when it's passed over that Neptune, it's then given you the ability then to dream and believe and like think about what your future can be and what you can create in those areas of the home and the foundation and your living environment, all that. There's been that dreamy energy there for you to be able to really like come up with like some really good ideas and like fantasies around that as well. So accurate, Holly. It's been so hard, Kat. Oh, it is. Any kind of like Capricorn-y hard energy there in that fourth house, the home, the family. Like that's our safe place. That's where we go to feel nurtured and cared for, and it's our safe space basically. And Saturn coming through there and tearing things up in a way, like it can tear things up, especially when there's Uranus energy there, because it can bring breakdowns that bring through breakthroughs. And that's the most important thing when we have those breakdowns, is that it brings the breakthroughs, and we can really start to see what isn't working anymore and what is going to help us. And like that Neptune would be able to help you to see what could work, to visualize and imagine and like wonder basically about what you can have in those areas in that nurturing space, or what kind of nurturing space you could have as well. So for the next 2.5 years now, it's going to be, now you're going to be able to take responsibility and get serious around the 5th house stuff, your love and what makes you happy, and your passions and your desires, and the hobbies, getting serious and taking responsibility for the hobby. So, you know, creating some kind of legacy around the hobbies and things you do, or building something from the hobbies you do. So making a hobby a career, getting serious about trying to make that more a part of your life and your being and what you want to bring out to the world and create and manifest. There could be something around the hobbies, and I feel like that is what it is for you, you know, getting really serious more about your hobbies and building on those, and then being able to basically like create some kind of foundation for you to like live from. And you're going to have, again, you're going to go through another really, really tough time over this next 2.5 years too. Again, with that Saturn energy, Saturn and Jupiter are going to go over your Saturn. So it's going to make it really intense, and it's going to be a time over this time in this 2.5 years where you're going to have to work really hard. It's going to feel burdensome. It's going to feel like you don't want to do it at the daily grind anymore. It's going to, oh, your Saturn return. Yes. And oh, yes. I see, the one thing that I really struggle with my astrology is like thinking about ages and like what people are necessarily going through in their ages and how old they are. I just sort of like put everyone to sort of be, because everyone's like, you can't judge people by their age, you know, like everyone's is different and has different maturity levels. They've been through different experiences and everything in their life, and like you can't judge someone on their age. So I try not to do that, but then I forget that, you know, you need to remember these things because the Saturn returns and stuff like that. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, so when Saturn like goes over your personal natal Saturn in this 2.5 year transit, when it actually is in that sphere of energy in those, you know, that 5 degrees in all be the way, or 3 degrees in all be the way, it's going to really like be tough and hard for you, and it's going to feel like a really tough moment basically, where you're going to have to really step up, really show up, really take responsibility. But once you get past that hard moment, you're going to have humongous rewards that come from that, like really big rewards, more than anyone else, because of that Saturn there. When you do that hard work, you push through, you take responsibility. It could be an authority figure that comes and makes things hard for you in your life, or something with that Saturn energy there too. Either heaps of responsibilities that are stopping you from being able to do those fifth house things of your hobbies and your passions and your fun and doing all that, or an authority figure that comes in and puts lots of responsibility on you, or says no you can't, or whatever it is. There's something that's going to make it more difficult along that path over the next 2.5 years. But once you push through and break through that, and again it could be another breakdown in that area, and you have to break through, and you're going to push through basically the other side, you're going to get rewarded hugely from Saturn. So you're going to have the small rewards of Saturn and Jupiter moving through there over the next 2.5 years, like the hard work and the rewards of those things. But then it's going to become really difficult at one point, and then you're going to have huge breakthrough where it just becomes really rewarding, and you can see the structure and building that you've done, and you can see what it's going to be able to create and manifest for you practically in the world. I'm so lazy, but I need this learning experience or whatever. Yeah, so it's going to make you get really serious about those fifth house things, and like it's also going to make you like take responsibility around like what you enjoy in your life and what makes you happy, and you know what's fun. And that's where you could have that restriction come through, where someone's not letting you do that, not letting you live from your heart. Someone's getting in your way or stopping you and telling you that, no, you need to do your responsibilities and take care of things. You can't do that. But you're going to have to push through and find a way to do both and be able to manage that responsibility and that authority, and also follow your heart and do what you want and what you desire. Must prepare the soil before you plant the seed. Exactly, Tully. That's it. Exactly. So yes, Rollick. So Leo is Cancer. So also, sorry, just looking at your Cancer moon there too, that Saturn would have opposed your moon too over that last 2.5 years. It would have been probably over the last 6 months. Yeah, over the last 6 months, that Saturn has really been opposing your moon. So it's really been pushing you emotionally, all this stuff, that home, that family, and all that. Really, so you said the intensity, we said the intensity before because of all that Uranus, Neptune it's passed over, but even so much more because it's been affecting your moon and your feelings and your eternal self and your emotions. And it could have even been some mother energy come in there too, because it's that authority and that restrictions and all that. Some mother energy come into that about the home and family, and the mother's made it feel more restrictive or emotional or something in some way too. So yeah, it's been so hard. Aww, I'm sending you so much love, Rollick. You're such a beautiful energy and you deserve such amazing things, and they're going to come to you over this next 2.5 years. I can see it. It's going to be amazing. I can feel it in here for you. Let's pull a card for you, because I know that I don't pull cards for myself as very often, and it's nice when someone else does one for us, even though you read cards yourself. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Rollick. I was actually just going to say that that I want to do some healing with you. So now that you've subbed, I'll be announcing something with this new Saturn thing. I'll be launching something new. So I'll be announcing something for subs that's going to be healing for you in a few days. So yes, thank you for subscribing, and you'll be able to benefit from that healing and stuff too. So also your first badge. Oh, that's awesome. And my emotes are coming. They're currently being made, so I'm excited for them to be finished so that my subs can have emotes to share and to use. That will be exciting too. So thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it, Rollick. I really do. And I appreciate your support and your shout outs to me as well, and your feedback. It's really amazing. I'm definitely glad I connected with you, that's for sure. I'm pumped you're streaming. I haven't found astrology people in ages. Yeah, I know, it's so good. It's so good to find others that are interested in the same stuff, have the same passion and the same like path, and both same rising sign. So yeah, that's really exciting. You've learnt a lot already just being here. Oh, that's so exciting. So yes, I intend to help people a lot more and teach a lot more too, which I'll be talking about again in a few days. Or it's actually in 2 days when the Saturn conjunction happens. So yes, that's exciting. So thank you for letting me look at your chart. I hope that has helped and confirmed. Obviously it's just going to confirm things for you. You know astrology a bit, so a fair bit. So there you go. Okay, Virgo risings are basically the goat. The hermit and the goat. They are hard workers, that's for sure. Oh, why did I already do that? Always do this silly thing not thinking. Blondness coming out again. But anyway, the galactic wheel. What do you mean by the galactic wheel, Tully Dog? So next is the Asian Maven. Are you here still, the Asian Maven? It means greatest of all time. Oh, okay. That is so true. As I've said before, I've got a little clip in my highlights about Virgos. Virgos are always right. Okay, thank you. Have a good rest of your night, maybe, Relic? 72 years in galactic zodiac. 1 degree equals 72 years in galactic zodiac. Oh, whoa, okay. Oh, yes, the Asian Maven. If you would like to post your, I'm not sure if you've already done it, but if you can do it again, so I don't have to scroll through, your date of birth, your birth time, and your location. You can do it here in chat, you can whisper it, you can do it through Discord, and we'll bring up your chart and we'll have a look at your sun, moon, and rising, just a brief overview. It's like a little mini chart reading, just to sort of understand a bit about who you are. And then we'll have a look at where this Saturn energy's been for you the last 2.5 years and where it's moving for you and what you can launch or build or create over the next 2.5 years. So while you post your details, I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break to run to the bathroom, and then I will be and get some more water and I'll be back. So 1 to 2 minutes max. I will be really quick, and I'll be back to look at the Asian Maven's chart. And thank you all for being here and your patience. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your patience, the Asian Maven. And I'll be back in a moment. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. And thank you, the Asian Maven. We've got your details now, so I will bring them up separately. I'll bring up your chart with them removed. Okay, so I was just catching up on comments. Oh, post a video on the galactic wheel in Discord. Yes, please, Tully. The mass of all planets for anybody who's keen on it. The mass of the solar system is pretty dope. Yeah, well, that's what astrology is all based on, mathematical calculations. Oh, cool. Please share. I like the example of a beehive, how they lay out the honeycomb. Oh, wow. Okay, so everybody, I'm going to share the Discord link. Join Discord if you haven't already. And Tully's going to share that with us. Thank you, Tully. When you see ancient Egyptians knew about astrology. Yeah, they do. Everyone any ancient cultures knew about it. They used astrology for everything. When you see the maths coded into the pyramids, it will blow your mind. Oh my gosh, cool. Snowflakes use the hexagon too. Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes, it's really crazy, especially when you get into sacred geometry. That's really cool. Okay, let's bring up your chart, the Asian Maven. Now, let me just bring it up first and then I'll remove the details afterwards. Okay. Okay, now just check the details on it before I remove them. So, yeah, and oops, I just need to change the time. I've got PM instead of AM or AM instead of PM, whichever it is. Okay, let me fix that. There we go. Oops, go away, you. Location. Okay, so I've got the right time now. Okay, so time is right, yep, and we've got the right city, yep, and we've got the right date of birth, yep. Okay, now let me just save that and then I'll chuck it in paint and remove your details. Alright, now let me bring your chart up. Now make sure I bring up the right chart. Okay, no details on this one? No, okay. Alrighty. Okay. So I like to start with rising sign. Rising sign's our identity, who we are, can be our appearance, the way we represent ourselves, the way people first see us. And so a rising Sagittarius. So a rising Sag person is usually someone that's like quite optimistic and positive, and someone that usually likes to like go with the flow and like sort of trust in the divine in that sense. They can be someone who's like philosophical, someone who has an interest in like learning more, absorbing more, like finding out more about things. It's an expansive sign, so there's usually some desire to like grow or learn in some way or expand. The Sag energy too can be someone that is quite social and someone that's like the life of the party, that everyone sort of likes to be around because they've got such a good energy. They can be someone too that is they can also be someone that is commits to too many things, you know, because they're like that optimistic sign and all that too. They can like overdo it sometimes and overcommit to things and not be able to do everything and stick to all the things that they want to. They have the right intentions, but they can't always do it, and that sometimes they can be late. It can be someone that's like always late to things and has a big issue with time and showing up on time and things like that because of the overcommitment as well. It can also be someone who like is clumsy and like bumps into things, or when they're like more in their head, or even like when they're fired up or something, or feeling like overly those fiery emotions or something in some way, that fieriness. That's when they can find that they can be a bit clumsy or whatnot. When they're basically their mind isn't on what they're doing and they're off with the fairies or elsewhere, then they can find that's when they have those situations. It's me, I'm constantly juggling responsibilities. Yeah, definitely. So Sag rising person too could be someone that's like good at sports or social sports or things like that too. They're definitely someone that needs to like burn that fiery energy in some way through exercise and physicality in some way. They need to be doing something physical. It could be dancing, it could be running or exercising, or it could be those social sports, which is one of the best things for a Sag rising person, and the fieriness. It's also a so a Sag rising person also might be someone who is likes to travel a lot, or has some kind of interest in like other cultures or international things, or wanting to like expand in that area of like things that are like from that are further away, or a longer distance or something like that, or someone that wants to delve deep into like studying and learning and like learn heaps of degrees and knowledge and information. And it could be someone that commits to a lot of like long-term study as well, does a lot of university degrees because they want to like expand and learn or know more. It just does a lot of courses that helps them to grow and expand. Hey Grant, not too much. You haven't really missed much at all. Okay, so let's have a look at Jupiter to see a little bit more about that first house, that rising sign, and see how it's interacting in the chart. So Jupiter is up there in the 8th house, up in Virgo. Oh, at 0 degrees as well. So 0 degree Jupiter Virgo placement. So that Sag energy would definitely speak to someone who is like, here to grow and expand in the way of like, it's in an 8th house. So like, those philosophical things. But it could be in the way of like, like occult things as well. That occultness can come into it. So wanting to like learn about the world and learn the deep truths, because the Sag sign is very much a truth seeker sign too. And that 8th house energy can bring in like the wanting to like go to the deep depths of the truth and find out more and know the truth. And there could be a lot of like transformation and happens with that growth. A lot of deep healing and transformation that happens when you like are growing and are learning as well. And that's where the expansion is, in that transformation and that healing. I do love to travel and learn about different cultures. Yeah, and that can be really healing for you as well, and expansive when you're like learning that stuff as well. And that 8th house can also, Jupiter, so it can be very, and in that Virgo energy too, someone that's here to basically like, you're going to find expansion from helping others, from serving or helping others in some way. I posted a video, an uplifting video on Discord. Oh, yay. Thank you, Tully. Thank you for sharing. I will check Discord out after the stream, and everyone else that wants to check out the video, join there. Okay, so let's have a look at your sun and see how that's playing out. So sun down there in the 3rd house is usually someone that in Aries is someone that's quite expressive and like, you know, they put themselves out there and they show their independence and who they are, and they're not afraid to like be themselves and show themselves either with that Sun Aries person. It can be someone too that's like not scared to take risks, especially if that's Sagittarius energy there. They have like a trust in like that things will work out and that their universe will, you know, look after them, or God or whoever it is. That Aries energy is someone that is fiery as well. So you've got lots of fiery passion there when it comes to that Sag and that Aries energy. Someone that is fiery and passionate and has a lot of like energy, and it's someone that needs to be doing physical stuff to burn all that energy. So those social things I was talking about earlier, social sports or dancing or doing something there, it definitely speaks to someone with an Aries sun. They need to burn off all that fiery energy in some way. They need to be exercising or doing something physical, because otherwise it gets built up and becomes tension, headaches and depression. And that's pretty much it for Aries when they're not burning that fire. It's depression and it's tension, headaches. Aries rules the head, and when that energy can't move around and it's stuck, that's when we get headaches. So yes, there's that need to be physical in some way and burn that energy. And they're also someone that, yeah, can be independent and do things their way. It could be someone that is very much my way or the highway, especially that Sag energy too. Sags want to do things and break free and have freedom and do things their own way. So yes, and it's in that 12th house energy, which is where a little bit can be sabotaging. So that can play in it too. In that Aries person is, you could be a bit, yeah, you like to do things your way, and if you don't get your way, then maybe you throw tantrums, or maybe you get upset. It really depends on where your moon is, which we haven't looked at yet. Maybe not, because moon is there in Capricorn. They're more serious. They might not throw tantrums so much. That Capricorn moon, they're serious. If someone was throwing a tantrum, a Capricorn moon would probably roll their eyes at them. So let's not say that. That's why you need to look at the chart as a whole. But it would be someone that, if they're not getting their way, they could be a bit more depressed and stuff like that. You know, that's where the depression and that could come in, when they're not chasing that fire and going after things and all that as well. And the Sun in the Aries person can be someone who's really playful as well, and you know, likes to have fun and be silly as well. They can be immature, and that's a good thing. We need that like light energy sometimes. That someone that's not so serious. I tried to do yoga to relieve stress. Okay, that's really good. You've got to move the energy some way, so that's really good. I'm stubborn. Yeah, I guess that Aries energy can be stubborn in the sense of like, yeah, it's my way or the highway. Ooh, I'm sorry. You also have Chiron in your Chiron and Taurus, and Chiron is where our biggest wounds are, where we can do some like ultimate healing and step into some huge power and help others to heal in some way and really like transform. And it's in Taurus, so that could be your biggest wound, being stubborn. Basically. So the Venus Aries energy is cardinal too, so it can be someone that's like got energy to go, and like sometimes it can be someone that like has all these great ideas and wants to do things but isn't always good at following through on them too. But they've got that energy to like, yeah, have the ideas, and they're a leader too. They can be someone who leads the way and shows other people a way, or leads a team. They can be good bosses as well. And they fight for what they believe in. Aries energy is like the fighter and fighting for what they believe in and standing up for other people too, in some ways that Aries energy can be. So let's have a look at your moon, because that definitely speaks to like that cardinal energy of like wanting to get things done and be active and do things. There's definitely like that need there, or that depressive energy can come in. A moon and Capricorn person needs to be like creating or building or having some kind of like practical foundation in their life that supports them and provides structure so that they can basically build and create things and like have some kind of legacy. And when your moon is there, that's very much like an emotional need to have like some kind of like good strong foundation that like supports you in some way. So having that moon in the first house definitely speaks to someone who emotions like come out in their personality and who they are, and it could make them someone fiery with their emotions with that Aries sun energy. But when it's the Capricorn energy, they're usually more practical, and it's not so much as fiery because it's not emotional. Capricorn energy is not usually over emotional, it's more cold. A Capricorn moon person is usually someone that doesn't necessarily like romance or a bit fluffy stuff, or like they don't fluff things up. They're more serious and practical when it comes to like feelings and emotions and like letting things get to them and get out of hand and letting their emotions and feelings get out of hand. It's not a Capricorn thing to like lose control, basically. They're very more controlled and serious when it comes to those things. It could even stand for having a mother figure in the life, or the women in the life are quite hard-working too, or the mother was like quite hard-working in life and a workaholic even, or something like that. And the mother plays a big part in your emotions and who you are, and a big part of your identity because it's in that first house. So the mother has some kind of role on like who you are and your identity and about you in some way. That moon in the first house too in Capricorn can make someone a bit more feminine in their appearance and stuff. Whether male or female, could make you a bit more feminine or more sensitive in the way that you dress or show yourself in some way. Capricorn's more serious and all that, but there's that feminine energy that comes into it in some way. And it could be someone that's just really neat and tidy with their appearance. That's where the feminine energy comes from, not rough and masculine, I guess, but someone that's just really neat and tidy and cares about their appearance a lot and is serious about them and really likes to look after themselves and take care of themselves. That could be that moon energy there in the first house. So let's just see where Mars is in your chart, because your sun ruled by Aries. I just want to see how the Mars is interacting. So Mars in Leo. So again, you're just very fiery and passionate. A very fiery and passionate person. There's lots of fire in your chart. Fiery and passionate person. Leo energy can be a bit stubborn too. Sorry. Okay, so that's pretty much your sun, moon and rising. I'm just seeing if anything else sort of jumped out or anything like that. But that's a good basis. You've got a lot of fire. You need to be like taking action in life and doing things and creating things and movement. You can't be stuck and stagnant and all that, because that's when you become all those negative basically things like the headaches, the depression, all that sort of stuff can come in, and even like, you know, over partying and stuff like that if you're not like on your path and doing what you need to create and build some kind of life. Okay, let's have a look at where the Capricorn energy's been for you for the last 2.5 years. So for you, it's been in the first house. So it's very much probably felt really heavy and burdensome, and you've had to take a lot of responsibilities, and it's probably been on your shoulders, and it could be like the weight of the world, or just feeling like, you have to do something big, or that there's like just feeling a lot of responsibility for you and like what you're doing and who you are and what you're creating and what you're putting out there. And maybe even a lot of like responsibilities around like the mother or women or something in your life too. Probably even in the last like few months there could have been some more responsibility or some kind of like restrictions or burden or something come up there of the mother in the last 6 months, or the women close to you in your life. But for that last 2.5 years, the focus has been about your appearance and who you are, and getting serious about the way you present yourself and all that stuff as well. So the next 2.5 years, and this Saturn Jupiter conjunction that's happening in Aquarius, where we need to basically something we're going to be building we're going to be building over the next 2.5 years, and that's going to help us for the next 20 years to be able to create something great that's going to be able to create a legacy for us. Yes, I have been taking care of my parents. Oh, there we go. So the moon is our either our mother or the prime caretaker of us, and taking more responsibility in the first house with that moon is definitely like the needing to nurture and care and take responsibility, and felt more burdensome than around some kind of nurturing in your family or mother figure or the people that nurture you. So yeah, that's basically too. So when Saturn gets to the end of the transit too, you should start to see the rewards come through from that, from being committed and from doing the hard work and taking responsibility and all that. You should see some kind of rewards come through now over the next 2.5 years, because you've done that. And if you've stepped up to the plate and you've showed up and you've done that, then over the next 2 years you'll start to see the energy change, and things will start. You'll still have the hard work. You still have to do the responsibilities. We don't set up foundations then to just forget about them and walk away from them. We have to keep building them and keep using them to bring us through life. So you have to keep using what you've got and what you've built over this last 2.5 years, and what you've stepped into. But over the next 2.5 years, you'll start to see the little rewards come through. Instead of a reward right at the end of the hard work, we'll start to see little rewards along the way that help keep us on path, that help keep us motivated, and we can start to see the hard work paying off. And for you, that's going to be around the second house of your stability, being able to be stable within yourself and your skills and abilities, and being able to use them to have stability and to have self-worth and confidence, and to go out in the world and be able to create based on you being able to use your skills and abilities and feeling confident around that. So the next 2.5 years, you're going to have to get serious around your skills and abilities, and what and how you're able to make money and support yourself and create financial stability. So the next 2.5 years is going to be focused on that, and you'll start to see the rewards from that first house, that hard work of taking care of the mother and the parents, and getting really serious about who you are and what you want to do, and that sort of stuff is really going to start to be able to get the rewards and really start to take action and movement in that second house around those skills and abilities, and really be able to create some kind of financial wealth for yourself and financial stability and security. So the next 2.5 years, that's what you're going to be working on, getting that confidence and that self-worth, and doing the work there. You need to do that work around that self-worth and building up strong value around yourself and how you feel, and that you value yourself and what you're going to put out, and that you're valuable. What you put out into the world is value. Building really strong foundations and structures around that is what's going to be important, and you're going to benefit there and get rewards and prosper and grow something really big over the next 20 years in that. I am thinking of going into interior design. Yeah, well, the second house is about our skills and abilities. So, doing something to knuckle down and commit to in that area. So committing to some kind of study that's going to increase your skills and ability is amazing over the next 2.5 years for you there. It's going to help you to create financial stability in the long run. And that's what all this energy is too. It's not for short-term gains, it's for long-term gains, for legacy and foundation and creating and building something. I would like to have my own business. Well, you're going to be able to get the skills and abilities to do that over this next 2.5 years, that's for sure. If you do the hard work and you take responsibility and you show up. So that's awesome, Asian Maven. Thank you so much for letting me look at your chart. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. If you'd like a card, just for a little bit of guidance for the next 2.5 years, and what a message that could be there for you, and some more guidance, what could help, you can pick one of these decks if you like. We've got the Work Your Light, the Soul's Journey, and the Moonology deck. If you would like a card, just choose a deck, and we'll see who is next in the queue. Okay, so I put myself next because we were going to do a sister's chart. Was it Grant? Was it your sister we were going to do, Grant? I'm sorry if it wasn't. I remember we were going to do someone's sister's chart that was with them. So if you're still here, then just post the details below. Oh, Grant, it is you? Okay, cool, Grant. If you want to post the details again, I'm sorry, Grant, date of birth, birth location, and birth time, and then we can bring it up and have a look. The Moonology deck? Okay, no worries. I was like, where did I put it? But it's still here, it's just blending in. Okay. Alright, so what do we have for the Asian Maven? A message, something that's going to help for this 2.5-year transit through Aquarius. Thank you, Grant. Okay, we've got 2 cards. 2 cards have jumped out for you. The Asian Maven. Oh, that's so sweet, Tully. Okay. So we've got Show the World the Real You. Full Moon in Aquarius. Wow, we're stepping into that Aquarius energy and we've pulled the Aquarius card. So this card is telling you to step into the truth of who you are and not be scared to show your unique individual self. Don't be scared of what other people think of you. Don't be scared if what you've got or what you want to show out in the world is different or unique. If you want to dress a different way and present yourself a different way that's different to what other people like or what you think people will approve of or anything like that, you need to just step into who you are and show that and not be afraid. The second card, the end of a tough cycle approaches. Full Moon in Capricorn. Oh my gosh, we just pulled Aquarius and Capricorn. The card never lied. This is why I say cards are so amazing. I mean, astrology is amazing too, but cards never lie. This is nuts. We're moving away from Capricorn and we're going into Aquarius energy now. And it's the end of a tough cycle of Capricorn energy, of the hard work, of the restrictions, of feeling like a burden's on you. All that you're moving away from now and moving into that energy of being able to be you and be the real you and create those skills and abilities that are going to help you to get what you want in life and head towards the North Node, which is what we're all headed towards, the North Node in Gemini, of new inventive ways of doing things and new ways of connecting with people and all that. So yeah, that's pretty good cards. It's like exactly on with what we've just had. So releasing the end of that cycle. So I mean, the burdens and energy just ease because you just start to feel lighter now and you know, you could even come into like new inventive ways of like managing that better now with this Aquarius energy that's coming through. But it's important just to be yourself. Thank you very much for letting me read for you, the Asian Maven. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here and thank you for your patience. All right, Grant, let's have a look at your sister's chart. Now, let me bring up the chart. Okay, so I'm just going to call it Grant's sister. And then we'll remember. Grant sis. Okay, and we've got... The cards never lie. I know, they're so, and like I swear every time I pull a card I like think that to myself too. They're just always so spot on. Thank you for letting me look at your chart. I appreciate it, Asian Maven. Okay, so we've got 25th of Feb. And we've got, okay, and the time. Okay. Location. And you redeemed Reiki healing, Grant. We can do that after this. I redeemed Reiki healing. Shit, that mean? Oh, I redeemed Reiki healing. Oh, what does that mean? We'll do the Reiki healing after we do this reading. Reiki is basically, it's just energetic healing. So I'm a Reiki master. I'm tuned into Reiki energy healing. I'm tuned into masculine and feminine energy, which not all healers are. So I will channel healing basically to you during the stream. We'll do it for a moment and then it will flow on up throughout the stream, because I'll use my symbols that keep the energy to continue flowing. And Reiki basically gives you energy into your body that promotes your own self-healing. So I'm sending energy into you, which enables stuck, stagnant energy to move through your body, and enable your energy to move through your body and heal yourself. So yes. All right, let's bring up the chart. So 25th. Got that right, we got the time. 4:44 a.m. Whoa, that's a pretty prosperous time to be born. Whoa, I look forward to seeing her chart with that kind of time. Whoa. Okay. Elmhurst, Illinois. Okay. All right, let's bring up the chart. And okay, I'm going to close the queue too, so that I can get through whoever's on the list, and then finish off after that, because we've been on for almost 5 hours today so far, and it's now 5 p.m. here, so that's okay though. But we'll get through everyone that's on the list. All right, so let me bring up the chart. Okay, Grant 6. Okay, so I like to start with rising sign. Rising sign is who we are, what we're about. It can be our person, can be sort of like how people see us, our appearance, how we show ourselves, how we dress. Yeah. Make your job your passion. Yes, that's like the most important thing we can all do on this earth, is like make our job our passion, or make our passion our job, or whatever. Okay. I lost my music again. Can't win with this DMCA stuff, can you? Okay, where's the chart? Oh, sorry guys. There we go. Okay. Yes, so, all right, let's look at your rising sign. So rising sign's Capricorn. So sorry, we're talking about your sister, but I'm going to say you, but I'm referring to your sister. So rising Capricorn person's usually someone that is hardworking. There's someone that's here to like achieve and wants to create goals and wants to do things. They're hardworking. They're about building and leaving a legacy behind and really wanting to like create something. They can be someone that's quite serious as well, and follows the rules and follows the laws, and does the right thing as well. Caitlin, okay, that's a nice name, Caitlin. All right, so and Caitlin has her Venus in the first house too. So Venus first house person is usually someone that's beautiful, or represents beauty in some way, or likes beautiful things, or is quite artistic or creative or something there. There's some kind of beauty element there, whether they're beautiful or they love art or they're really artistic. There's something there with like beauty in that Venus with the rising sign. Now, it's not in the first house, it's in the 12th house. Again, it's still going to represent that beauty in some way, because they've got it there in that 12th house, but it's probably actually not going to be the appearance of maybe someone who is, you're not saying that they're not beautiful, but it won't be so much. It's more probably like that artistic and creative side there. But a Capricorn Venus person is going to be someone that's like practical with their money usually, and someone that's like practical when it comes to relationships and like who they get into a relationship and who they have, who they love basically. They're going to be more serious about that and not be as risky. And unless there's like some kind of benefit or gain to the relationship or the person, they're really not going to commit to someone or do it. And the same with like their work and their career. They're not going to like, the way that they make their money has to be like building something or creating something. No, they're not going to do anything that doesn't have any purpose or any value that's going to be able to like create something long term or create some kind of structure or build something or leave a legacy behind in some way. Let's just see where Saturn is. So Saturn's down there in the second house in Aries. So definitely someone who's driven and goal orientated and is here to like create stuff and maybe be a leader as well, and show others like how to be, or how to be responsible, and how to like be serious as well, and take action. Definitely like they're definitely going to be focused around like, yeah, that wealth and building and creating some kind of stability there in some way. With that second Saturn there in the second house. Let's have a look at your sun and see where your sun is. So sun is down there in the first house. So first house sun in Pisces. So a Pisces sun person is usually someone that is quite psychic or quite sensitive or quite compassionate. Mercury's there too. When Mercury and the sun are together, it's a really good combination. It can make someone quite expressive and someone that's really good at communicating and like either connecting with people or just bringing people together in some way, like socially or through connection, or someone. It could also be someone that writes or journals or speaks in some way too, communicates. Like that's a big part of them and who they are, is they're writing and they're speaking and they're communicating. It could be someone that writes blogs or something like that as well. There's a need for like expressing themselves there, and it could be from like a really like psychic sense, or someone that's like really intuitive and like someone that's like super intuitive, someone's like super psychic, sensitive, and like communicates in that way too. Their communication style is really sensitive and compassionate as well, and their mind is they can be someone that when they speak with compassion and they speak with love and healing. Their words can be very healing as well. That sun and Mercury there in that Pisces sign. It could be someone whose words are super healing and like really spiritual and really deep. It could be someone that's super religious too, or has some really super religious beliefs or something too, or speaks about religion or philosophy or something in some way with that sun there. Not so much philosophy, but religion and like beliefs probably, or just the higher self in the world, and like and spirituality as well. It could be someone that's like super spiritual or into like spirituality and wants to like learn and grow and communicate and expand with that. It could also be someone that can get depressed as well, or can get like lost and like needs an escape in some way, and like into like fantasy or away from reality. There could be someone that gets like lost in books basically, or watching things, or in fantasy, or just like their mind is like off in another world, or with the fairies in some way. They have some kind of somewhere with that sun and that Mercury there that they escape and get away, and it's like in another world, or in a book lost somewhere, or they play video games for hours and escape in that way. There's some kind of way that they escape and get away in those Pisces things. It can be also someone that drinks a lot or does drugs too, or that is their coping mechanism too, especially with the Mercury there. And if they're not in a balanced state, basically that's when they can reach for alcohol. Pisces sign is very sensitive, and if they're in a super sensitive state and they're not being compassionate with themselves and looking after themselves and nurturing themselves, then that's when they can reach for alcohol and things like that, or just that need to escape. So it's where they get lost in like not in reality. Basically they find it hard to step back into the reality of things. It can also be someone that, especially that Mercury there, their communication is a little bit foggy or hazy sometimes. Like they don't always speak, not so much the truth, but when they communicate, they don't say things harshly or not. They say things really loving, and they basically like someone who what's it called? Like when you're trying to give someone advice and you say it softly and nicely, or you can say it like the harsh way, like sugarcoats things. Someone who sugarcoats their communication and that, when they say things and they're speaking and they're communicating, it's more from a like romantic, sensual, loving, rose-colored glasses point of view. Like it's not harsh and like necessarily not truthful, but straight to the point or whatever. It's a bit shady or foggy or just really sensitive. Even it can be even someone that's like quite sensitive when it comes to the way they communicate and speak as well. So let's have a look at your moon, because it's in the first house. There's so much first house energy there. So there's a big focus in this lifetime around who you are and your identity and your appearance and the way you present yourself, and all that too is huge. And your moon is there in that first house. So definitely, and Uranus is there too. So it's definitely someone that is here to like, wants to do something bigger or has a higher purpose in some way and feels that. The moon in Aquarius energy, someone who probably feels like the black sheep growing up. They feel different. They feel emotionally disconnected from the world or from other people in some way. Or like, yeah, more connected with like animals or nature or the world, and not as connected with people maybe. They might find, yeah, they have better connections with other things, not people and that. Necessarily, like they don't attach to people as easily, I guess. It can be someone that's not as attached when it comes to their emotions and feelings, and they can come across cold because they're more intellectual, they're more in the minds, they're not so much in that emotional feeling. So they can come across as cold because they're not speaking about their feelings and emotions so much. Although you've got that Pisces energy there, so that can like counteract that though, and can it make someone more emotional and sensitive in their communication and that style, but their feelings and emotions are still more detached. So they can be like that, but they can detach from their emotions and feelings. So they could probably like be really expressive and really sensitive and really compassionate and all that towards people, but not take it on so much themselves, and they can keep that disconnection from other people's feelings and emotions. And they can like disconnect from their own feelings and emotions too, to be able to get shit done, because they're ruled by Saturn and Uranus, so they're able to like, yeah, get things done and not let the emotions overtake them and control them and like overwhelm them. But having a Uranus there in that first house does make someone a little bit more erratic, and like maybe their emotions and feelings, like they do unexpected things. They can be a little bit unexpected or unpredictable in some way with that Uranus in the first house. And someone that definitely needs to like break free and do things differently their own way, and wants some kind of freedom or whatnot. And someone that feels for nature or for the environment or for the world, and like feels really connected to that in some way, and not so much maybe humans as much, or people in some way. Okay, so that's pretty much it for Sun, Moon and Rising. Let's have a look at where this Capricorn energy's been for the last 2.5 years for you. And for you, it's been in the 12th house. So 12th house energy is a bit more of a, it's going within. So the 12th house is like the hidden side of ourself, our internal self, our hidden self, our psychological self, our mental state. So it's really been asking you, Saturn, to get serious and take responsibility around those things, and your connection with yourself and the higher self, and like your connection with God, the source, the universe. Getting really serious about that and taking responsibility and stepping into the truth of that and showing up in that area, and like really understand, like, you know, trying to build something there, some kind of like really good psychological practice, or just a really healthy mental state that enables you to it's going to like set you up basically so that you can move into that first house stuff, which we'll talk about in a sec. So the 12th house too, that Capricorn energy there is like, yeah, it could have been making you get really serious about also your like work and how you make your money, and like your skills and abilities too in some way, because Venus is there and that's like our money. So making you get serious about your money as well over this last 6 months, making you take action in a way of like getting serious about your money, and maybe even like your love and how you love and who you love as well with that Venus there. And now the next 2.5 years, that energy is moving into the first house. So it's very much going to be the focus on like you and your identity and who you are, and getting serious about that. And there could be some like really big breakthroughs and changes that come over the next 2.5 years around your identity and the way you dress and who you are and the way you present yourself, and your emotions too. Your emotions and feelings are going to come into that quite strong. And it could be something that comes up with the mother as well, or the main nurturer in the family in that in the next 2.5 years around like your identity and who you are. And there should be some responsibility there with the mother or the nurturer or something like that, or some nurturing there, or some mothering of yourself, like, or if you have children, if you had children or something like that, and you might be a bit young, but that's where that house would be like having to really step into that nurturing role, that motherly role, and that's what it can be over the next 2 years. You're really having to step into that nurturing role and nurture someone and care for someone, and that becomes a part of who you are. But yeah, so it's definitely like the next 2.5 years, it's big like changes and like unexpected things and surprises, and you'll get the rewards, and the hard work will come if you do the hard work too, and you keep at basically trying to like better yourself, and like the way you present yourself, and like who you are and what you want. And also like that first house is like being an individual and being independent, and really stepping in that energy of being independent and being able to like support yourself and build something for yourself and what you want and who you are. So yes, that's it for your sister Grant. For Caitlin, thank you for letting me look at her chart. I hope that it benefits in some way and helps her. Would she like a card? If she would like a card, Grant, just get her to pick a deck, please, and we will pull a card for her to help with that first house Saturn energy and Jupiter and what it means. So we've got the Moonology, the Work Your Light, and we've got the Soul's Journey today. These are my new decks. So yes, thank you, Grant. If Caitlin would like a card, just let me know what deck you would like. And we'll see who's next in the queue, so you can get your date of birth, time of birth, and location ready. She has feedback, by the way. Okay, awesome. I'd love to know. And maybe I can clear some things up or anything. That's good. Mad Galaxy, are you here? You've been here for so long, and you've come back and you've waited and you've checked the list. And I hope you're still here, Mad Galaxy. I really do. I hope I get to look at your chart. Oh. If you are, post your date of birth, your time, and your birth location in chat, Discord, or whisper at Mad Galaxy, and we can look at your chart. Okay, so you said the Soul's Journey, didn't you? Okay, let's grab those cards out. Yay, Mad Galaxy! I'm so excited. Oh, thank you for your patience and waiting around. I can't wait to look at your chart. So, date of birth, time of birth, and location. And we'll pull it up and let's get some information for you and help you as much as I can. Okay, so Caitlin, what message, or what can we help you, what can we do, what message can we get for you to help with this Capricorn energy around the identity, who you are, and all that over the next 2.5 years? And where you can build and create some kind of really good structure and foundation that's going to bring you rewards for the next 20 years. Ooh, okay. Balance. So, I bring a state of perfect harmony into my world, and I do so without judgment. So that's very much talking about finding balance within yourself. So that Capricorn energy is someone's usually like an overworker, and they're always trying to like achieve and create and do all this stuff and do things like to create a legacy and create goals. And you really need to find that balance so that you're not just focused so much on the external, but on creating you and what you want. And really, instead of like feeling like you have to do this, you have to do that, making sure that when you're using your Capricorn energy, it's doing things that you really want, that are for you and are really part of who you are and that are going to create for you, not just doing them because you think you should, or it's going to help support other people, or it's going to leave a legacy behind for someone else, you know, or something like that that's not in your alignment or what you really want, you need to make sure that you're in balance and it's you're doing what you want, and that's how you can balance out that energy, when especially when you've got all that Capricorn energy, making sure it's you're putting all that energy into the goals and creating stuff that you want, not what other people want. So yes, that was very spot on, especially the ending. I feel as if I've been preparing for the future and next level responsibilities. Ah, yes, and I said to someone else before that had Capricorn in their first house too, it's like a whole new life is coming for you. That Capricorn first house is like inventing new you, like a whole new you and whole new life. So that's really exciting. Thank you, Grant. Thank you for letting me read for you and your sister, and I really appreciate the feedback. I'm so happy when I can help people and they benefit from it, and it really makes me really happy. So thank you. Mad Galaxy, you don't need to redeem that. You're going to get that with your reading anyway. So I'm going to refund you those points so you can have them back for another time. But I'm going to give you Oracle card at the end anyway. So, and yes, that's how I feel about the energy. Oh, thanks so much, Grant. I appreciate it. Okay, so let's bring up Mad Galaxy's chart. Okay. Whoops. All right, so here we go. Now, I'll just take an extra minute or two with this one because we'll remove the personal details. It's been whispered. So, Mad Galaxy. And I love your name too, Mad Galaxy. Okay. Now. Oh, Reiki, yes. Okay. All right, Grant, I really want to do this reading for Mad Galaxy, so I'm going to do this one first. If you stick around, I'll do the Reiki after that. Otherwise, we can do it when you're on next time. Otherwise, I will send you the healing after this by myself. So it's up to you what you want to do. But yes, thank you for redeeming that. But yes, let me do this chart first because I know Mad Galaxy has been waiting for ages too. And I know you've been patient as well, and I do appreciate it. Okay. Now we've got Oh, thank you, Grant. I appreciate it. I'll even bring the healing, the singing bowls in too for some healing. Oh, come me, brother. You're too good to me. Thank you, my friend. So kind. Okay. Now we've got 17th of April 2000. Oh, sorry. I started reading loud personal details. I'm so sorry. That's why I'm usually meant to mute when I do that. Okay. So we won't go into any more. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Yes. Which we're going to see from your sign anyway. That's okay, sun. Time and location. Okay. Alright, so location. Okay, I've got the location now. Just chilling here for some strange reason. Oh, Rocker, that's okay. Thanks for being here, Rocker. Maybe you'll want to be here for the Reiki healing energy, Rocker. Maybe that's why you're chilling. So you can experience that healing that we're going to do next after this. Alright, let me make sure I've got the right details before we cut them out. Okay, yep, and we've got location, yep. Okay. Okay, Mad Galaxy. So I'll just, whoops, what's going on here? I read for you before, Mad Galaxy? I'm so sorry. You're already in my charts. Unless I just intuitively know. Oh, Mad Galaxy, I'm so sorry. I just tried to save your chart and it wouldn't let me because it's already saved. Right, if there was cake, that would be a different story. Oh, funny. Mad Galaxy, I already have your chart. I'll just double check it is the same chart. I'll check the original. Make sure we've got the same details. Yes, okay, I have already read for you. So I've read your sun, moon and rising before. So that's always good. So we can get straight into the Capricorn stuff and how it's affecting you. Alright, I've got the cut one, that's okay. Okay, so Mad Galaxy. So Capricorn, oh yes, Capricorn rising. So Mad Galaxy, it would have been really tough for you the last 2.5 years. It would have felt really burdensome. You would have felt a lot of responsibility around who you are and like what you're about and your appearance probably, and it would have felt, you probably questioned that too, like the way you dress and the way you show yourself and the way you present yourself. You would have went through like questioning and feeling uncertain maybe in those areas, and you needed to like really take responsibility and maybe like get more serious about that. A Capricorn rising person is usually someone that's like quite sensible though in the way that they dress, so they're not usually like, you know, dress scruffy or sort of like out there or anything like that. But you know, if you were someone like that, it's definitely like this transit would be pushing you to like maybe, you know, start wearing suits or just dress a bit better maybe, or present yourself in another way. So yeah, and are you still here, Mad Galaxy? Yes, and yeah, that's pretty much all where it's about the identity and who you are. I felt really burdensome around that and heavy, and you should start to see the results now. It's actually changed. So for the last, for the first part of that transit, it would have been more about that mental balance and finding that like connection with like your higher self and like either God or the universe or something like that. That first 2.5 years, that first year and a half of the, I'd say year and a half of the transit, definitely would have been more about like your connection to yourself and your intuition and your higher self and that mental state and having that really good psychological foundation and like having something like really strong to support you around, a really strong mental state and that connection there with like, yeah, either source, the universe or God, and like being able to like tap in and tune into that compassionate side of yourself and a compassion for yourself as well. And then that last year of that transit in Capricorn made it really like heavy and burdensome then in that first house of who you are and your responsibility around the way you dress, the way you act, and like the way you, your attitude as well. Your attitude could have went through some changes. You could have had like some authority figures like, you know, not stepping on you, but really like either showing you or pointing out like things in like your attitude or the way that you like act or like show yourself or something in some way. So moving into that Aquarius energy now, it's still very much in the first house for you. There's only a little bit there in the second house. So over the next 2.5 years, where you can grow and expand with that Jupiter energy and really build something with Saturn and really create some kind of legacy, is around who you are and your identity and all that. So it could be you stepping out into the world with who you are and building like something around your identity. So it could be a business that's unique and different in some way, and it's about you and what you're doing out in the world, and like who you are, and being independent as well. There's really going to be you're really going to be able to step up and be really independent and be yourself, and like take risks. You're going to be able to take risks and be an individual and try things new and do different things, and you could dress a different way, and you could present yourself in a different way and try new things and have new experiences and like different things that like help you to expand and grow, that really shape your identity and who you are. Is it possible to be so in tune with your higher self that you two have a communication system? Yes, that's right, call me brother. So when you're like really in tune with your higher self, you are, and like that inner voice, when you hear that inner voice, that's your higher self. You're like, when you have that really good connection with your higher self, you're channeling down for your higher self. So like you always know the right answers and what the right moves are and what the right steps are, because your higher self knows all, it knows everything. And when you can connect into that energy and have that really good communication with it, and that really good connection with your higher self, that's when your like heart, mind, head are all in balance, and you can really know what's best for you. Yeah, good things coming. Yes, yeah, really expansive and good things around who you are and what you're putting out there and about you, and what you're like. It's all about you though, and like being independent and stepping into something about your identity and the appearance of you and who you are. And again, it could be creating and building something there. So it could be someone that wants to put themselves out into the public world or out into the bigger world or something, and it's based, the brand is around them. The brand is them and who they are, and that's what they sell and they put out there, or that's what they have to offer, is them. So that's pretty exciting. And because you've been so patient as well, we're going to do your cards. I'm going to let you choose 2 of the decks for 2 cards, but I'm also going to quickly just look at where that solar eclipse energy was for you last weekend and over this last few weeks, and just it's going to be for the next 6 months as well, and the next few months, so that you can see where the release is for you and what you were needing to let go of, the old stories, the old beliefs, the old patterns, what you need to move away from to step into the north node of your destiny and your direction and where you're going. When I was sick today, it was from shrimp I ate. Before I put the first one in my mouth, I was like, I shouldn't eat this, and I knew it, and it was my higher self, but I didn't listen and I got sick. Yes, that is so right. And you know what? We can grow our intuition by practicing things like that, by doing that, by not listening to our intuition. We learn to listen to our intuition. So that was a lesson for you, sometimes we have to do that, go against our gut just to see, as well. So yeah, you learn a lesson there. That's the main thing. You're reflecting on it, and now you know. So it's so important. But hey, Murty, how are you? Thanks for coming by. Important tip: do not share food with anyone, even family member, this season. Gastro is going around, and I learned the hard way. Oh yeah, that is so true. That would be the biggest thing with this time of year, and people are less careful because food gets left out as well. And then everyone's around each other, and oh yeah, for sure. Oh, I'm just shuffling cards, and I haven't even let you choose your decks yet or anything, Mad Galaxy. So let me just look at this releasing energy for you in Sag. So you're needing to let go of old stories, old beliefs, anything holding you back, and old friendships. There could be friends that you need to let go of, or you've needed to let go of this last few weeks, or social circles you're a part of, or social organizations or communities you're a part of that are no longer in line with your destiny and your values and who you are and what you want to do and what you want to put out into the world, and what not even that, just your destiny and where you're headed and what you're here to do. There's old beliefs and stories and old friends that are holding you back from being into your heart, and that you're moving towards that 5th house energy of being in your heart and doing the things you love, and being in your happiness and finding your happiness. Your destiny point is to find that happiness, and over the next year and a half, that energy is going to be finding that happiness in your heart and what you love to do and your passions and what makes you happy, and stepping into that childhood energy too, and doing the things that you love that make you feel like a child again, or make you feel fun and playful and happy and all that. And there could be love and passion and romance that comes into your life too over the next year. Especially with Venus, and your natal Venus and Mars is there, and the nodes are going to move or have moved and moving over this. If not, if you haven't found new love now, or if you haven't come into like some new way of making money, either new love or new way of making money, and it's like doing your hobbies and passions, then you're going to, over this next year and a half, come into some new thing around that for sure. That's exciting. So it's either going to be a new, the North Node's already like moved past and hit there. So it could have been in the last 6 months even that you've like started to see that, or you've started to come into that energy where you can make money from your hobbies, or you are going to find love and passion and romance in those hobbies and those things that you do for fun. There's something there because you've got Mars and Venus there, and it's going to trigger that energy, but it's letting go of old beliefs and old stories and old friends that are holding you back, and old communities, organizations, whatever it is holding you back from stepping into that heart stuff and that love and all that good stuff. Mad Galaxy, this is exciting for you. You have a really good chart. There's like really good things coming from you, especially after that really heavy, hard Capricorn energy. It's exciting. So if you want to choose 2 cards from these 3 decks, I'll bring up the camera, Mad Galaxy, and then we can do a reading for you on this Aquarius energy in the first house, and what message we can have for you to help you in that area. Okay, has that updated? There we go. Okay, Mad Galaxy, we've got the Moonology deck, and we've got Work Your Light, and the Soul's Journey. So you can have 2 decks, 1 card from each deck. So you can choose 2 decks. So we've got Moonology, the Soul's Journey, and the Work Your Light. So if you'd like to choose 2 decks, and then I'll pull you a card from each one. And thank you for your patience, Mad Galaxy. I appreciate it. Let's see who's next in the queue as well, so we can get your details ready. Moxie Flair, you've already sent them to me. Yay, Moxie Flair. Thank you for your patience as well and for being here. I appreciate you, and I look forward to reading your chart in a moment. Okay, Moonology and Soul's Journey. Okay. This is so funny, because no one's chosen my new favorite deck yet today, which is completely fine. We choose what we're drawn to and what we need at the time. I keep losing these moon cards because they keep blending in the dark over here. So silly. Okay, so let's see what messages we have for Mad Galaxy. What about this first house Aquarius energy? Okay. Oh! The card has jumped out. Oh, okay. So as I was reading this, shuffling the cards, Mad Galaxy, my intuition was telling me that we're pulling something for the Sag energy and the releasing and letting go, but I didn't want to change what the intention was. So anyway, the friendship card popped out. And that's, it's getting a bit dark, isn't it? Should turn another light on. Okay, see if we can work with it. We should be almost through the readings anyway. So this is friendship, this card. And so that's what the need to release and let go of. And any old friendships that are holding you back. Friendship, I understand that a friend is in my life for a reason. So maybe there's something around, like, I don't know if you've heard the saying, but people come into our life for a reason, a season, or a lifetime to help us grow, to help us learn. And that sometimes we need to release and let go of people because they've served their purpose. They're no longer here and a part of our destiny and our future. We've served each other's purpose. We've helped each other. We've helped each other learn. We've fulfilled those soul contracts that we signed up for before we came into this earth, onto this plane. And we no longer need to, provide that energy towards each other. We can cut that energetic cord and move on and find new friendships that serve that purpose to help us move forward into our new path. So that's the first card. Let's pull one out from the Moonology for you. Our commie brother. Is blue your favourite? The blue. Well, they're only new decks. I only got them yesterday. Oh, they came the day before, but I opened them yesterday. But I really like this one, the Work Your Light. The cards in it are just so pretty. But I love them all, and I really like this deck too because of the messages it have. They're so nice. But I love the moon one too because it's moon, and I love the planets and all that stuff. So this is a sad card, but I understand. Oh, okay. I'm glad that it's at least confirmation for you, Mad Galaxy. All right, let's see what the moon has for you. What message we have for you. Well, we want to stop there. So, expect powerful change. New moon eclipse. Oh, funny. So, the new moon eclipse that we just had was that Sagittarius. Was the Gemini energy. So that's where we're moving towards. So you're releasing and letting go of that friendship, that first card we pulled. And now you're moving towards the North Node stuff, the Gemini new moon eclipse we just had. Not just had, that we did have, 2 weeks ago. And that's that North Node destiny stuff and moving towards your love and your passion and your hobbies and romance and all that stuff. So that's what you're moving towards over the next year, at that North Node and what you're headed towards in your direction. And that's exciting. And those cards just confirmed all that. And like I said, it could be new business or new love, like new financial opportunities or new love that is like fun and fiery and passionate and like really like tunes into your heart. So yeah, that's so exciting. And I just pulled another card for you. I just felt drawn to another moon one. The energy is gaining momentum, waxing moon. So there you go. So keep building on what you know you need to, and you'll continue to grow momentum and get to where you need to go. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much, Mad Galaxy. I appreciate you being here and for your patience. I hope that helps you in some way and gives you a bit of guidance and help moving forward there. Oops. And Moxie Flair, let's bring up your chart. Okay. Okay, Moxie, you're the last one on the list today, which is perfect timing because I was hoping to jump off around 6, so that will be good. And I could feed my fur babies and have a little bit of relaxed time tonight. And I have to post up all this energy too for you guys, and I have to get the times to you. If I don't do it tonight, it'll definitely be tomorrow, and we'll have those 2 awesome times for manifesting on the 21st. Specific times when you can create or start something new or launch something. It's going to be really powerful for the next 20 years, but particularly next 2.5 years, but something that can create something for you for the next 20 years. So that's exciting. Okay. Oh, thank you, Mad Galaxy. All right, so let me bring up your details. And I'm going to mute myself because otherwise I just talk with what I'm reading. So give me a sec. Okay, I've got the details, so I'll just cut out your personal details and then I'll bring up your chart. Okay. Oh, there's lots of M's. Okay, there's the cut chart. No personal details. Okay, good to go. All right. I hope you're doing well today, Moxie Claire. Okay, so let's look at your sun, moon, and rising. So I like to just give a little brief overview of sun, moon, and rising, just to understand a little bit about who you are. It's just like a mini version of that, basically. We don't go into full detail of your chart. And then we'll look at I usually look at a transit and how it's affecting you, and today we're looking at that Saturn Jupiter conjunction and how it's affected us over the last 2.5 years and what's going to happen over the next 2.5 years in our life and where it's moving. So you're a rising Taurus. I love Tauruses because I'm a Taurus sun. Sorry. So a Taurus rising person is usually someone that is oh, Reiki. Oh, yes, I owe you Reiki healing. I'm going to actually send you some after the stream. I'm going to do a little healing session and send you some, and then we'll do it on stream next time as well. But yes, there is distance healing, and I'm going to use my distance healing codes and send you some beautiful healing for tonight, Grant, and we will do it next time. And I'm so sorry. And thank you for being here, and take care, and I hope you enjoyed your readings. Thanks, Grant. I appreciate it. And you will still get the healing, but we'll do it another time as well. You get double healing. Okay, yeah, so Moxie, so someone that is a Taurus rising, usually someone that's quite grounded and stable, and they can be someone that's like loyal and you can rely upon. They're reliable. They can get the job done. They're not necessarily someone who like, when we're going to look at other placements before, you know, before we make any full judgments, but a Taurus person can be someone that likes to indulge and likes to relax and likes to have the nice things and likes the luxurious things and essential things in some way. And they can be someone that likes to relax as well, and they can be a bit lazy sometimes. So although they're hardworking and they're practical and they're reliable and that, if they don't need to do something or they don't have to do stuff, then they won't. They'll just relax and indulge and do that if they can. And they can be someone who is either beautiful or represents beauty in some way. So they could be quite creative or artistic or like art, or be an artist or something like that, or a poet or something like that, or they're just like really beautiful and they radiate beauty, because that first house is our appearance as well. They can be someone that, yeah, loves food and eating and like overindulging a bit maybe, or they really like the essential things. They like candles and smells and anything that like massages and that, anything that makes them feel good and stuff like that. It can really like speak to them. And again, they're someone that's like really practical and can be good with money and, you know, responsible when it comes to money, and someone that, you know, can have really good self-worth and confidence as well. If they're in that really good Taurus positive energy space, then they're someone that can have like really good self-confidence and self-confidence and self-worth, and be like sure about themselves as well, and just know that they have the skills and abilities in this life to like support them basically. Let's have a look and see where Venus is in your chart, so we can see how Venus is interacting. Hello, zombie Maine. How are you? Thanks for being here. Yes, I'm lazy. I like all the good stuff. Yeah. And like the Tauruses can be someone too that are hoarders. They can like hoard stuff or like to collect things or keep things as well. They don't necessarily like to let go. They're a fixed sign. They can be stubborn and they like to hold on to things. They can hold grudges as well because of that as well. Just zombie, I'm fine. Any slots open? I'm sorry, this is the last reading tonight. I've been on for almost 6 hours. I'm sorry. But if you follow, then you'll be able to see when I'm on next time, and I'll be able to do a reading for you. Whenever I'm on, most of the time when I'm on, I offer little mini birth chart readings, snapshot readings, so we can look at a bit about who you are and then where a current planetary energy is affecting you. So I will be back on in a week so we can look more at this big Jupiter and Saturn conjunction for anyone that I didn't get to see today or read for today, and what it's gonna mean for the next 2.5 years and the next 20 years as well. You got so many channel points today. That's why you use them on hydrating me. Thank you, Gummy Brother. I appreciate it. I'm always throwing away old stuff I've kept for too long. Yeah. So, and that Taurus. So let's see where the moon. Let's see where Venus is in your chart, so we can get a little bit more of understanding about who you are. So Venus is down there in Cancer, so it definitely makes someone more sensual and sensitive, because they're that little bit more sensitive in themselves too, with that Venus there. And someone that's probably quite expressive. Taurus rules the throat, so sometimes Taurus people can either they can have trouble speaking up, but with that Venus in Cancer, it could be someone that does have they've got that sort of they've got that like people pleaser energy, because it's Venus ruled too. They want everyone to like be in harmony and get along and be in balance, and sometimes they can like take a lot of crap. Like someone with a Taurus, you can like push their buttons until they get to a certain point where they just can't take it anymore, and then the bull comes out. And the bull comes out with the horns and it explodes in a way. Like, that's when you don't want to get in the way of the bull. You can push and push and push, but it eventually comes out. And with that Cancer there, Venus Cancer, that speaks to more sensitive, and someone that's a bit more sensitive and a bit more cautious maybe about their communication and speaking up because of that sensitivity there. Okay. So someone with that Venus Cancer energy would be someone that is quite maybe emotional and sensitive when it comes to their money and their finances. So that's Taurus really needs that stability and like that self-worth and all that, and that could be a big part of like who you are as well, is like having like having financial security for your emotions and your feelings. We'll have to look and see where your moon is about that though, because it's over there in Sag. So yeah. Anyway, let's go back to let's go into your sun now. Let's move to your sun and have a look. Everything you're saying is accurate. Okay, let's have a look at your sun and see how your sun interacts in the chart, because the sun's there in the second house. So again, that should definitely make for someone who's like quite confident, even someone who could be a little bit cocky in their like skills and abilities, like sure about themselves, or just really confident about what they can like create and how they can like support themselves and the stability they can create. That's a really good sun placement for a Taurus rising, to have a sun there in the second house. It's in Gemini. And a Gemini sun person is someone that's usually like has either many sides to them, to their personality, or it's because the sun's shining there too, it's like highlighted. It can be someone who either has many sides to their personality, or has a different side they show to one person and to another person, or to like the people outside their circle sort of thing, and a different but a different side of themselves that they show to just their family sort of things, those that are close to them, and they show a different side of themselves to the other people, or someone that just with the sun there, it could just be that personality side. So it's like someone that just gets along with many different people, can interact with many different people, many different personalities. They on a different, like they can get on the level of many different people. And it could be someone that has many different interests and many different skills and abilities too. Someone that like can do many different things and has many different skills to offer. Someone that's like quite talented as well with that Gemini energy there. It could be someone though that has like a surface level knowing of things. So they know a lot of things or have a lot of skills and abilities, but they might not have mastered them or be so much on like a deep like level. Like it could be like an example is like someone that has a skill in what do I want to say? A skill in, I don't know, accounting, for example. This is just an example, but they could have someone who is a bookkeeper, or there's someone who's the accountant. So it's having like those really like strong skills and abilities there. And that Gemini person could be someone that just like has the bookkeeping skills, but not the deep financial accounting skills, that deep skills you need to like learn and know a lot and like delve into and like have a lot of focus on, because that Gemini energy is very much like about many different things and many different interests. So they like to learn many different things so they can take in and absorb a lot of information as well. You have Mercury there too in that Gemini energy, so definitely speaks to someone that can be like really good at communicating and speaking, someone who's here to spread a message or help others and shine a light in some way that others can like see a way of like being and connecting and communicating. It could be someone that like writes, or someone that does a blog or speaks in some way out in public, or that's a part of their skills and abilities, is the speaking and communicating and connecting with others in some way. I have to go around myself all the time. And the Gemini sun person can also be someone that just has like lots of different interests in a lot of different things. They can be someone that just is mutable and is like constantly like changing and like has new ideas and new inspirations come through, especially that Mercury placement in there. You could be an ideas person, especially with Mercury in the first house, someone that's like really intellectual and has really good ideas and like comes up with like good solutions to like fix things and do things and like just ideas about things. So let's have a look at the moon and see how the moon is playing out. So the moon is over there in the 7th house in Sagittarius. You do jump around a lot. Yeah, you've got a lot of a sun Gemini person has a lot of energy, and that's why they like can talk a lot, or they need to be like doing lots of stuff. They're not someone that usually can sit still. They can be quite fidgety. They need to like, especially that Mercury placement there, they need to be doing something. And someone like you maybe needs to journal, really needs to do like journaling and writing and some way of getting out of the monkey mind. You've got that Mercury there in Gemini in the 1st house, so it's very much the monkey mind. Someone that's like maybe an overthinker, or just very much in the mind all the time and always thinking and again, like coming up with like, your mind doesn't stop. Coming up with new ideas all the time, new inspirations and stuff like that. So the moon in Sagittarius is someone that has that emotional need for freedom, needs some kind of like, can't be like locked down and like, and being in the 7th house is going to be in relationships, so you can't feel heavy or burdensome in your relationships. You need that space to be free and to be who you are and to have those passions and those fiery energies and those things that you chase after. Sagittarius is the centaur. It's like what we're shooting the arrow towards. Sag needs that freedom to go after those things and to do that, and they can't be like held down and like stuck in like heavy, boring relationships. They need interesting and passion and fieriness, or they get bored, and that's when they go into those self-sabotaging things, which can be like drugs and drinking and partying too much and those sorts of things, because they're not getting that emotional fulfillment from being passionate and chasing after what they want. And that's very much going to connect to like your emotional self too. And so having the moon here too could have meant that your mother is very much a free spirit and she does things the way she wants to, and is quite passionate and fiery as well, and someone that needs that need for independence and freedom too. And you could have seen that in your mother, and that could inspire you as well. Or just there's women in your life that are like that, are quite, you know, that represent that, or the main caregiver or something represents that energy in some way. It's also an optimistic and positive energy, so it can be someone who has quite optimistic and positive feelings and emotions, and is quite optimistic and positive when it comes to the way they react as well. They could be someone that is fiery, they do react, but it could be like, you know, they could have that ability to like see the positive in things and see the optimistic side in things, and to really feel optimistic and positive about the world and like their relationships too. They could be someone that's quite optimistic and positive when it comes to their relationships, and quite a free spirit, and like, yeah, just really doesn't need that heavy emotional, don't need relationships that are really bounding and heavy, full of boundaries, and that are just don't give you any space to like grow, basically. Yes, that's why I've decided to do what I want in life. I have to be free. Yeah, you need that freedom. And you've got Pluto there too, in that 7th house. So it's definitely like a lot of like transformation and healing that can happen in those relationships. And there is a lot of transformation and healing that will happen throughout relationships for you. So let's have a look and see where Jupiter is, the ruler of your moon. So Jupiter is up there in Aquarius. So yeah, definitely someone that needs that freedom and to break free and to do things their way or differently or something like that. Sag moon person too is someone that maybe finds it difficult to like be on time and to stick to commitments and overcommits to things as well, and it's also clumsy and like knocks themselves or bumps themselves too, especially when they're stuck in those emotions and they're like overthinking and they're just like deep in those emotional feelings, and that's when they can do that too, where they can knock themselves and hurt themselves and all that. No, that's what I probably need to do, drink hot tea on stream. If we weren't in the middle of peak of summer, I probably would, but hot tea would definitely like help my throat. Well, I've been talking for 5 hours and 52 minutes non-stop now. It's almost 6 hours non-stop I've been talking for. Oh gosh. I'll have hot tea after this to replenish my throat for sure. Thank you, Moxie Flair, for the tip. I appreciate that. And yeah, I'll think about having maybe some warm drinks on stream. That is such a good idea. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you for caring. I appreciate that. Okay, so, all right. Yes, I was thinking of honey. That was one of my first thoughts, but thank you, Commie Brother, for the confirmation. I might have forgotten to do it. Now I'm definitely going to have some honey after this. I even had a bottle of honey on my desk a couple of weeks ago, because I was doing so many readings, and yeah, I kept getting really crackly that day. Okay, so... so moon and Sag person, as I was saying, they can, when they get caught up in that negative side of them, that self-sabotaging side, that's when they can go to those escapes where they like want to drink or they want to escape in some way. It's like an escape from the world, and it can be, you know, Sagittarius moon person can also be someone that struggles with boundaries. Struggles to have, like, especially in relationships, because it's the 7th house, to have really strong boundaries in relationships where you don't let people control you and dominate you, and that's where there's that need comes in sometimes to break free because you feel too controlled. So that's your sun, moon, and rising. The Gemini energies definitely speaks to someone who's here to be a messenger and spread a word in some way. It takes up a lot of your first house, and the first house is our identity and who we are and what we're here to do. And having that Mercury energy there like that is someone that's here to speak and communicate and share information in some way. So that's what you're here to do, share information. Okay. And your North Node is, and you've been so patient and you were here the other night too, so just a little bit more of your chart, a little bit deeper. Your North Node is like our destiny point, or our destiny, where we're headed towards in life. And for you, it's down in Virgo in the 5th house. So it's very much you're headed towards like being of service, and it's in the way of doing things from your heart, being of service in a way of like your hobbies probably. So using your hobbies to like help others or to be of service in the world in some way, and to really like step into your heart and like do the things you love. Your North Node is in the 5th house. The 5th house is our happiness, what makes us happy, our passions, what fulfills our heart. And the North Node is there, so your destiny is your heart. What makes you happy is your destiny. So doing those things that fulfill you and make you happy, those childlike things that really bring you into yourself and who you are going to help you to always be on track and in your path and where you are. And when you find that you're not happy and you're not in your heart and all that, you know it's not a part of your destiny. And that's like confirmed and sure for you when your North Node's there in the heart space. And that Virgo energy, yeah, it's of being of service in some way. Your destiny is to be of service, to be that Virgo, to be that analytical, critical person in some way in that part of your life. Provide that for others. Like, that's not you, that Virgo person, but that energy's there of that, in that North Node of that 5th house. So bringing that Virgo-ness there in some way in those 5th house and those hobbies, those love, those passions, those desires of being of service in some way. Hello, Avizjero. I'm actually jumping off. This is the last reading after I finish Moxie's. I spoke about what to expect with the conjunction at the start of the video, and I went through each rising sign. So you can watch that back after this to see, and I'm going to go through and split it all up into each individual sign and have the first part separate as well. So you'll be able to look back for that tomorrow. You'll be able to look back today for the general, but you'll be able to look back tomorrow for it all cut up to if you want to just listen to your signs. That'll be available. I'm sorry that you missed out and that I didn't get to you, but I've almost been on for 6 hours, so I've got to jump off soon after this. But thank you for showing up and bringing your energy in here and your interest. I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a good day or night wherever you are, whatever it is for you. Okay, Moxie Flare. So yes, I was here this morning for me. Oh, yeah. Yes, I get sad and very depressed when I don't have purpose or doing something that feels of purpose and fun. Yeah. So that's very much so like that Sag moon is Sag is a philosophical energy. So if you don't feel like you're like growing in some way emotionally and working on like your internal growth, then you're not going to feel fulfilled. You need to be internally growing at all times, going through emotional transformations and deep healing within your emotions and your internal self all the time to feel on purpose and to feel like you're moving ahead in life and like burning that fiery energy off, basically. So let's have a look at the Capricorn energy and where the planets, where Saturn has been for the last 2.5 years for you, and where it's been asking you to take responsibility, get serious, make those commitments, build something and create some kind of structure so that we can create some kind of legacy and achieve our goals. Thank you, Avizjero. So for you, that Capricorn area is, where's Capricorn for you? Okay, so it's split up. So the first like year of that transit, year and a half of that transit for you was the 8th house, and the second part was the 9th house. So the 8th house is all about deep transformative healing and getting to the truth of things, and it can be, you know, where we like look to for other people's money and like inheritances, insurance, taxes, all that stuff. So there could have been some need to like build something there or take responsibility there, or get really serious in those areas of finances, taxes, inheritance, insurance, or about the healing of like deep within yourself, like any kind of trauma that's followed you throughout life, or any kind of trauma around like sex, death, birth, and money and finances, and relying on other people's resources too. Getting serious about that. So it could have been, you know, if someone, for example, not, you know, with that energy in that house, if someone's had heaps of loans and heaps of debt, it's like making you get serious and take responsibility for that and get on track and sort that out. And, or again, it's that transformation and healing that's really need to happen deep within yourself. And then moving into the last year, that energy would have been in the 9th house. So it's like moving you now, the 9th house, taking responsibility and getting serious and making commitments in like either long-term study or something that helps you like grow and learn in some way. Or it could be in travel. There could have been like making you get serious in like wanting to travel and travel plans and stuff like that. It's a bit hard now because of all the restrictions we have, but that's where you could have felt restricted. Maybe you've had travel plans and you haven't been able to do them. It's felt more restricted and you've had to like change those travel plans, get serious, get more responsible about what you really want to do if it was like traveling and you know, what, get serious there and not and change that basically. Or it's like I said, it's around that like learning, higher learning, that stepping into a guru energy and a teacher, even taking responsibility there. If there's someone that is a teacher and it's really like stepping into like owning that and growing and learning and trying to like improve that in some way so that you are doing it in like a really practical and ethical way as well. So yeah, that ninth house for the last year is definitely making you get serious about your beliefs too, and like what you want to do, and like not what you want to do, but what you're like wanting to learn in the world, and what you're wanting to like, where you're wanting to grow basically. And now the next 2.5 years, the Saturn energy and the Jupiter energy, where you're going to now start to see the rewards from the hard work you've been doing and building in those beliefs around that learning, that growth, what you've been doing there for the last year. You're now going to, for the next 1.5 build on that more, 2.5 years, sorry, build on that more, but now you'll start to see the rewards slowly come through in that area around that learning and that education, that higher learning or that growth. There's still going to be more focus in that area for the next 6 months at least, and then the next 2 years after that it's going to move into your 10th house. So that is all setting you up for the 10th house stuff of moving into another career, or getting serious about your career, or taking on new responsibilities in the career and the workplace, new jobs, new opportunities coming through. If you do the hard work and you stick to things and you do the hard work in your career and you do the daily grind and you do the work to achieve your goals and to basically like build something, if you do all that hard work there, you'll get the little rewards along the way. You'll get the benefits that come with it. You won't have to wait until the end of the transit to get the rewards. You'll get them along the way. You'll start to see the little rewards come through for your hard work, and you'll know you're on track and you're doing the right thing when you get those little rewards too. I soak up knowledge and love learning. Yeah, that's really good. That's the Sag moon energy there, that's for sure. But that's where that energy has been for you, making you get serious around there and like really like, you know, commit to like learning stuff or growth, commit to growth. And that's now going to, and you still need to do that because that energy's still there in that 9th house for a little bit. And that's going to help you then with that growth and what you've learned and what you've committed to and all that stuff there with that learning and that higher stuff. You're then going to be able to take that into the world and create those goals and use it to manifest and to be able to build and create structure and leave some kind of legacy behind here based on that stuff basically and what you've done there and on your career, so you can really do it based on that growth that you've done. So the next 2.5 years you're going to have rewards in career, but you're going to have more responsibility that come with those rewards. And what you're doing out in the world and your goals, you're going to start to, you know, be able to really move on your goals and create, and it's going to be hard work and you're going to have to like stick to it and take responsibility and do it, but you're going to get little rewards along the way that really help you to like keep that optimistic, positive energy going. I've been contemplating on going back to college for years. Well, it's telling you to commit to it, do it, some kind of higher purpose or higher study. But you've got Uranus there, so you do need to do it in your own unique way. It's hitting on Uranus and Neptune there. You need to do it in your own unique way though. Something there you need to break free and do it in your own unique way and do it differently. So maybe it's a different kind of study to what everyone else is expecting you to do too, or what you thought you were going to do. It's something different. But yes, you need to break free and you need to do it in your own unique way as well. I had planned to travel this year and that didn't happen. Yeah, so all the restrictions come into the 9th house of travel. So Saturn came in and restricted you from being able to travel and expand in that area. And it made you get serious and expand in a more practical area instead of the travel side around the beliefs and stuff. So yeah, that could be a good idea, going back to college. But as I said, doing it a unique, different way, your own way. And maybe that's just because of the world we're living in now. You're going to be able to do that because we're more online and it's more about technology. So maybe you're going to be able to do it by distance education instead of having to go to a physical campus every day, which will then give you more time to work on your hobbies and stuff like that, or skills and abilities or other things, or more growth, you know. Yeah. So let's pull a card for you to see if we can get a message for any of that energy, and maybe a card or something will come out telling you to study and to do that or whatever. So let's see what card or message we can get for that Aquarian energy in that 10th house for you, in that career, that goals and creating something and what we're doing out in the world and all that. So the decks you have to choose from, let me bring up the camera. Okay, so we've got 3 decks. Sorry, it's getting a bit dark here now. I need to plug in other lights, but we're getting off, so it's okay. So I hope you can see that. So we've got Work Your Light deck, we've got the Moonology deck, and we've got the Soul's Journey. So they're the 3 decks you have to choose from. So we've got Work Your Light, we've got the Moonology deck, and we've got the Soul's Journey. So if you'd like to pick one of those, I'll shuffle and draw you a card from one of those decks, and we'll see what message we can get through for that Aquarius energy for you. I got your message too, Call Me Brother. I'll have a read of it after I finish this, and then I can get back to you. And I do see that you've messaged me. Souls. Everyone wants a Souls one today. Tully. Don't know if you're still here, but you got what you wanted, Tully. I didn't get what I wanted, Tully. It's okay. This is a beautiful deck. That's why I chose it, why I bought it. These are my new decks, which I think you might have seen in the stream last night when we were doing that, Moxie. Yes, I did. Yes, I will reply. I'll get back to you, Commie. I can do light if you want. No! Let's do one of each. We're doing one of each. Because you were here last night and you're here today, I'm doing one of each for you, Moxie. Yeah, what do you want to study, Moxie? We're doing one of each. I'm doing one that I want and one that Tully wants. Okay? Yes, I'm crying, Tully, but now I'm getting what I want as well, so I don't have to cry anymore. Oh, okay. Alright. I'm not going to show you until we put them both up. There could be a story here with both of these. Moxie bought to teach in the Yeezy University. Oh, Shredder. Can I teach astrology and other spiritual stuff in the... Oh, the 2 cards jumped out. You've got 2 here. Can I teach that in the Yeezy University? Can I come to the Yeezy University, Shredder? I'm actually about to teach in the Yeezy. Oh, I'm about to teach, yeah. An art degree in writing. Oh, wow. Didn't they say you had to communicate and write and talk and speak and all that in some way? Did I say that or not? I get lost with the readings, but yeah, that's really cool. Oh my god, and oh my gosh, that is so cool. I love astrology. Okay, what other 2 cards do... Oh, we haven't even shown this one. Okay, let's see your cards. Growth! See, the cards never lie. This is what we said. Oh my gosh, growth. There you go. I want to expand my consciousness and my awareness. So yeah, that is spot on. You need to learn more, and you're going to grow from that. And that's all the focus has been on, growth and learning, and that's confirmation. You just need to grow more, dig into more growth and learning. That's where you're going to get huge rewards from doing that growth and committing to it and doing it. I did my first year in mass communication for journalism. Oh my god, that is so cool. But I just want to focus on writing. Oh wow, that's amazing. That's where your talents and skills and abilities are. That's where your Mercury is too. Okay, so we got no, wait, postpone, pause, say no. Okay, and yes! What the hell? How did we get the yes and the no card out of the deck? How does that happen? You've got the yes and the no card and the growth card. Okay. Oh, hello, Yosh. Are you hungry? Have you come to tell me you're hungry? Have you come to tell me you're hungry? You're covering the cards with your black bum. I'm nearly finished, my Yosh. I'm sorry. Because you're a Gemini. Yeah, yes and no. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's such a Gemini reading right there. Yes and no. Okay, let's wait, postpone, pause, say no. Just say yes. Let's get a confirmation card. Let's get one from the Moonology deck. Let's go the other deck. It'll probably confuse us more, but let's just do it for fun. Where did I put... Oh, I keep not being able to find this deck because it's dark and it's like hiding in the darkness. Okay, the yes-no has confused me. Oh my god, I can't believe we pulled both yes-no answers from that whole deck. It's so Gemini. It is so Gemini. It's hilarious. Okay. I see some confection with grown. That's why what I'm taking from your cards. Our connection with grown. Yeah. The growth card came out and that's what it was all about, growing. So maybe there's some things you need to say no to so that you can say yes to the things that you really want to do. That could be it. Let's see what this moon deck says. No! I'm sorry, we're not using the moon deck. I'm not being drawn to it. We're using the light one again. We want another answer from this deck because it's given us a yes and a no. And it could be that confliction with growth is what I meant to say. Oh, okay. Yeah, there could be conflicting. Oh yeah, no and yes is a conflicting thing. So there could be confliction with wanting to grow and learn and all that. Oh my gosh, Commie Brother, you are very psychic and intuitive. Far out, you are very much. That's probably what it is. That like makes sense to me. That fully makes sense to me. I didn't pay much attention when I'm typing and sleepy. Yeah, of course. That like speaks to me. That like, oh, I feel like he's confirmed it, but we're going to pull a card anyway because I'm shuffling them. Rama, where are you being called to journey to? So there you go. Your heart knows what you want. Your head is just getting in the way. And that's what that no yes can be. Our heart and head, knowing which one. And that's that Gemini energy too. But I really like what Commie Brother said. Confliction with growth. Yes and no. Oh. But the charts all say it's all about growth and learning and stepping into that. That's going to help you get into your career. So if you're going to do something that's going to grow you to be able to step into your career or something that you can build goals around and create something in the world to leave some kind of legacy behind. If there's going to be any kind of learning or growth around that, then it's going to be a yes. If it's in your path and it's with you. There you go, Tully. Okay, so that's all I have for you. Thanks to you, Moxie Flair, for letting me look at your chart. I appreciate it. I love looking at people's charts. I hope that you benefited and you got something out of it. Yes, I'm confused because I want to grow but don't know how to, or feel like I don't have the resources. Okay, well, hopefully over this next 2.5 years, Saturn and Jupiter are going to bring in those resources so that you can. It's going to be able to help you to that's what Saturn does. Saturn like helps us to like get practical and really take responsibility and see where our resources are and see what we can use to basically create and do those things. So I'm hoping that that does come through for you. And you know, when we are like on the right path and if we're like doing the right thing and like going in the right direction, the resource is going to show up for us. The universe is going to provide for us to help us to be able to go on that path. If it's not right, we're not going to get the blessings and the resources basically to do it. But if it's right for us, things are going to show up, things are going to align, things are going to just work out. The right people and situations are going to show up to help us. And that's how we know, because it's not going to be easy this next 2.5 years, but it's not going to be as hard. And we're going to be able to see where we need to go so much more. We're going to feel it. and not feel it in that emotional side, but just we're just gonna know. Balls to the wall with college. You just got to do it. There is no perfect timing sometimes. Yeah, that's so true. Oh, thank you, Moxie Flair. Thanks for being here. Thank you for being on the stream last night too. I appreciate it. And yeah, I wish you all the best with that. Right, it would happen, but I have faith and hope. Of course you have faith and hope. You've got that Sag moon. That Sag moon is amazing. I'm a Sag moon too, by the way, Moxie Flair. And I always love other Sag moons and always connect so much with other Sag moons. So yes, I love Sag moons. I love the Sag moon energy because that's me, the philosopher, and wanting to grow and expand always. That's me too. I love it. I always struggle with staying out of my own head. Meditation, very helpful. Yes, Gemini energy, very much so, Tully Dog. Very much. I have my Mercury in Gemini, my Mars in Gemini, my Chiron in Gemini, my MC is Gemini. So I'm very familiar with the Gemini energy. And I'm a Virgo rising, which is Mercury ruled. So I know the Mercury energy very well. Yep. I have a monkey mind too. I always struggled staying out of my own head. Meditation, very helpful. Yeah, and that's it. Meditation is so helpful because you're like getting out of your head and back into your body, breathing and all that. And that's like so important, stepping back into our body and out of our head. That's the best way to get out of our head, when we can get into our body, into the physical. Hello, Whittleby by Demon. Thank you for being here and thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm just finishing the stream now and ending. We've been on for 6 hours and 17 minutes. But you can always watch back if you're interested to see how the Saturn Jupiter conjunction is going to affect us on a collective. I also went through each rising sign so you can see how it will affect your rising sign. You can also look at your sun and moon to a lesser degree, or to get the whole picture or the whole story as well. You can get a little bit out of each sometimes. And I'll also split them up into the individual signs probably tomorrow now because we're a bit late. And I'll put them on YouTube probably tomorrow night or something like that. So yeah, if you're Capricorn Sun or Capricorn rising, definitely have a listen to Capricorn when it comes up. Or if you end up watching it back, skip forward to Capricorn. But listen to the overview at the start because it's the general overview for each sign of what is the brief of what's going on. But yes, thank you everyone for being here today. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you to Commy Brother, you've been here all day. Tully as usual, Shredder, you've all been here for so long. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me. You're all very kind. Thank you everyone that let me read their charts and look at them today. Rocker, you've been here a while too. If you're still here, I hope you have a blessed night or evening wherever you are as well. Oh, you are still here, Rocker. So yes, take care. Thanks for everyone for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing your energy with me. And everyone have a lovely week. Join Discord if you haven't already. I'm going to post what I spoke about today in Discord in a write-up as well over the next 24 hours or so. And yeah, I'll be on in a few days again. We can do some more readings. And I will have something new I'm launching and releasing for this Saturn conjunction. We all need to launch or start something new or do something new or whatever it is on the 21st. And I'm going to be doing that too. So if you're in Discord, you'll find out. Otherwise, you'll find out on the next stream. So take care, everyone. Thank you again. I really had fun. Thank you, Commy. I'm glad you enjoyed it too, Commy Brother. And again, I really appreciate you all being here and supporting me. It really means a lot. So everyone take care and have a good night and good week. And be excited for this new energy and what's coming. And I hope to support you all through it. Mwah. Bye.